Hello there, guys, and welcome to the daily updates. Before we even go further, I must just say that to those who might be wondering, Brown Mogotsi, the testimony of Brown Mogotsi is starting at 9:30. So if you are new to this channel, you'd be surprised why instead of listening to the commission, you are listening to me. Well, this is what we do in most cases when there is something, a big witness coming, a very crucial one, like Brown Mogotsi. So basically, they will be starting officially at 9:30. So if you don't mind waiting, you can wait with me as we go through some of the most interesting part, counting down to Brown Mogotsi. But if you do want to go, you can come back at 9:30 because that is when they would be starting. Good morning, guys. I hope you guys are good and that you are all eagerly waiting for this moment because this is the only person that we want to hear from. I've got some few clips where he's been speaking about the fact that he's going to expose a lot of people. Remember, the ANC does not want, most of the ANC people do not want to hear this guy speak because some of them are implicated. Anyway, I hope you guys can hear me. In case you don't hear me, please just let me know so that I can fix whichever problem that we are coming across. This is the first video I'd like to play, and there's a meaning behind playing this particular video, but just have a listen.
Morning, Minister. Morning, Minister. How are you feeling today?
Yes, I'm fine. And you? How are you?
Well, thank you. Are you feeling upbeat and ready for the day?
And how are you feeling?
I'm well, sir.
Oh, you're well. I'm well as well.
Are you feeling upbeat for the day?
And you?
I am.
You're feeling upbeat?
Yes.
I'm also feeling upbeat because of you.
Thank you so much.
This is the moment when Senzo Mkhunu was going for the ad hoc committee. He has a briefcase, and you can see he has a team with him. So if you picture what happened this time when he went to the ad hoc committee and you put it to the current moment where Brown Mogotsi is coming, the same way he's saying that I'm well, I don't think wherever he is, he's going to be a well man because Brown Mogotsi has to just speak. He has to sing. There's no way that he can come to the commission and not tell all. Like Beggy Gale, we're expecting to hear what this guy has to say. And I am hoping that one of the things that he's going to say is that this is the money I gave to these guys or those guys. Listen to what he said when he was speaking to the Newsroom Africa.
Remember, I'm going to the commission. A lot is coming. More than that, kukhala madoda uzonibona xa sendifikile phaya. Hola banna. Let me tell you, I will explain it like bit by bit. Why was it important for me to inform Cat? In one of the radio stations, I said, if Cat was able to fund the ANC January 8th with 100,000, whatever, don't you think he has told me who else has he given money to? Who else? Because now they're making Brown Mogotsi and they're talking about this 138,000 for the January 8th. Yeah. A lot is coming. Remember, I'm going to the commission. A lot is coming. More than that, kukhala madoda uzonibona xa sendifikile phaya. Hola banna. Let me tell you, I will explain it like bit by bit. Why was it important for me to inform Cat? In one of the radio stations, I said, if Cat was able to fund the ANC January 8th with 100,000, whatever, don't you think he has told me who else has he given money to?
In a nutshell, he's saying that men will cry. And we know that the man is speaking about the ANC men. That is why this guy is the most crucial witness that we need, both at the Madlanga Commission and also at the ad hoc committee. This is the only guy that will link. I call this guy the middleman because he's on the middle of the good and the bad. Those guys who don't want him to appear are probably shivering wherever they are, hoping that he doesn't speak about their names. On the other side, we want this guy to tell it all. He must just sing. Give him the mic, let the man sing. And as you can hear, he's talking about the 100,000 for the ANC, speaking about the fact that men will be exposed. The only people that would be exposed should be his own comrades, because they're even denying him, saying that he's no longer a member. I've got another video where I think it's Fikile talking about the fact that this guy is no longer a member of the ANC. So we must not even give him audience because he doesn't represent the ANC. But they forgot to say that by the time they spoke, his membership had not expired, because according to reports and also him, he said that his membership only expired at the end of October. So it is going to be a very interesting day for the ANC, for the commission, and also for Brown Mogotsi. Back to this video where, okay, sorry, I got distracted. By the way, I'm not some girl. I see a comment there. Anyway, we have this this picture of a car that this guy says, well, they shot at my car. Firstly, I just want us to look at this car. A man like Brown Mogotsi is not a man who can just go drive a car like this. These guys drive expensive cars. So this was the first red flag where we noticed that he's probably just lying, or he staged the whole thing. And you look at the bullets. If really there was a man in this car, he should have been dead by now. So this man was not injured. There was nothing wrong with him, but he reported that an assassination attempt. That is how they don't respect the people, or maybe it was him wanting to avoid accountability. But finally, they told him that we either give you protection, or if we can't, you get your own, because we need you. We don't need you dead. We need you alive at the commission. So finally, the guy is coming. Just look at this car. It is not a car that can be driven by Brown Mogotsi. I would not even think for a minute that this guy would drive a car like this. Look at the tires. So that is why when there were reports that there was an attempted murder, attempted assassination, all of us were like, it cannot be. So you look at this, you really realize that the reason maybe the guy wanted to avoid accountability or go into the Madlanga is because he knows that he's going to come up with a lot of names, and these guys are going to come after him. So this is the car again. These are the cars, the type of cars that you might expect people like us to drive, not someone like Brown Mogotsi. And if you remember well, all of us did not know who Brown Mogotsi is by the 1st of January 2025. We never knew what this guy does, where he belongs, until General Mkhonazi decided to tell the nation about these corrupt schemes that people have been having. So I want you to listen to what Senzo Mchunu was saying about Brown Mogotsi, denying that he knows the man, but finally we have heard that they actually knew each other.
I think I picked up something that Provincial Commissioner Mkhonazi is saying about some fellow. 2 weeks ago, it does happen in a week or 2 or 3. I think a week and a half ago, I got somebody insisting that there's somebody who's going around saying he works with me wherever I am, he is there. And I said, show me the face. And it got to a point where he showed me the face, and I told him, I don't know this person. And a week before, there was another person, Mkhunu, who said is my younger brother. My younger brother died in 2005, and I don't have any other. And so when the person says so, you really, so I think we must be very circumspect when people come to us and say, I'm an associate of this and that. I'm no associate to the person that General Mkhonazi is referring to. But I appreciate whatever they discussed and then those things coming out so that I understand who is saying what, where, and so on. I do know that possibly all of us, including you, Chair, you would have at one point or the other somebody claiming that they are your associate. It does happen. But other than that, thank you very much.
You know, I think I understand why some people are against this thing of cater deployment. I mean, they gave this guy a very crucial portfolio and he comes and lies. We know for sure that Nkabinde has confirmed that they were having meetings in the private house of the state house of belonging to Senzo Mkhunu. They were having meetings. He said that we did not go to have meetings at the offices. We had meetings at the house of Mkhunu because there are offices there. There are places where we can just conduct business. One of the people that this guy had a meeting with was Brown Mogotsi. So how can it be that he had a meeting with this guy and then he want to say to us that I don't know this guy, we are not associates? He knows the person very well. Member. And when you look at the fact that the reasons given for this guy to have a meeting with a person like Brown Mogotsi, they're associating it with the problems at the mines, it doesn't make sense. Who is Brown Mogotsi? I mean, he's not even in government for them to give us reasons like that to say that it was only proper for us to have a meeting with him. One of the people that are really interesting to listen to as we were going towards the Madlanga Commission was Fikile Mbalula, who touched on the matter of Brown Mogotsi because he wanted to really say that this is not our person. Whether you guys want to associate him with us, he's not. But he was lying to us because Brown has always been part of the ANC. And they were enjoying when he was helping being the middleman between the ANC and the businessmen, the tenderpreneurs. But when it came out that this guy is in shady businesses, they want to disown him. Unfortunately, the media doesn't lie.
So Brian Mogotsi, in a nutshell, he's not a member of the ANC. And we'll never take him to the DC for anything. He must account for whatever he's accused of with whoever in the ANC he is accused to have had dealings with. And as far as our organization is concerned, he's not our member. Period. That is clear, and we have proven in terms of membership. We know that joining ANC sometimes is not reduced to a card. Brian Mogotsi does not fit that he can be a member of the ANC by soul and all of that, given his behavior. No member of the ANC must ever associate himself or herself with that kind of behavior. And I've seen people who are running AIs and all of that saying Mbalula is implicated in this and that. I stand for what I'm implicated about. I don't need anyone's permission to clarify myself. I stand for it. Criminals are criminals. There must be a line between a criminal and a revolutionary. What does Oliver Tambo say? Says a revolutionary must be distinguishable from a vigilante, a tsotsi, and a criminal. Must be distinguishable. It must not be one and the same bracket. That between this person and this criminal, there is no difference. Ziyafa analysing. Today, distinguishability between the two has become questionable in the eyes of our people because of characters like this. You see, because tomorrow you are going to say, but we have seen him with Mbalula 15 times, this guy. What are you talking about that they don't know him? Must be distinguishable. You can't just wake up. If Madlanga decides to be a criminal, I wouldn't know how to explain it because he's a comrade. Uba ebusuku uhambe ngubani wena udibana kuphi na? Uyabona mchana. Yeah. When we're doing a campaign for me to become this and that. It doesn't work like that. It doesn't work like that. A revolutionary must be distinguishable from a tsotsi, a criminal, and everything else. Thank you very much.
You know, the funny part, the irony of the statement by Fikile Mbalula is that it's not that we are against the ANC, but the truth must be said. If you look at the history of corruption, the ANC is at the top. They've been in government for such a long time, over 30 years. And when they want to come to the public platform and say that we are rejecting Brown Mogotsi, no member of the ANC should be conducting or is supposed to be conducting themselves in that manner. That is such a lie, because the history tells us that many members of the ANC have been fingered to have been involved in corruptions. I mean, there is a person who now wants to stop the SIU from investigating his qualifications. I mean, if really we are not dealing with the West of the West, the person doesn't want his qualifications to be investigated. I mean, if you know that you've acquired those qualifications legally, you wouldn't even mind. If they want to waste the state money, they can go ahead. But the person doesn't want them to go ahead because he's scared of what they might reveal. Now, what Fikile Mbalula is saying is really a shame, because we know that many of them are involved. But I would want to play you a clip where Brown Mogotsi also speaks about Fikile Mbalula in the manner that Fikile speaks about Brown. Just another video on Fikile Mbalula. As we look at the time, it is 08:58. So in the next 32 minutes, they are going live at the Madlanga, and we are just going to tune there just to listen to what Brown Mogotsi has to say. This is another video of Fikile Mbalula.
About that. And I'm telling you the truth that if it was not because of these things, we wouldn't have known about this guy. And I'm saying he will not be the last one. There will be others elsewhere who are behaving like him. Name dropping, associations, and all of that. These are associations. They are not in the ANC to work for it. Our members who toil every day, deliver victories for the ANC, don't behave like this. Who go to sleep without food and do a door-to-door to convince people to vote for the ANC. You will never find the types of Brown Mogotsi in that milieu. You will never. We've got members who love this organization, and when it goes down, they cry. And it is not them who are bringing it down. It is characters like this who think that this organization, they can do as they wish, bring it down, and bayenza into abayithandayo. Sithi ke ngalo mazwi uphelile unothanda apha embuthweni. I-ANC angombutho wavula zibhuqa. Abantu abafana noBrian Mogotsi, abantu ongabaziyo into ezinganamva nomphambili ukuthi ngobani. Ixesha labo lifikile apha embuthweni ukuthi sisike umcanguko ukuthi abantu abenza into ezinjalo apha embuthweni funeka sibaqwalasele, sibafakele izibuko, sibajongisise, sibazi. Ukwazi thina amalungu epheleleyo ombutho singazuchaphazelwa zizenzo zabo ezingananto kwenza nokusebenzela abantu, nosebenzela lo mbutho wethu isuthandayo. Siyayazi ukuthi amalungu amaninzi kaKhongolose ka-African National Congress bempula zikaJaca abangathatha entweni abachaphazeleki kwizenzo ezifana nezi. Umbutho wabo xa unyelisiwa ngendlela efana nale bayazitsho ezimathonsi ngenxa yokuthi baphatheka kakubi. Bajonge ukuthi ke ngoku njengeenkokheli zabo abazinyulileyo ukuthi senza ntoni ngalonto. So sithi ke namhlanje abantu abafana nabo funeka sibasikele umgca. Injawu njoku lo mntu kuthethwa ngaye kuthiwa nguBrian Mogotsi ayilolungo likaKhongolose, ngumntu nje oyichomi nenkokheli. Ezichomi inkokheli zihamba nazo funeka nabo bazijonge ngoku ichomi abahamba nazo, ngoba ichomi yenkokheli funeka ibe liqabane olaziyo ukuthi eliqabane, ngoba iqabane ngumuntu oza kungcwaba. Hayi ezichomi izikhoyo zijonge nje ukununusa amacomrade, izinto zokunyoluka nezinto eziphuma endleleni. Into ebalulekileyo ke ngoku ukuthi sijongane
You know, if really I was Fikile Mbalula, I would tone down on wanting to expose Brown Mogotsi, because today is the day that he might actually have one up against them. Lastly, on the matter of them wanting to deny Brown Mogotsi is another video. It says ANC Northwest Provincial Secretary Comrade Louis Diremelo provides further clarity regarding the membership status of Brown Mogotsi based on information from an ANC branch in the Northwest Province. This is the same moment where they want to deny Brown Mogotsi. I think it was back on the 6th of October, and Brown Mogotsi came to say that, well, actually, I'm still a member of the ANC, and my membership expires at the end of October. It's now expired, as we know, but they tried by all means to make sure that they expose Brian, but the truth was that the man is still a member of the ANC.
Of the African National Congress, is he still a member of the ANC? What's actually happening with his membership?
Well, good afternoon, Tate Samka. We can confirm that Mr. Brown Mogotsi was a member of the ANC until 2020. His membership expired in 2020, and the ANC recruitment policies, and it says once your membership expires, you must renew it within a period of 1 year. If that membership is not renewed within a period of 1 year, you cease to become a member of the ANC. Therefore, we can confirm here now and say Mr. Brown Mogotsi, he is not a member of the ANC. That's where we're standing. His membership has expired a long time ago. He has not been an active member of the ANC. We have letters we can confirm from the branches, the basic unit of the organization, that he is not a member of the ANC.
When last have you ever engaged with him since you became the provincial secretary of the ANC in the Northwest Province, heading towards the ANC's 2022 conference in Nasrec?
No, look, we have never engaged with Mr. Brown in any way, in terms of conferences or in terms of anything of the ANC. What will Mr. Brown do, and which we want to be honest? Many a times he will call us, he will want to say, on these things like in the municipalities where there are challenges, we want to know what is happening there, what is not happening there. He will want to have interest in our cases at some point. He will call us. We don't want to deny that. He will call us, but we have never entertained him. We'll just say, no, we are not doing what you are saying, but we are not interested in it. Yes.
When it comes to the issues of the allegations that he was soliciting 12,000 rands for membership from Mr. Ket Matlala to pay for certain particular regions, what is the process of those particular memberships of branches and regions within the province of the Northwest, and these allegations that he was getting monies to pay for membership of regions?
Look, we can't say that is true. And if that is happening, we think it's a scam. He's been scamming whoever has been scamming. He's been soliciting that money in wrongfully, illegally. So that one, we don't even know how he did it right. But what is happening in the organization? For example, anybody can come and say 2027, I'm moving so-and-so as a leader. And I'm working for so-and-so, I'm trying to my best to say, and I go to business people. Business people will then say, yeah, what can you do to help? And which is a scam. And you might not even know that the branch does not even know about it. We don't know about it. It's a scam to us. It's something that I don't think it can happen in the organization. We have a recruitment processes where members of the ANC individually are joining. They don't have to be paid membership by some people that they don't even know. So even if you can go down to the branch will say, but we've never received that money. We don't think that is true what Mr. Brown is saying. He has scammed those people. Those people must just go and get their money back, because we don't think that money. And in the ANC, we don't pay membership in bulk. We don't take 12,000 and go and pay membership. Membership gets paid by an individual member of the ANC. Therefore, there's no such a story.
Last one, Provincial Secretary, on the issues pertaining to the 1 billion rands contract within the Department of Health for Maumela in that particular province of the Northwest Province. Have you engaged with the MEC of Health on the processes of this particular tender, how far it is, and will you be cancelling this particular person who is now alleged to have siphoned all of these monies at other institutions?
Look, we just hear that particular allegation, all of us, whether it's in the commissions or in the media. We have to go back on our own. Speak to the MEC, speak to the HOD, speak to the provincial treasury, satisfy ourselves in terms of the process that is unfolded. If any wrongdoing has come, we will then go to the president and go to anybody and say, this one cannot be done by our own ANC employees. We'll then have to seek some clarity. Once we get to know what happened, actions must be taken. The ANC is not a friend of a cooked process. The ANC is not going to support anything that is cooked or anything that, according to law, was not taken, the process was flawed. We're not going to support that.
Well, as you can hear, the ANC is really not going to associate themselves with their own child. The man has been a middleman for such a long time, making sure that he knows about the stories. He breaks every headlines, but today they do not know the man. That's such a big shame. The fact that they don't know him is such a shame. But, well, what do you expect? If they are going to get implicated by this person, they must just disassociate themselves with Brown Mogotsi at the beginning, so that whenever he says something about them, they're going to say, not us. Well, guys, it is 0908, so it is going to start in the next 22 minutes, the commission. So those who have just arrived, we are just doing a countdown to the start of the stream. And thank you for coming to the channel. Please do click that like button and also subscribe to the channel. So back to the issue of Mogotsi. As we go along, there is that issue of communication, and you look at the date. These guys have been communicating even in May. So this was in relation to that cancelled contract of tender of Mr. Dlamini, also known as Ket Matlala. He has so many names. So there was a communication between him and Brown Mogotsi where when you pick it up from here, it says cancelled, asking a question, and he comes and says that this is the right time to know the truth, because you are now going to see, to see the minister, right? You will see his affidavit. And he comes again and says, this is the right time. The comrades and their spellings. This is the right time. Everyone must show his side. If the minister officials are involved. And then when you go up again, it says, now Dlamini is responding, aka Ket. But you know he's involved. I told you from day one, I'm not waiting for any lies anymore. By Friday, if they don't withdraw, I'll also hit back. I'll hit back very strong. The context, this was in relation to the cancelled tender, that 360 million. So he's basically threatening the minister and Brown Mogotsi to say that if really you don't go back and withdraw your cancellation, I'm going to tell it all. He's going to go to the magistrate and they're going to draft an affidavit on the fact that these guys are involved in the criminal activities. So Brown comes and says, I don't think so. I don't think so. And Dlamini responds by saying, okay, was just letting you know, don't be surprised when you see it in court papers and media. I'm not going to be taken for a ride. So basically, this man was very angry at the fact that you think I'm an idiot. You promise me all these good things and suddenly they are no longer there. So you want me to stay here and say that everything is in order. I am going to tell the court that you guys were involved in these matters of granting me and these corruptions. And Brown Mogotsi ended up by saying that we can't lose a contract, whereas so many people are looking for tenders. This guy is not the one bidding for the tender. He's the middleman. Hence you can hear him saying that we can't lose a contract, whereas so many people are looking for tenders. I don't even understand what this message would mean, because if you lose a contract when people are looking for tenders, it means the others would get it. But anyway, where there is a tenderpreneur, you must just know that corruption is number one. You cannot be a tenderpreneur and not be involved in corruptions, because you're going to have to wash the hands of those who are going to award you the tender. That is how they roll. So that was the issue of Mogotsi and also the matter of the tenders. So I just want to move out from the old ones and come to the recent news, which was Nkabinde appearing at the ad hoc committee on Friday. So basically, one of the things he spoke about was the fact that there were meetings that were had between your Minister Senzo Mchunu and also Brown Mogotsi. I just want to do something, guys, just a moment. Okay, sorry about that. I was just making sure that we are all set to go live as soon as as soon as Brown Mogotsi arrives. So I just want you to listen to this, guys, and please do click that like button. Just one click, it would be appreciated. Those who can, please do subscribe to the channel. So back to the story. This is when Parliament was probing this madness of Nkabinde wanting to say that, well, I don't know Brown Mogotsi, but I know that him and the minister used to have these sessions, these meetings about various issues. Just have a listen.
We're at the private residence. You just didn't enter the boardroom when they had the meeting.
To enlighten that, Chair, we work from that private room, private house. We never hardly go to the office. In the private house, we've got all offices. I've even got my office.
And we're paying for rent, but just the side story. So you didn't enter the boardroom. Why didn't you go into the boardroom? Because it was related to illegal mining, so it wasn't a personal matter. Why were you not part of the meeting?
No, first of all, these were private people, not official people. Then I thought, let me give a minister space to speak with those people.
Did you ask?
Especially when they were referred as comrades. And I said, no, let me not even enter. The minister would have called me in if he wanted me.
So it's might very well not have been related to illegal mining, because that would be a work-related matter and not a ANC-related matter.
No, it would be a steel fontaine illegal mining. That's how I facilitated the meeting.
Okay, all right, no problem. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Malam.
Is Brown Mogotsi from Dr. Kenneth Kaunda?
I don't know, Chair. What I know is from Northwest. I'm not too sure where about.
Okay. Yes.
No, I think I'm getting confused by the response that you have given to Honorable Mateus. So you knew the subject of the meeting before the meeting took place, and you knew that it was not a personal matter. It was a work-related issue. But you never formed part of the meeting, even after you knew that it's not a personal matter. Is that what you are saying to us?
Chair, personal matter, official matters in all the meetings. I don't attend all of them. Some of the meeting, the minister excused me, and some of the meeting, the minister he informed me if he want me to be part of that meeting. It's not that I just come in any meetings and we uninvited.
So the minister excuses you even on matters which are work-related. Is that what you are saying to us?
He never invited me.
Sometimes
to
he doesn't invite you. He just carries on his own, on work-related matters. Is that what you are telling this Is that what you are telling this committee today?
Yes, because even with the national commissioner, he will say that Cedric, can you excuse us?
No. Okay.
It's an official meeting, but you can excuse us.
Okay.
So I always respect that.
Are you fine, Honorable Member?
No, fine is something else I've heard, Chair.
Okay. Honorable Ngola.
Chair, I'm getting a bit confused. We're talking about a private residence, which assumable is Pretoria or Cape Town. But in the same sentence, we're talking about Dr. Kenneth Kaunda, illegal mining. So these people are said must be, okay, the minister says to the chief of staff, please arrange local leaders for us to understand what is happening in respect of what was happening in Stilfontein. So please arrange this meeting. But what confuses me is that this meeting is sitting in the private residence, which in our understanding, the private residences of ministers is Cape Town and Pretoria. So I'm a bit, if the witness can enlighten us on that.
You want to know where this meeting happened? Pretoria or Cape Town?
It happened Pretoria, private residence.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Let's do like this.
Sorry, private residence or
Yeah.
official residence? Official, okay.
Sorry, official residence. It's Pretoria and Cape Town.
Okay, let's do like that. Do you want to make a follow-up, Honorable Ngcono? Can I note hands? I see Honorable Sangono, Chief Whip. Okay. Honorable Skosana and Honorable Sols. Did you still want to make a follow-up, Honorable Sangono? Okay, thank you. Honorable Skosana.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to make a follow-up as well. The issue, because what he submitted was, and what he told us earlier, is that the meeting took place at a private residence. And as a chief of staff, I don't think it's proper for you to mislead us, to say it was private. You know, when you say private residence, I thought we are talking about Mpangeni or somewhere else, but we are saying Cape Town and Pretoria. Those are official residents. Do you agree on that?
Sorry to cut the video, guys. I just want to confirm. I see many people are asking. So basically, it is just going to start in 11 minutes. So as soon as it starts, we are going to cut my video and my audio, and we're just going to tune into that, the proceedings. So don't be surprised if we are watching the person Kabinde speaking. We're just looking back at the events that took place. And while you are at it, please do click that like button. I also have a pinned message there for a WhatsApp voice note line if you have anything to say in regards to the proceedings throughout the day. So we continue, but in the next 10 minutes, we are officially going live to the proceedings. So you are not at the wrong place, guys. Don't be surprised. Thank you.
Yes, these are official residents. Hence, I'm even saying I have an office to work from there. We hardly go to the office. So it's an official residence, not private.
So, in other words, you were wrong by saying private residence. Do you agree on that?
I agree. You know.
No. Wait.
You know, Chairperson, be it private or official, the minister stays there. So it's like he's private, but it's an official residence, Pretoria and Cape Town.
Let me say this to you. There's a distinction on that. You can't say it doesn't matter how you call it. You know, we must have facts here. Hence, I'm saying to you, if it's private, as you were saying before, and now we are changing, and if you are changing, you must be honest to us. You made a mistake, and you must accept if you have made a mistake, chief of staff.
It was an official residence. It was an oversight to say.
Don't forget to click that like button. 9 minutes to go, guys. I know you guys have been here, some of you, for 45 minutes, but we are almost there. We were just looking at those events, and I thought it's only fair to just push time with some of these videos that took place. I've got another video here where Kabinde was saying that Brown Mogotsi likes to break the news. That is the character of Brown Mogotsi.
And the other one that didn't take place. At whose request were those meetings arranged?
It was the minister through me.
The minister.
The minister through me who was facilitating. The minister gave me the number of Mogotsi to facilitate.
Is that the only time that you made contact with Mr. Mogotsi, was when the minister gave you his number and you had to contact him about these meetings?
I recall some of other messages from Brown Mogotsi. He do send some messages. The one I recall, it's a message about Khan. What I can describe this character, Chair, is a person who like to break news. That's what I can describe him. He's a person who will tell a story maybe before you know it. Break news. What is on the news, he forward it to everyone he knows. So I cannot deny that there are some stupid messages he will then send, not even respond to them.
They think we're cheats. We are 10, 20 kids telling us about stupid messages. Again, it's 7 minutes to guys. As soon as it says 0929 or even 28, I'm just going to close everything from my side and just tune into the commission. You are at the right place. Do not think that maybe you are lost. So we were just looking at the things that were said by Nkabinde. He's talking about stupid messages between him and Mogotsi, but they caught him because he ended up wanting to deny that he has any relationship with Mogotsi. We know for sure that this guy knows Mogotsi, and he confirmed that there is a relationship between Brown Mogotsi and Senzo Mchunu. If you remember well, let me just go back to the video, the first clip that I played. If you remember well, this guy has a lot to say to the ANC comrades. And because now they are denying him, they don't want to associate themselves with him, he's no longer a member, he's going to have to tell it all so that he can bring pain to them. If really they were corrupt, they were using money that belonged to the public, this is the time that he need to expose them. Have a listen.
I'm going to the commission. A lot is coming. More than that, kukhala madoda uzonibona xa sendifikile phaya hola banna. Let me tell you, I will explain like bit by bit why was it important for me to inform Kat. In one of the radio stations I said, if Kat was able to fund the ANC January 8 with 100,000 whatever, don't you think he has told me who else has he given money to? Who else? Because now they're making Brown Mogotsi and they're talking about this 138,000 for the January 8.
Yeah.
A lot is coming. Remember, I'm going to the commission.
He's speaking about the January 8. Obviously, that is the ANC. And ANC cannot come and deny him. He's been funding them. And funding them is through Ket Matlala. So whether we are members of the ANC, whether we are not, the main point here is that corruption has been going around through the public purse. And these guys were fighting for 360 million rands. Now, it is not only about the 360, there is a lot of them. He must tell us the issue of that and also the meetings with Senzo. By the way, just a note, he's just going to be here today and tomorrow unless things change. So they are scheduling him for the 18th and the 19th of November. And then hopefully he tells it all. But unlike the ad hoc committee, the commissioners at the Madlanga do not play. Those guys are advocates, judges. They are judges. They know all about a liar. So they will know when to question and how to question, unlike the politicians who are just representing their parties. Anyway, guys, continue to click that like button. I see it's 277. Maybe if we can reach 500 before we start. But anyway, we are just 3 minutes away. I'm just going to play this clip and we can tune into that stream, and then we can wait for them to officially come. They are coming soon.
Remember, I'm going to the commission. A lot is coming. Mona Ntate Xoli, kukhala madoda. Uzonibona xa sendifikile phaya. Hola banna. Let me tell you, I will explain like bit by bit. Why was it important for me to inform Cat? In one of the radio stations, I said, if Cat was able to fund the ANC January 8th with 100,000, whatever, don't you think he has told me who else has he given money to? Who else? Because now they're making Brown Mogotsi and they're talking about this 138,000 for the January 8th.
Yeah.
A lot is coming. Remember, I'm going to the commission. A lot is coming. Mona Ntate Xoli, kukhala madoda. Uzonibona xa sendifikile phaya. Hola banna. Let me tell you, I will explain like bit by bit. Why was it important for me to inform Cat? In one of the radio stations, I said, if Cat was able to fund the ANC January 8th with 100,000, whatever, don't you think he has told me who else has he given money to?
28 minutes to the start of the commission. We are starting soon, guys. Rest assured, you're not going to miss a single thing. This is when Senzo Mkunu was coming. I wonder how Mr. Brown Mogotsi would be arriving with a briefcase full of truth.
Morning,
To
Minister.
expose those who have been involved. Anyway, guys, thank you for tuning in. I am officially cutting myself from the stream, audio and video, and we are all just going to tune into that live session of the commission. Please continue to click that like button and engage. And if you can, do send your voice notes to the number on the pinned message, and we can play them during the breaks on what you think about the proceedings and whatever that testimony you'll be listening to. Anyway, I'm cutting my video and also the audio because we are just few minutes away from the start of the Madlanga. Just
Morning,
a
Minister.
second as I redirect the
Morning,
stream
Minister. You feeling
to
today?
the proceedings.
I'm fine, and you? How are you?
Well, thank you. You feeling upbeat and ready for the day?
apologies to everybody for being 2 minutes late. Mr. Chaskalson?
Chair, I wonder if we could ask the photographers to sit down at this point, because we're...
Please take your seats.
And Chair, today's witness is Mr. Brown Mogotsi. He is represented by Advocate Arno Venter, instructed by David Bayliss. Before we start with Mr. Mogotsi, Chair, I'd merely want to place on record that we're shifting, at the start of proceedings, my predecessor, Advocate Motau SC, explained that we were going to structure these hearings essentially in 3 stages. That in the first stage, the persons making the allegations in support of the allegations that Brigadier General Mkhwanazi made at his press conference would have the opportunity to bring evidence forward in support of those allegations, and that evidence would not be tested at this stage. It would be tested later when we call those witnesses back in stage 3. Then in stage 2, persons who need to answer some of those allegations will be called, and we're now moving into stage 2. Now, the witnesses making the allegations were allowed to tell their stories without interruption or without hostile questioning. And so in fairness to Mr. Mogotsi and to all other witnesses who come in this stage, we propose that we will allow the witnesses to tell their story first. We will lead them on their statements without interrogating in any detail the allegations that they make in their statements, so that they have the opportunity to tell their story in full without hostile interruption. Once they have completed their statements, we will then shift to a more intrusive form of questioning, just to test the veracity of the allegations that are made. So for most of today, I would imagine.
So is this something the evidence leaders will do immediately?
Indeed.
The witnesses' evidences?
Indeed. But to enable the witness to tell their story in full, we will only do that after they have told their story in full. So for most of today, I will be leading Mr. Mogotsi through his statement that's been made available to you. Depending on how far we get today, either late today or tomorrow, I will then start testing particular aspects of that, of what Mr. Mogotsi says in his statement.
I hope that doesn't stop us from doing what we have been doing, which is sometimes to ask a few testing questions as you go along.
Indeed, certainly clarificatory questions, absolutely, Chair. We would welcome clarificatory questions. Mr. Mogotsi needs the opportunity to make everything clear to the Commission. Again, on the same basis as the Commissioners have been questioning the Phase 1 witnesses on particular details, the Commissioners must feel free to do the same in relation to Mr. Mogotsi and all other witnesses.
Thank you. In addition, just one slide. In addition to the file containing the statement, there are 2 other files, 1 and 2, one referred to as the exhibit bundle and the other as annexures. I want to put one behind me. Is there one that you
indeed,
think you
the exhibits
focus
bundle
on?
will not be referred to today.
Which
the
one?
Exhibits bundle.
Exhibit.
File 1. So exhibits bundle will not be referred to today at all. That's in terms of an undertaking I've made to Mr. Mogotsi's legal representatives, because it was made available at a very, very late stage. So they will need to go through it with Mr. Mogotsi after hearings today before I can refer to it. I should mention also in that regard that there are certain, in the annexure bundle, which is file 2, there are certain, if one goes to page 144, from 144 on, there are documents which are the documents that were attached to the chats between Mr. Mogotsi and Mr. Matlala. I will not be referring to those documents today because, again, they were made available at a late stage to Mr. Mogotsi, and his legal team needs just to have the opportunity to confirm that they are indeed what we say they are.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chaskowski.
Mr. Chaskowski, is it 144 of 2 of 2?
It is
CBM1.
From CBM1 onwards.
And also maybe just to guide our engagement in this uninterrupted section, when you do the second part, you will be interrogating the statement of today.
Indeed,
okay.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Mr. Mogotsi, good morning. Please place your name, your full names on record.
Opa Brown Mogotsi.
Are you going to swear or affirm?
I'm going to swear, Commissioner.
Do you swear that the evidence you are going to give is the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth? If so, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Mr. Mogotsi. And Mr. Mogotsi, just to repeat what I've just said to the Chair, in the first stage of this...
I'm very sorry to interrupt you, Mr. Chaskowski. Mr. Mogotsi, can you please switch on both mics and try to pull them as close to you as possible?
I thought that not
moving. As long as you'll still have room for your laptop.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Just to repeat what I indicated to the Chair at the outset, the purpose of the starting phase of today's session is really for me to enable you to tell the story that you tell in your statement. So I am not going to try to catch you out this morning, as it were. I'm trying to amplify what you say in your statement. There will come a point when we reach the end of your statement when I will have to test what the correctness of what you're saying. But I will give you notice when we reach that point, so you know when to be on your guard, as it were. With that introduction, Mr. Mogotsi, can I just check that you have in front of you both the file called Statement and the file called Annexures, file 2 of 2?
Yeah, they're in my possession, thank you.
And so we will start with your statement. And there is a fairly lengthy introductory section that runs from page 1 through to paragraph 13 on page 4, which explains the approach to you from the Commission, the notices that were sent to you and your responses. I don't think we need to dwell on it in any detail, but will you merely confirm that what you, well, maybe we should start at the very beginning. Can I ask you to go to the end of your statement, page 25, and confirm that the signature that we see on page 25 is your signature?
That's my signature, that's correct, Commissioner.
And that the contents of the statement that you have furnished to the Commission are true and correct?
True and correct, that's correct.
To go back then, paragraphs 3 to 13 really set out the background to the Commission's engagement with you and what happened in leading up to your furnishing of the statement that we received on Saturday. Beyond confirming that those paragraphs are correct, is there anything in relation to those paragraphs that you would like to highlight or to amplify before we move on to the substance of your statement?
No, they are correct.
Thank you.
I'm satisfied.
Then, if we can start with the substantive part of your statement, and maybe you can start at paragraph 15 and tell the Commission about your history that you set out in paragraph 15.
Thank you, Commissioners. During the period from 1993 to the early part of 1995, I was in Sizwe operative, but in its self-defense unit which operated within South Africa, and had its own objective and gathering of intelligence. I gained a lot of experience in the clandestine gathering of intelligence and the practices of counterintelligence. I then became, and I was appointed an official informant for the South African Police Service in 1999. During 2009, I was registered and thereafter acted as an agent for crime intelligence in the South African Police Service.
And can you explain to the Commission the difference between an informant and an agent?
See, an informant will be any person. It even happens in different situations. We may be a group of three probably doing something illegal or stealing. And when I happen to be arrested alone, the moment I tell the police the truth and tell them, even yesterday we stole something and we left it at a particular place, and the police goes there and find whatever that I'm saying. And further probably tell the police, look, even next week or tomorrow, we are planning to break somewhere, and the police goes there and they find that it's true. My friends were attempting to steal or they were breaking. The particular person can also be regarded as an informant, or a police officer may be knowing the movement of this person, his environment, and may also make that particular person an informant. But when it comes to a contact agent will be recruited by crime intelligence officers or official. And that recruitment will include certain things based on your history. Usually they'll even recruit an individual who has been an informant for some time. There is a particular paragraph in here which gives the difference between an informant, the definition of a co-handler. But what I need to emphasize, and a co-agent, sorry. A co-agent, unlike a...
Sorry, can I just clarify, when you say co-agent, are you referring to contact agent?
Contact agent, okay. Contact agent. A contact agent is having a different, is usually empowered with an instrument that it's utilized by all organizations, criminal intelligence organizations in the world. It's a very sophisticated instrument. It's called the legend building. In its definition, it's more like creating a false life or a backstory created for a clandestine operatives. It is an essential component of spy cover identity designed to withstand scrutiny and conceal the identity. Now, this contact agent, as I said, there is a particular paragraph which gives, is paragraph 18. It says a contact agent is a person who is recruited by a crime intelligence officer, which is referred to as a handler. A contact agent is expected to establish a network of sources and informants in order to execute the task, and the handler would from time to time assign to the contact agent in the field.
it goes to say a contact agent does not carry any form of identification which would refer to him or her as holding that designation. Because a file with the contact agent details is kept in custody of his or her handler's possession. Now, all payments for services rendered by a contact agent and disbursement incurred in the execution of his or her duties as a contact agent are paid in cash by the handler after having completed the necessary paperwork. And usually, a handler would recruit the contact agent with the knowledge that the contact agent has been informant for South African police services proceeding his or her recruitment. And it further says, a contact agent can thus be described as a person who acts as a link between an intelligence service and informant or undercover operative. He or she passes information, instruction, or resources between the two while protecting the identities of those involved. He further manages the safety and secrecy of the communication channel used. For example, in South Africa, Crime Intelligence Division, a contact agent might liaise with police intelligence officers and civilian sources who provide information about criminal activities and or investigation.
If I can just clarify a couple of issues. You talk about payments. Can I ask, when you were an informant, were you ever paid for your services as informant?
As an informant, yes, you would be reimbursed in some way.
And as an agent, have you been paid as an agent?
Yeah, when recruited, you will obviously, after meeting your handler, after a week or so, he'll come and probably give a recruitment fee of some sort. And you will gradually be talking about your tasks and so forth. And here and there, he will assist you and bring you some payment, which all the time you'll have to sign some papers on receiving of that payment.
And when you, as an agent, run informants or have informants, are you empowered to pay them, the informants underneath you?
Commissioners, there is no way. You may just know that a particular informant has claimed so and so much through, and because you will be talking to the handler, there's no way you can pay. It is only the handler who can pay the informant. And just to add, Commissioners, even the handler on doing the payment will never come with a friend or a colleague. It will only be you and the handler.
So if your informants were paid, it wasn't you who paid them, it was one of your handlers who would pay them?
Commissioner, may you repeat the question?
So if your informants, the informants who you had when you were building a network as an agent, if they were paid, it would be the handlers who paid them, not you?
It will be the handlers, that's correct.
You've talked generally, you mentioned building a legend. Can you just explain to the Commission what you meant by that regard, in that regard?
The legend building. This instrument, when I said you will create a false life, in one of the statements, you will see I said one of my communications with General Mkonazi, for example. I sent him a message that, how is your relationship between yourself and Lieutenant General Khumalo? And he asked, what did he say? And I said, no, he was putting a remark that you are not listening to the crime intelligence. But the moment he advanced more question, I said, the minister has been briefed, or I said, General Khan will brief you next week. It's just to create a false life. You create a perception that the person can start talking to you.
But in your case, the legend that you created didn't involve any different identity from your actual identity as Brown Mogotsi. You didn't.
Yes, I remained Brown Mogotsi.
Can you then take the commission to paragraph 16 of your statement and explain what happened in December 2020?
During December 2020, I was called by the late Lieutenant General Mfazi. It was just after the PPE scandal, after the COVID-19. And it was also after the arrest of Divisional Commissioner Lieutenant General Jacobs, Major General Kalakala and the others. And when he called me for a task in my capacity as a contact agent to investigate, also to check the irregularities within the crime intelligence and South African Police Service. And that time, Lieutenant General Mfazi was the Deputy National Commissioner of Crime Detection.
And I mean, you referred to a brief to look into irregularities within crime intelligence and SAPS. That's quite a general brief. Was there anything in specific that you were specifically that you were asked to look at?
Yeah, for example, that period he referred to, there was reference about procurement of some vehicles by crime intelligence, which could not be traced, and other transactions. For example, you would have a proof of payment to informers, and you will want to establish if really these informers did receive those payments and so forth.
Can you continue then to paragraph 17?
Yes, that's where Lieutenant General Mfazi introduced wanted the particular handler to be my handler, and I told him no, but I do have a handler, General Mfazi, who was Warrant Officer Mabizela. But then the one that he called, we then agreed that he'll be my co-handler.
So, Lieutenant General Mfazi essentially gave you a co-handler to work alongside Mabizela.
That's correct.
And as far as you were concerned, was there any division of labor between the two handlers? Was there work that you did with Mabizela but not your co-handler, and work that you did with the co-handler and not Mabizela?
No. Yes, we will. The handler is the one who will always give you tasks, but in circumstances where the handler is not available, we'll also say, please talk to the co-handler, or I have spoken to the co-handler, please work with him in this particular project.
So as far as you were concerned, the handlers were a team that was managing you. There wasn't like as though Mabizela dealt with you in relation to a particular project. Co-handler had nothing to do with that, but he dealt with a different project.
Now, if there is a project, the co-handler will know and be notified by the handler. A co-handler will not initiate any mission without the main handler, the handler himself.
Now, in paragraph 19, you indicate that you need to protect the identity of the co-handler. And you say he undertook to be interviewed by me, and that interview, in fact, took place yesterday. I don't want you to name the co-handler in open commission, but can I ask you just to write on a piece of paper which you will show to the commissioners the name of the co-handler, so that if at a later stage the co-handler is called to testify, we know that we're talking to the same person.
Commissioners, may I approach my counsel, please?
You just have to write down the name of the handler. It's hard.
Commissioners, I will
Can I also see the piece of paper?
May I ask that Mr. Mogotsi should please write the first name as well, if he knows it. Thank you.
When you're not testifying, and particularly when you're talking to your attorney, switch off your microphones because it gets recorded.
Thank you.
Mr. Mogotsi, at the end of paragraph 19...
Sorry, Mr. Chancellor. Please continue.
At the end of paragraph 19, you say, during my clandestine investigations, I uncovered criminal activities, and as a result, my scope of work investigation was expanded. Can you amplify that? Can you give an indication of the sorts of criminal activities that you uncovered and how your scope of work expanded?
At first, it came about most of the missions which were done like informants working with the police, how the claims of informants will be inflated on the original submission as opposed to what the informant will receive. But most importantly was the coordination in the crime intelligence in terms of, I may just give you one example. There was a time when an instruction was given out that all informants would receive a flat rate amount, whereas when claims are done, you see a different. You'll just get a different thing. And remember, commissioners.
What do you mean by seeing a different thing?
Different amount, like it was now known, and that's what created a big problem for the crime intelligence, when all informers were given a flat rate of 3,000 rand, irrespective of the work they have done. And I believe as we continue, one will give you tangible explanation, evidence that shows how the crime intelligence actually got affected to where we are today. Yes.
Just to be sure I understand you, Mr. Mogotsi, are you saying the informants would be paid a flat rate, but when the claim was made in respect of that informant, a higher amount would be claimed
yes. But now,
from the so-called slush fund?
Yes, that's correct. And not only that.
All right.
You know, commissioners, what is contained in the statement is mostly questions which were directed to me to respond to. I believe this commission, through the contribution, how we want to assist this commission, there will be a drastic change, especially in the crime intelligence. As we go on, we'll be able to get the picture, the actual picture, as to actually why are we here, why there is this commission. As we go on, I believe so.
Apologies, I interrupted you. You were still at the point where you were talking about the flat rate being paid, but a higher claim being made.
Yes, that's where an informant will tell you, I've received this much, and your source inside will tell you a different amount. And then as 2 or 3 of those things happen, that's when the scope gets expanded. Yes.
And how did the scope expand?
Then that's when you start focusing on something very, very difficult. If a particular or if an incident of that kind has occurred, commissioners, it will now call to check as to after every arrest, how will this informant be remunerated? Now, not focusing on fighting crime. Now, wishing that there could be something happening that there could be, and once arrest has happened, then one will want to know how the whole thing unfolded at the end of the day.
Just to clarify, Mr. Mogotsi, I think earlier you said that payments would be made in cash.
That's correct.
So were there records that you verify against if you're doing this investigation?
Yeah, the utilization of a source, it's a very tricky thing. It goes with loyalty and trust. But the source will always show you something which you cannot take. But then you'll inform your handler that such and such has taken place. That's correct.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson.
Then in paragraph 20, you talk about Lieutenant General passing away in July 2021. Can you explain to the Commission what happened at that point?
Lieutenant Mfazi passed away in 2021. Sorry, excuse me. And then immediately my handler has instructed me to lay low. And by the way, there is an investigation on the passing of Lieutenant General Mfazi, the suspicion of being poisoned. There is that investigation by IDEC. However, my handler instructed me to lay low, which I did, but I kept communication between the handler and the co-handler.
Can I just clarify? Certainly, the official recorded cause of death for Lieutenant General Mfazi is COVID, is it not?
That's correct.
And do you know why you were instructed to lay low?
I did not. I took it that because the General Mfazi has passed on, the handler is probably thinking there should be other things that will come up at a later stage. But there was no way I could continue when the handler say you must lay low.
Paragraph 21, you talk about the period December 23 to January 2024. Had you been laying low from July 2021 through to December 2023?
Yes, but I said I kept contact with my handlers.
Can you then take the commission through to paragraph 21?
Yes, that was the time in 2023 up to 2024 that when South African government initiated an action against the government of Israel in the International Court of Justice. Now that's when we got information that the area in Richards Bay, which is controlled by this Israeli interest, there was a worry from those interests that South Africa may hold that particular business, the trade.
What area in Richards Bay, Mr. Mogotsi?
There is a mine in Richards Bay. But then the information as it came was that there was a suspicion then, a real suspicion, that Lieutenant General Mkonazi was recruited by the Central Intelligence Agency, the American one. And he actively worked for them.
In your statement, I will read exactly what you say when you introduce this subject of recruitment. You say, I obtained information from one of my sources that King Mrs. Zulu and Lieutenant General Mkwanazi were recruited by and actively worked for and with the American Central Intelligence Agency, in brackets CIA. Relayed to us by you, this information is hearsay. And relayed to you by your source, it is hearsay. So it is hearsay upon hearsay or double hearsay. Do you agree?
I do not agree, commissioners. In this world, the intelligence world, when there is a suspicion, you may presume, you can say yes, it's a hearsay, how a general person will think. But a contact agent, an underground operative, will have to investigate. Even if you can.
No, please continue.
Okay. The hearsay part, it becomes something of a general knowledge. One must investigate because it's a suspicion. Now, if a source says to you, King Mrs. Zulu and Lieutenant General Mkonazi were recruited by the CIA, you start paying attention to everything they do.
May I, please, it's a simple question.
Okay.
I don't even understand why you dispute what I'm suggesting to you. In my language, which is isiXhosa, hearsay is undiva.
Okay.
I've asked my co-commissioners what it is in Setswana, and they tell me that it's mabaribari. Why it's true.
It's true.
You know that?
Yes, I know that.
So all I'm asking you
That's
is
correct.
whether you accept hore.
It is
Twina
yes.
ke mabaribari.
Yes, it was Mabaribari when it was first presented.
Yes, I'm
That's
not
correct.
asking about what you would
Oh,
then
thank you.
establish
Thank you,
afterwards.
Thank you.
Ke batla ho tseba hore ke mabaribari na. Fair. Ne?
Thank you, thank you.
Ke ona?
Ke ona.
Thank you.
Hey, you know, we buile monate ka boka gopola ditlepe-tlepe tsa ka, man.
Thanks. I don't want you to misunderstand me.
That's correct.
Hearsay evidence is admissible in this commission. The only issue would be its probative value. That is what weight we attach to it. So it's still admissible. Yeah.
Thank you.
But my next question then is, what detail, if any, did your source give you on how the source knew that General Mkhwanazi and King Mrs. Zulu had been recruited by the CIA?
Commissioner, may Commissioner rephrase the question? I don't.
What detail did your source give you on how they, that is your source, knew that General Mkhwanazi and King Mrs. Zulu had been recruited by the CIA? Did your source just say, do you know, General Mkhwanazi and King Mrs. Zulu were recruited by the CIA without more?
Yeah, it is without more. You just say, you know, King Mrs. Zulu he's been staying somewhere in the US. You check, and then you see how General Mkhwanazi speaks. He always tells you he was trained by the American and what. That's where everything started, commissioners. And indeed, even in front of the here and in our talk, he spoke about being trained by the American.
I'll tell you that I actually hold a degree from the United States of America. Does that make me a CIA operative? I'm scared I asked that question because you just might say yes. But can you please respond?
No, I cannot say that, commissioners. Investigation as it comes. Someone may say that, not to me, to another agent, to whoever, may say Commissioner Madlanga is a CIA. He may say that, not to me. Yes, that.
Thank you.
But just picking up on the chair's question, apart from the fact that General Mkhwanazi says that he received some training in the United States, did your source give you any information to support his allegation that General Mkhwanazi and King Msizulu are CIA agents?
Yeah. You see, when information came, commissioners, it further talks to the treatment which the combination of General Mkhwanazi and Msizulu, King Msizulu, how they treated the brother to King Msizulu, Prince Makati. The investigation took us to that extent that we ended up having to meet them.
I'm sorry to interrupt you. Even though the question is not mine, I do not understand the question to be about what you established later.
Oh, okay.
It's about the stage at which you get the information.
No, there was nothing on top of that. Thank you. I understand.
I think maybe then go to paragraph 22, where I think you were heading anyway.
Yeah. Oh, this is where the source further indicated that in execution of his mandate from CIA, Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi on numerous occasions sent members of the political killing task team to intimidate, harass, attempt to murder members of the royal house associated to Prince Makati. Now, a number of cases were opened with SAPS in KwaZulu-Natal. related to this conduct. And these cases were, however, not investigated or acted upon by SAPS due to intervention of Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi, being the Provincial Commissioner of KwaZulu-Natal.
So, can you explain what evidence, if any, you received to substantiate the statement that this was in execution of a mandate from the CIA?
It is because we ended up, like I'm mentioning, Prince Makade commissioners. Part of my network, we ended up having to meet with them. Actually, they even came to Gauteng. We hosted them in Midrand, helped them to open a case as they were alluding. But that time, Prince Makade sent the aide and Prince Zulu, who came to Midrand. And after opening the case, due to jurisdictional purpose, the matter was then transferred back to Nangoma police station. We also have the case number mentioned here, commissioners.
You mention in paragraph 22 that cases relating to alleged intimidation, harassment, and attempted murder of members of the royal household associated with Prince Makadi were never investigated or acted upon by the SAPS. Do you have any details of these cases that we could investigate further? Are they?
That was said during when we opened the case. When we said, okay, come, let's open it and let's see what will happen. This is what came from the investigation, Commissioner.
But do you have any?
No, except for the case that we
opened.
Cases? Except for the case we opened, this is the only case that we have.
And this case that was opened first in Midrand and then transferred to Nongoma, do you have any details of what has happened in that case?
The case could not be furthered, could not even be investigated further.
You say it could not be investigated, or
when you ask the complainant, they'll say there's nothing happening on the matter.
Then in paragraph 25, you...
Sorry, Mr. Chairperson, maybe let me just clarify something still in paragraph 22. Mr. Mogotsi, maybe before I ask my question, let me go back to 21, just to complete so that 22 makes sense. In 21, right at the end, after you say that General Mkhwanazi was trained in the United States, you say, and I read, they being King Misizulu and General Mkhwanazi, you say they were activated in that capacity to protect Western interests. I further obtained information from the source that Lieutenant Mkhwanazi was tasked to neutralize any opposition to King Misizulu. Prince Simakare is currently involved in litigation. And then in paragraph 22, and my question is, you say a number of criminal cases were opened with the SAPS in KwaZulu-Natal related to this conduct. And this is after the sentence where you say members of the political killings task team were sent to intimidate. These cases that you refer to, were they cases against members of the PKTT?
That's correct. And thank you, Commissioner. In fact, when SC was crossing to paragraph 25, I was going to ask Commission that I should emphasize that the reason the case was opened in Gauteng was simply because it's not written elsewhere, but it's a practice that has been developed, that if cases were opened against political killing task team members, not only in KZN, all over, and they would not be investigated. That's the thing I wanted to say.
Yes, my question is more specific. It is, you say there were a number of cases opened, and my question is, are those number of cases against members of the PKTT accusing them of intimidation, harassment, and attempted murder? You're saying there are such cases that were opened?
Yes, that's what I said. There were such cases according to the investigation. But the one that we opened in Midrand, it was against Lieutenant General Mkonas, the case that was opened by Prince Ms. Smakati.
And the ones opened against PKTT members, there are names to them. There are individuals, members who are named in those cases.
Yeah, that perhaps the commission, one will have to find out and try to get more information. But as I'm saying, on the arrival, as we spoke, they did say, we tried to open these cases so many times against PKTT, against General Mkonazi. Nothing has ever happened. Yes.
So that's what you were told?
Yes.
Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
I see.
The one that was registered, it was against Lieutenant General Mkonazi.
Thank you. Yes. Thank you, Mr. Shaspa.
Thank you, Commissioner. And this case was it was registered at a regular SAPS station, not with an iPad?
A police station.
Can you then proceed to paragraph 25, where you talk about the Western interests that were allegedly being protected here?
Yes, that's the part I say there is a mine, a coal mine sources, and the export route thereof in South Africa. So it further says there was an apprehension that South African government may hold the output of coal via the Richards Bay port terminal. And the off-take portion of this coal route was owned by Israeli interest. It is for this reason that Richards Bay area became priority region and focus point for Lieutenant General Mkonas.
Can I ask you just to expand on this, because there are a couple of issues I need clarity on. The first is where the concern arose about the halting of output of coal from Richards Bay.
You see, like I said, when the information came, commissioners, there was a feeling of the Israelis that because South Africa took Israel to International Criminal Court, that feeling amongst them was that even that trade route could be halted. And that's why they had now to activate their sources being the King and Lieutenant General Mkonas. And I can also confirm that during that time, Prince Smakate was in a business engagement, with the Chinese, because I believe there was kind of agreement which was planned to be entered into, but it was opposed and it never materialized.
And you speak about the offtake portion of the coal route being owned by Israeli interests. So are you talking about, what share of the output that goes through Richards Bay are you talking about?
Yeah, well, the information one could not verify. Remember, the business interest was something which we never dwelt much into. The issue here was that the prince had a problem, and he knew that there is a coal going out from there, and it falls under his jurisdiction. They were part of it. I never got much information related to the shareholdings and so forth.
And did you investigate whether coal output from Richards Bay was increasing or decreasing over the period 2023 through 2024 and on to 2025?
We never got to that stage to investigate that part.
Of what relevance, if any, is your evidence about the intended transaction between Prince Magade and China? Is that of any relevance to your testimony today?
I don't understand the question, Commissioner.
You mentioned in the context of the Richards Bay Port Terminal, you mentioned Prince Magade and China, and you said something like there was an intended transaction which, as I understood you, fell through. So my question is that testimony of any relevance? I'm not suggesting that it is not, but is it of any relevance to...
Yes, I would say, Commissioner, if the Chinese were brought into the picture, it directly impacted on the interest of the Israelis. I think that's the relevance.
Thank you.
And Mr. Mogotsi, do you know who owns the Richards Bay Coal Terminal?
No, I'm not aware. I don't know. Not know, Commissioner.
Can I then, moving away from Richards Bay, ask you to turn to paragraph 26?
Commissioner, I would like to be advised here. When SC is mentioning a paragraph, do I have to read it, or should I am not actually conversant with these processes now. I end up repeating what is written, or one is expected to expound what is contained in here.
If I can say, if you want to amplify anything there, please do. But when I ask you to go to paragraph 26, bear in mind we can see the statement, but the people watching and listening can't. So it's to read it, and if you want to amplify, to amplify.
Thank you. Okay, during the period March-April 2024, one of my sources in South African Police Service informed me about the health tender that was awarded to Mogotsi Matlala through a company owned by Matlala, namely Medicare 24. This company also had links to the then Minister Bekicele. The information discussed with my handler, Rizela, indicated that I should wait to action this until the elections. He had a view that changes will be made in this regard on a political level.
What links did this company have with Minister Cele?
Commissioner?
What links did Medicare 24 have with Minister Cele? Yeah. And what do you base that statement on?
When the information comes, says this company is being awarded a 360 million tender. And the source says, I can tell you, Minister Bekicele is having interest in this particular tender. Now, the question is, what interest? Now, earlier Commissioner was saying, my question is based on at the moment when you receive information. Now, I do not know if I should continue to explain what then happened, or I should stick to when I receive the information, Commissioner.
All I want is, do you have a basis for saying that there was this link? That's all.
Yes, there are bases. There are bases, Commissioner.
Do you care sharing those bases with us?
Correctly so, Commissioner. The tender was awarded during the tenure of Minister Bekicele. And I'm going to take this opportunity, Commissioner, to just to reference what former Minister Bekicele said in Parliament about this Mogotsi Matlala. Apart from in the statement, I did mention how much Mogotsi Matlala told me about his financial transactions with Minister Bekicele. Now, there is something I believe the Commission will have access to that. The Commission should perhaps direct its attention to the crime intelligence in their archives. There is something called Boko Haram. It was a presentation, intelligence presentation, which was presented to the former Minister Bheki Cele. I'm going to give a bit description about that presentation. Commissioners, it was 6 pages. The Boko Haram, it talks to a man who was known as John Wick. This John Wick appears on the presentation of the intelligence presentation which was presented to Minister Bheki Cele. It has a picture of John Wick, his ID number, it has his previous convictions, pending cases and everything, all the matters that were withdrawn against him. It was in 2018 October, Commissioner. Commissioner, John Wick is Vusimusi Ketmatlala. Even the picture is showing that. Now, former Minister Bheki Cele says now, he only met him in December 2024. Now, one will ask again, he even said he didn't know him, he invited him to his house, and it was a freebie, he had to take it. And I should also share, it's within those messages between me and Ket Matlala. The story that Minister Bheki Cele was in Ket's house, it is true. We actually had to arrest Minister Cele at that time. He was affected by this POCA Act, the Proceeds of Crime Act. There was an arrangement. I believe when you get to those messages, one will be able to allude to the Commission exactly what happened. It was during the ANC Lekgotla, when General Cele was in that house. And the basis which I also refer to, I'm saying when we reach there, it's written in my statement, the monies which Ket Matlala alleges to have given to Bheki Cele, they are there.
On the timing, when was Minister Cele in Mr. Matlala's house in relation to the award of the contract?
It was after the contract was awarded, Commissioner. The contract was awarded last year, and the information said, and it's not only former minister, it goes to General Masemola also. It's not only General Cele. When the information came, they referred, of course, to General Bheki Cele, that he has interest in that. And it is true that he would, from time to time, talk to Ket Matlala. But that time, because he was the minister, we could not do anything. Hence, the instruction was that let's wait for the elections. And indeed, the ANC parliamentary list, when it was published, Bheki Cele was on the list around 200 and something to 300. We already knew he was not coming back to Parliament, and we waited for the new dispensation, and as a result, Minister Senzo Mchunu was appointed the Minister of Police.
I just want to understand, and this is my last question on this. I want to understand your point around Mr. John Wick's in relation to the award of the contract. If you are making any connection at all in that regard, what's your point exactly?
The point is that it is clear that General Bheki Cele, he knew Vusimusi Ket Matlala beforehand, because this presentation was done in 2018. And when the source says General Bheki Cele is having an interest in this tender, you'll ask him, but why are you saying that? What do you have? He'll say, no, with the information that is coming, go and check, but I know they are talking or they are meeting. He'll just give you a draft information as to this is what is happening.
If I understand you correctly, so you are basically saying at the stage of what you refer to as the Boko Haram presentation, Minister Cele knew of or about Mr. Madlanga.
Definitely. There's
But,
no
but
way.
at that stage, you are not suggesting that they had met.
Yes, they had not met. Let me say, because he was presented, and the picture of the presentation shows Vusi Matlala's picture. Doesn't show, there's no other John Wick. John Wick is Vusi Musket Matlala.
So he knew of or
He
about
knew
him.
of the man, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Shaskalsi.
You speak with some detail about this presentation. You say it's 6 pages, October 2018. Have you seen it yourself?
Yes, that's correct, commissioners. There is what you call compartmentation, what you call is a sensitive compartmentation information, intelligence information, sensitive compartmented intelligence information. Now, you as an agent, you can just see that. I saw it. And that's why I'm requesting the commission to engage with the crime intelligence. I believe they will get the copy of that.
Do you know who in crime intelligence presented it to the minister at the time?
No, I do not know.
And do you know who we should ask in crime intelligence to receive this document?
I believe the commission will, just like it has been doing with other institutions, will pursue that route to find a particular person who's relevant.
And beyond the description Boko Haram presentation, is there any detail you can give us that would enable us to track down this document?
To get the Boko Haram? Can you, Commissioner?
I mean, I need to know what we should be looking for. So I need to describe.
Oh, you say you're looking for Boko Haram presentation. Crime intelligence Boko Haram presentation. It's blue in color.
And October 2018.
That's correct.
Mr. Mogotsi, you, in that paragraph 26, right at the end, in page 7, you say the information was discussed. This is the information about Minister Bheki Cele's interest in the company. You say this information was discussed with my handler, who indicated that I should wait to action this until after the election. What action were you supposed to take?
No, he indicated that I should wait to action.
Yes, what is to action here? What were you supposed to do?
Yeah, meaning to inquire or to speak to anyone within or outside, because that's correct.
Okay, so it wasn't, I thought earlier you said something about arresting Minister Cele.
No, I was
That's
referring
not
to
what you're
the,
talking about.
okay, Commissioner, I was referring to the messages which I speak to Kate about certain things that will show that I knew the time when Minister Bheki Cele was in Kate's house.
Okay.
Yes.
And then the second part, which is the last sentence in that paragraph 26, you say your handler held the view that changes would be made in this regard on a political level. What is this? What was the what did your handler say is the significance of political changes?
Yeah, meaning that there may be a new minister except Bheki Cele.
What did it matter? Did he explain why it would matter that there would be a new minister to your work, because you were going to action something?
Yeah, obviously, commissioners, if you are to investigate anything against the person on the seat who's sitting there at that moment, it's very, very difficult. So we had to perhaps wait for the new administration that would perhaps give us a breakthrough to find a way to talk to other people.
So what the handler was saying, that a new minister would allow you, or hoping that the new minister would enable you to conduct the investigation, to action that
not-
which you were holding in abeyance?
Not that way, Commissioner. Obviously, when the new minister comes, we'll always come with new changes. We'll make changes to some important positions, which allows one to have access or talk to certain people.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Matlala, you then in paragraph 28...
Mr. Mogotsi.
I beg your pardon, Mr. Mogotsi. In paragraph 28, you then mention that after the elections took place, in September 24, your handler and I discussed the possibility of arranging a meeting with General Sabia. Can I first ask which handler you're talking about? And we won't mention your co-handler by name, so just refer to him as your co-handler.
Yeah, it was my handler, Mabizela. But in this situation, I remember very well that he did tell me that he spoke to my co-handler and that we should find a way to meet with General Sabia.
And why General Sabia?
One of the reasons from the source was that General Sabia was totally not involved in the awarding of this tender. And more relevantly, General Sabia was appointed exactly in the space of the late General Mfazi. So we thought we could find a way to create a relationship, probably.
And you say you called General Sabia. Why would you call him, not your handler?
It is in the nature of this work. You get that a handler will not call a senior police officer and say, we have this particular thinking or whatever. If he gives me the number, he gave me the number, and then it is me who had to approach Lieutenant General Sabia. In case he does not agree or does not, like what we would perhaps be proposing, the handler should not be having a problem at work now that he spoke to the Deputy National Commission.
So when you spoke to General Sabia, you did so telling him that not telling him that your handler had suggested this, not telling him that you were an agent? How did it work?
Obviously, you send a message to say, good day, General, my name is Brown Mogotsi, and he'll ask you a question, how do I help you, who are you? And you'll send a next message saying, I think it's important that I meet you face to face. There's something that may be affecting you directly or indirect. May we have a meeting, please?
And do you introduce yourself to him as an agent or just as someone coming off the street, as it were?
No, you do say I have information that can be of useful and it may need your intervention. It's about this the tender, and also in the department, a tender in South African Police Service. And then where you start talking about the corruption of crime intelligence, you will say, and in subs there are this and that, those challenges. I know I have information of things that are happening inside.
And how did your interaction with General Sabia then proceed? Did you meet him face to face? Did you speak to him on the phone?
Yeah, we spoke 2 or 3 times over the phone. Then I requested to meet him and we met here in Gauteng. And that's when I told him that I am a contact agent and this is what I'm looking for. And there is a project, an award of a tender in South African Police Service. And I used to work with Lieutenant General Mfazi and so forth. That's when I introduced myself formally.
And when approximately was this?
It was around August last year, or September, August.
And do you remember where you met?
Yes, we met. At first, I came to his office, and there is something very important that I should also mention, commissioners. The moment you inform a person that you are this particular agent, I believe you can hear, as it is spoken by me, myself, that everyone heard Lieutenant Sibe, General Sibe speak in Parliament that we met in December and what. At first, the intention was to bring this application in camera. And I know he had a view that he had to protect me. He couldn't speak what I'm saying here to the public. That perhaps a question will be posed, but we had General Sibia. Okay, he even said, I didn't pay my breakfast in Cape Town. But I'm trying to say, it should not be misconceived that I'm saying something he did not say. He had a duty to protect me. That's why he could not allude openly that this is Brown Mogotsi, we met. He just said, I came to him with information that someone is after you in crime intelligence. He did not speak to this that I'm saying, and this is what happened.
But your evidence is that you met for the first time in August, September last year.
Yes, in his office.
In his office.
That's correct.
And you say you briefed him on the two matters, the one of which was the tender of Mr. Madlanga, which you've discussed. The other was crime intelligence corruption. What did you brief him on in relation to crime intelligence corruption?
At that time, there were so many things happening in crime intelligence. I'm going to be specific in relation to crime intelligence commissioners. There is one Major General Lushaba. He is the Chief Financial Officer of the crime intelligence. It's one of those incidents. He happened to, at his own time in Pretoria, met one, I don't know whether the girl was beautiful, but he met the girl. He took the girl to his house, and in the morning, the state laptop and the cell phones were gone. Major General Lushaba, instead of reporting that I had a visitor in my house, this and this happened, he opened a case of housebreaking against this girl. Now, as investigation was continuing, one of the crime intelligence officers, he was a sergeant, who was gathering information for this housebreaking case. He realized that this is not the housebreaking. Something different has happened. They started by cutting him off these WhatsApp groups and so forth. As I speak, the man has been fired for that, just to participate in that. Or let me say, part of the reason this was used, they may have something that they may have added during his disciplinary hearing, but this was the main reason he was kicked out of his work.
And when did that happen?
It happened, it was last year, but as I'm saying, I was talking to General Sibia. One will mention certain things in the crime intelligence. That's one of the examples that I have given.
You started using pronouns. I got a little bit confused. Is it Major General Lushaba who was fired?
No, the sergeant who was helping with the gathering of information on the docket.
Thank you. The he, got a little bit confusing. Thank you.
And this is part of what you reported to General Sabia at your meeting?
Yeah, if you talk of if we talk of crime intelligence, I was also showing the commission particularly what is being transpiring in the crime intelligence. And of course, we also spoke about that a bit.
Can I, sorry, just on that. The question from Mr. Chaskalson is, in this meeting in August of 24, when you meet with General Sibiya, what did you brief him about crime intelligence corruption? Now you've explained about the loss of the crime intelligence corruption. You've explained about the laptop being lost, somebody having lost their employment because they were looking at this. Is all of that what you briefed General Sibiya about in August 24?
That's correct.
Okay.
What about the fraudulent claims? Or what about the claims you referred to earlier? Was that part of the briefing or not?
Yeah, no, we did.
You did not.
No, we did not get much into it. And actually, when we spoke, General Sibiya was he did not trust me. He was not comfortable. We did not speak comfortably for a long time, but we did touch some of these things. But
so is all that you spoke to him about in relation to the corruption, the issue involving Major General Lushaba, is that all you spoke?
I did mention that, yes, I did mention
Is it the only thing you mentioned?
No. Or to General Sibiya, yes, we spoke about corruption, and I did mention this thing about General Lushaba, but particularly I was too much into this one of the health tender for Siket Madlanga.
You say crime, intelligence, corruption.
That's correct.
And how do you relate the tender to crime, intelligence, corruption?
That's why I'm saying on this part, commissioners, if a person is not that comfortable to talk to you, you'll just say, there's a lot of crime, there's a lot of corruption in crime intelligence, and there is this. Then it doesn't give you much time to explain what we are referring to. But he did know that I told him I'm a contact agent and I'm having to deal with this corruption and so forth. And we spoke only particularly about the issue of General Lushaba.
You also say there, though, in that same sentence, that you also briefed him about the Matlala SEPS tender award. What about it did you say to him?
Telling him that my sources say it was not awarded in terms of the law. Probably let me use irregularly. It was not. It was irregularly awarded. There are certain things which were not done properly out of that tender till its finalization and appointment.
So as at August 2024, General Sibiya knew that there were irregularities to do with the award of this tender?
He didn't know. I was telling him.
No, I'm saying you told him in August.
Yes.
So as at August, he had that from you, that there were irregularities.
Yeah, towards the end of August, I believe, yeah.
Okay, thank you. And then maybe lastly from me, Mr. Chaskalson, if I may just finish off, sorry that I'm interrupting you. You introduced yourself to General Sibiya, you say, and told him that you're a contact agent. Now, I would assume that he would have wanted to check for himself, to verify you. You say he didn't quite know to trust you at the time.
Yes.
Did you have to tell him who your handler is? Because I would imagine that's relevant information.
Yes.
For him.
And unfortunately, he knew my co-handler.
Oh, he did?
Yes, co-handler.
Okay. He knew that it is your co-handler.
Yes, I did mention a bit that I'm working with this man so and so.
Okay, thank you. Yes. Thank you, Mr. Chaskalson.
And you then in paragraph 29 and 30 talk about how you gained the trust of General Sibiya by letting him know your role in an arrest in the Northwest province in an operation. Can you just tell us a little about that operation and what your role was?
Yes, at first we got information about they referred to them as Nkabis, who were, in fact, a week before there was some shooting taking place in the area. And through the information, they had to come in 3 or 4 days from that previous shooting. And there were TOMS, this Tactical Operation Management System of the Hawks, who also came to Rustenburg. And then on the arrival, commissioners, they found security officers wearing black uniform, and they inquired about the permits and licenses for the firearms and rifles they were holding. And indeed, they were presented with such, and an hour later, they left and took a cover. Now, immediately within an hour, the anticipated gang of Nkabis arrived at that place. And the police came. It is on exhibit. The pictures and the rifles will be seen there. They are attached. There were 32 firearms, pistols and rifles from 17 suspects. Now, what happened on that day? It was this man who was heading the operation that I was working with, the Lieutenant Colonel, his statement is here and everything. He received a call from that time Major General Mboto. He was a Major General. They called him and said, "Why are you arresting police officers? Security officers?" Because that time those people were already detained. All the firearms were put into the SAP-13 and so forth. Then he asked him, "Why are you arresting security officers?" Now the officer alluded to him, "No, we came at first, as I tell the commission, we checked the security. These people are not security officers." And Major General Mboto, he was a Major General at the time, he insisted these people are security officers. But then the man who was the duty officer at the police station, because in Sun City there are no holding cells, the suspect were already taken to Rustenburg for detention. That's when General Lebeya also spoke to one of the members of SAPS at the police station, at the CSC, who brought the phone to the man who was on duty at the time, Lieutenant Colonel Maluleka. Now, General Lebeya also said, "You have detained security officers." But through their engagement, they finally agreed that, no, these people are not officers, and he narrated the whole story as to what happened and so forth, and it was agreed that they should be detained. Now, Sunday, Monday, when we were hoping that those people will appear in court, or Tuesday, they never came. And then this man inquired at the police station. It was confirmed that Major General Mboto gave a directive that those people should be released. On the question of firearms and rifles, which were also recovered from the suspect, irrespective of whether they are security officers or not, because of the incident that happened 4 or 5 days before that day, they wanted to subject these firearms for ballistic testing. They were all given back to the suspect and they were all released.
I just want to get an idea of who this Major General Mboto is. Do you know the unit, division?
Yes, he was the head of the Hawks that time. Right now he's Lieutenant General in Divisional Commission.
Thank you.
But they were released as per his directive without subjecting those firearms and rifles to ballistic.
Can I just clarify, you mentioned a lieutenant colonel who essentially you worked with on this operation, yes, and who effected the arrest. I didn't get the name.
is Lieutenant Colonel Malulek. His statement is contained in this annexures.
And the annexure you're referring to is BM6?
It's BM6 to BM6E, 6A to BM6A.
Thank you. Chair, I wonder if this is a convenient time to take the tea break.
Let us adjourn and resume at 20 past 11.
So guys, it is a break. It looks like it's less than 20 minutes break. They're going to come back anytime from now. But it's really interesting to listen to what Mogotsi is trying to say to us. I mean, you can have your own opinion about him, but the fact is that the man has arrived and he's trying to give evidence on what he believes happened. The most interesting part for me, I think, it's him confirming that John Wick is actually Ket Madlanga.
Ladies and gentlemen of the media,
we have been.
Sorry, can I just address the media quickly? Colleagues, there are rules for those of you who don't regularly attend the commission. We have circulated the guidelines for photographers.
Okay, it is not that important. But basically what I'm saying is that Ket Matlala, they are confirming that this man is indeed John Wick. I mean, I've heard the testimony about Kwanazi, CIA, the issue of Mrs. Zulu also. I think they would need to really interrogate him on that and cross-examine him on that to find out if he's telling the truth. But at the end of the day, the guy has arrived and he's here to tell his side of the story. I think it's proper to listen to him and make up your mind at the end. I've got a line for voice notes to those who are interested in sending out voice note as we wait for them to come back to a break. And I think they have just started. It is going to get interesting. If you are really impatient on the evidence that is giving, it's unfortunate. But one thing for sure, he is going to give us more stories. Lina says, give us the ad hoc. Unfortunately, we cannot go to the ad hoc and then come back to Brown Mogotsi. And then it's just going to confuse us. But I think it's just few minutes to go until they come back, but it's proper to really focus on the man and understand where he is going. The fact that he gave us the issue of Bheki Cele and the issue of John Wick, it tells you that Bheki knew about this, but he never said a word. I just want to listen to some of your voice notes.
20 minutes break. Brown Mogotsi is telling lies. You can see a person who's telling the truth and a person who's lying. This guy is lying. Oh my goodness. They are trying to fight Mkwanazi, which Mkwanazi was on point when he was being asked questions there. He never thought a minute or a second. He was just on point. If you ask Mkwanazi a question, he just goes straight, giving you the date, the time, and the day. together with the month. What's wrong with these people? Hey, they must all go to hell, man.
Hello, good morning. According to Brown Mogotsi, John Wick of Boko Haram was Kate Matlala. That John Wick, as far as I understand the whole story, was killed or is dead. Who died? Who is the body? What body went in that coffin? Whose body was there?
It looks like this gentleman have got a lot in the Kandarosten operatives that he has been doing. It's a lot of stuff that's quite important in the country's dynamics of its intelligence.
I feel like Nkabinde and Brown Mugosi have similar characters. I stand to be corrected, but their characters are very questionably criminal. At 10:04, the statement of Brown Mugosi starts to get sketchy and confusing, and I think his incoherence makes me really compare him to Kavinde. Like,
It is just less than 9 minutes to go, and they're officially going to come back. We are going to listen more to what this guy has to say. It's interesting to listen to him because what these people do is that at first he has to come up with allegations against people like Mkwanazi. Well, he would need to prove those. And also he has to now go deeper into the side of his story. Very interesting. And I think whatever that he has to make sure that he knows what he's saying. One other thing that I thought was really interesting was the fact that he's speaking about meeting General Shadrach Sibia. The fact that he met him, and Sibia is one of those who are highly, as the rank goes, one of those accused. It's concerning. But of course, we will listen more as time goes and find out what is going on. It's going to be very interesting. I wish we could go to the ad hoc, but it would really not make sense for us to shift focus from listening to Mogotsi. More is still coming. Remember, he's testifying today and tomorrow. As time goes, we have to know those SMSs, those WhatsApp messages between the two, and also they would finally go into the relationship of Senzo Mkhunu. So if you think things are boring at the moment, just wait until you hear what is going to happen. Thank you for tuning into the channel, guys. Don't forget to click that like button and subscribe to the channel. It is just about 8 minutes to go and they are finally coming back. We are going to listen to them. If you can, I see there are a few voice notes coming, please do send those voice notes and we can play them just to really keep the time going. Thank you really for tuning into the channel as I play more of your clips. Hopefully, they are all clean.
Brown Mogotsi is lying. Brown Mogotsi, you can tell this guy is a criminal. They're trying to attack Mkhwanazi. They're trying to cover their tracks. Maybe let's just wait and see. Maybe he will say some truth as the proceedings progress. But at the moment, the guy is lying. He's trying so hard to lie.
Officially going to come back. We are going to listen.
Hi everyone. I think this guy Brown Mogotsi is just wasting time because he's gonna just sit there and lie into the commission. Every little statement that he made there is not in reference of his evidence, and he doesn't want to say yes of what he's saying is the evidence that he's putting on the table. He's a liar, this guy. He's a liar and just wasting commission's time. And now you want to implicate General Mkhwanazi for everything, of which is covering Sibia. Him and Sibia, they are crooks.
Brown Mogotsi is lying. Brown Mogotsi is really lying. I don't think he's telling the truth.
Greetings. Just my 2 cents comment. I think a lot has changed. When this whole thing started, Mogotsi was so keen to reveal a lot about who is corrupt and who is benefiting from Madlanga. All of that is changing now because he's now against, if you can check, he's against Mkhwanazi and them and pro all the people like your Seviers, and I think he's going to speak well about the NC from the looks of things and where this thing is going. But it doesn't talk, his evidence doesn't talk to what he was promising to come and share with the Madlanga Commission. Thank you.
No, man, this Brown Mogotsi guy, is just mabari bari, like the commissioner say. He's talking mabari bari, and it's not genuine, man. You know, when you come to us like this in a commission, we are listening, we are watching. You got no evidence. Nothing that you put on the table is got evidence. To me, it's just a waste of time. It's one of those guys that need to be arrested together with his buddies. You can't touch one thing and then touch another, touch one thing, touch another. You don't have a straight follow-up with dates, with months, proper communication, and it's all speculations. Nah, being an evidence.
Greeting. This guy Brown Mogotsi is should just stick to the question that has been asked, because like we understand that he's saving a lot of information. You want to give his side of the story, so he must just relax, just take a question as it comes. That's what I think is gonna work for him, because like the way this beat is moving with, it's too fast, man. It's too fast. Thank you.
Hello, guys. Good morning. This is Favor from Wheatbank. Yeah, Brian Makuti mentioned during the tender award of 360 million to Kat Matala. He said Becky Kwele benefited. He said not only him, Mwasimola also benefited. That is police commissioner, national police commissioner. He also benefited. But I'm surprised nobody picked it up. Nobody asked him about Mwasimola. I don't know.
Guys, we are going back. It is just a minute before they come back. Do keep sending your voice notes, and we are going to play them even during the 1 hour break. Thank you for taking part of the voice note section, and please keep them coming. They are coming back. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Mogotsi, if I can take you then to paragraph 31 of your statement. And you say in paragraph 31 that after you had won, well, you talk about winning General Sabia's trust in paragraph 30, and in paragraph 31 you say General Sabia agreed that I could continue with my 2 infiltration operations. Can I confirm that you're talking about the Matlala tender as one and the crime intelligence corruption issue as the second?
That's correct, Commissioners.
And can you then take the Commission through the rest of your paragraph 31?
We agreed that I could continue with my 2 infiltration operations. We referred to the matter involving Matlala.
Mr. Mogotsi, can you please have the mics in front of you? Please, please. Thank you.
Referred to the matter involving Matlala, and Jensbia gave me Matlala's contact numbers. My task was simple. I had to get close to Matlala and identify the syndicate involved in the tender, including if any subs members. For this purpose, I had to convince Matlala that I'm close to Mchunu and that my concern and any concerns that Matlala had regarding South African Police Service tender could be addressed with the Minister. These investigations are still going.
So your job was to investigate and identify the syndicate involved in the tender. Have you been able to identify members of that syndicate?
Yes, the investigation is ongoing. I cannot confirm that indeed I have a solid members that I have identified.
Sorry, I didn't hear that.
I say the investigation is ongoing and therefore cannot confirm solid names that I have identified.
You do later in your statement refer to Mr. Karim as an investor in the tender. Was that something that you established in the course of your investigations?
That's correct, Commissioners. Mr. Karim is Karim Suleiman Karim. He did, of course, showed me some documents that he has invested money in this tender with Vosimo Siket Madlanga.
Can you then take the Commission through your meeting with Mr. Madlanga on 7 December 2024 and what came out of that meeting?
I did, of course, call Madlanga, engage with Madlanga. A meeting was arranged on 7 December 2024, during which Madlanga vented his frustrations regarding the SAPS tender. He intimated interior that SAPS had not made payments to him with reference to the tender. But after the meeting, and in December, I received a call from Madlanga saying, because I think I must emphasize on 32 that this was a telephonic call, and then after I received the second call, that's when we met with Madlanga, saying that I should speak to Mkunu, as he and his wife have been assaulted by members of the PKTT. He indicated that he was intent on and was indeed attempting to open a criminal case regarding the incident at SAPS Brooklyn. He was, however, unsuccessful due to the fact that the SAPS refused to open a docket and receive the complaint.
So, just to clarify, did you physically meet with Madlanga at all on 7 December?
Yes, Madlanga, we spoke over the phone, and I received a call from him, and he told me that he has a problem, he couldn't open a case. And in my response to that, I did call my handler to arrange for Madlanga to open a criminal case at Soweto. And then it was my handler, Mabisela, who then spoke to my co-handler, who then facilitated the opening of a docket. Now, after Madlanga thereafter was able to open the case through my intervention. So the case was opened at SAPS in Soweto on 7 December 2024. And on that day, me and Madlanga met in Johannesburg.
And we're talking about a physical meeting?
Physical meeting.
I'm sorry, I should have just raised this with you earlier. You say in paragraph 31 that General Sabia gave you Madlanga's contact numbers.
That's correct.
Did you not have those numbers yourself?
In my phone, I had different numbers, but I never spoke to him before. But the numbers that he gave me were those that on an official arrangement with SAPS through his tender.
So you had certain numbers for Mr. Madlanga in your phone already?
Yes, but they never worked because I had the numbers in my phone.
So we've clarified then there was a physical meeting on 7 December. Can you go to paragraph 34 and indicate to the Commission what Mr. Madlanga shared with you at that meeting?
Yeah, the meeting was very, very important because, Commissioners, it is Madlanga who told me that these people are very ungrateful. He further spoke about General Begitele and General Masemola, saying that, these people expect me, like Masemola, expect 25 million rand from me, and I have already given him 5 million rand. He also spoke about Beki Cele, that he has given him 2 million rand, and he wanted 10 million, which means the 8 million rand was outstanding. One of the important things he said was that Jan Masemola and Cele, they are having a plan, a comeback strategy for General Beki Cele to come back, and they really, really want to get rid of General Sibiya.
And so this is information that Mr. Madlanga is giving you about, as it were, factions within the SAPS.
Okay, may you rephrase the question?
Am I understanding your evidence correctly that this information about General Cele, General Masemola, General Sibiya, it's coming from Mr. Madlanga himself? And he's speaking to you about divisions within the SAPS?
Yes, he was telling me physically. We were together when he told me.
Can you please read what he said they expected from him? Please read it as is in paragraph 34.1.
They expected him as a service provider to make payment to General Masemola in the amount of 25 million and Jen Cele in the amount of 10 million. Of the 25 million expected to be paid to Masemola, 5 million rand had already been paid, and there was a balance of 20 million rand outstanding. With regard to the Cele payment, 2 million rand had already been paid, and a balance of 8 million rand was outstanding.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
And did he give you any indication of how he'd paid them, when he'd paid them, whether he was going to pay the balance?
No, we never spoke about how he paid. Usually, when you are investigating something, talking to someone, the moment, as soon as you get deeper to know how, he'll immediately doubt you. You will take it as information and keep it.
Did Mr. Madlanga explain to you how he knows that General Masemola and General Cele wanted to oust Minister Mchunu and General Sibiya? I'm assuming you would have asked the question.
Yeah, he did not tell the how of doing it. He just said they want to get rid of Senzo Mchunu and Sibiya.
Sir, maybe you misunderstood my question. My question is how he knows that's what they want to do.
No, he never told me. Yes.
Thank you.
Can we then go to paragraph 35, and can you take the Commission through paragraph 35?
Yes, paragraph 35, I'll read it first. It is in December 2024, the same Madlanga, he referred me to a high-ranking police officer, and I subsequently met with him. I knew him, this police officer, I also knew him, as we have conducted one operation with him in the past. He shared information with me of the intention to craft a negative finding in a disciplinary hearing against Major General Khan, which was underway. He confirmed that he was in KZN for a briefing on how to address the Major General Khan situation. I am not in the position to identify him herein, as there are real concerns relating to his personal safety.
So if I can clarify, this man was brought to you by Madlanga?
Yes, he told me there is one hiking rate, he used the word, there's another bra that I want you to meet. He has something for you, and I believe the minister may want to hear, and the minister can do something. And I met this man who I have, in fact, I briefed my handler first to say there is this man who wants to meet with me, and then he's saying he has this kind of information. But when I met this man, I did a recording on our conversation. And immediately sent agent, after informing my handler, we had to process that because with the DPCI for a section 252A. And I did meet with Lieutenant Colonel Schnell to register and apply for and conduct the operation in terms of that section of the law. The intention, my intention there, Commissioners, was to employ the information that I obtained from the senior officer in the section 204 that he can, against General Mkonazi and Lieutenant General Kumal, because that's what he told me, that in Durban, they plotted on how to expel General Khan.
So if I can just clarify, this officer who was referred to you by Mr. Madlanga,
yes,
told you that he was aware of a plot by Generals Kumalo and Mkonazi to get rid of General Khan.
That's correct, Commissioner.
And that, as I understand it, maybe I'm getting ahead of myself, but the plot involves getting this officer to give false evidence against General
That's correct. He was one of the witnesses of an incident that occurred some years back, and he was called to KZN as part of preparations for the hearing. They did give him how the whole plot is to unfold and how he should implicate General Khan.
Do you still have that recording?
Yes, the recording and the statement is with Lieutenant Colonel Schnell.
If I might just mention in that regard, one of the documents that we have actually approached Lieutenant Colonel Schneller, and one of the documents that was given to you late yesterday is the transcription that the DPCI made of that recording. So it's in that exhibits bundle. Okay. Can I ask that overnight, I won't ask you to anything about it now, but overnight, can you look at that transcription and just check that it accurately reflects the recording according to your memory? And if there are any problems with it, can we address those tomorrow? Or can you be in a position to address those tomorrow? So I want to just take a step back. This is Mr. Madlanga again telling you about, for want of a better word, factional fights within the SAPS. You have, according to Mr. Madlanga and the officer he refers you to, you have two generals plotting to get rid of another general through false evidence of this officer.
That's correct.
Did you understand this division within the SAPS to be in any way related to the other division that Mr. Madlanga had told you about, that you have General Masamola and Minister Cele on the one hand and General Sibia on the other? Or was this just a completely different split within the SAPS?
Yes. Honestly speaking, Commissioners, I believe at the right time also, I will talk to the relationship between General Bekicele, Masemola, General Kumalo, and I've even given them a particular term, which as we proceed, I'll be able to. Yes, the moment he mentioned that Lieutenant General Kumalo, Lieutenant General Mkonazi, there is a Major General Kumalo also in the KZN. It is him, who addressed the senior police to say, we expect you, this is how we expect you to perform during the hearing. Because now, according to the lieutenant is telling me, the instruction from General Kumalo and General Mkonazi is that they must find this Major General Khan guilty, and he must be dismissed.
I'm not sure that you understood my question. What I was asking is that you're now flagging a division within SAPS of two generals, Generals Kumalo and Mkonazi on one hand, and General Khan on the other hand. Is that division in any way related to the division that you spoke about earlier with General Sibia on one hand, General Masemola on another hand, on the other hand with ex-Minister Cele?
Oh, okay. Thank you for clarity. Yeah, it is true. That is the crime intelligence, the division of the South African Police Service. The same division, which when I spoke initially with General Mfazi and General Sibia, I was referring to. That was one of the cracks that I identified within the crime intelligence. The moment he says, and I did ask him, who's Major General Khan? And he said, is this other, but he knew him, didn't explain to me, I did not know him that time. And furthermore said, yeah, it seems like Kumalo and Mkonazi, they want to get rid of him. That's when immediately, because the recording is there, and then we were able to perform this whole thing. Then I realized that there are factions, and this is the unit which was referred to.
So just to clarify again, you were involved in a 252A operation.
That's correct.
Which involves essentially setting a trap.
That's correct.
And the target of the trap, or the targets, were Generals Mkonazi and Kumalo.
No. Remember, the senior officer, as he was talking to me, he did mention that they have promised him a colonel position. Not a colonel, no, they promised him a position. And with me, as we were talking, he was mentioning of a similar offer that I should perhaps be able, because I'm close to the minister with my legend building. He thinks I can also give him something better. Then the recording talks to that he was expecting something from me, which may be in the form of a promotion or something of that sort.
Sorry, but I just need to take you back to paragraph 36. You say, the intention, second sentence, the intention was to employ this person, that's the officer, as a section 204 witness against both Lieutenant Colonel Kumalo and Lieutenant General Mkonazi.
Yes, it's true. The first question you mentioned, 252A, it was a trap. But because we have trapped him already, now is my time to tell him that I expect you to be a 204. To help me against Lieutenant General Mkonazi and General Kumalo. Because he was recorded already, telling me the instruction they have given him on the plot against General Khan.
So the 252A didn't relate to his future testimony in the disciplinary hearing. It related to what? To your meeting with him when you recorded him?
Both two sections becomes instrumental to remember the 252A was to trap on what he wanted, what he expected that I could be able to give him, as he has given me the information. And now I immediately use that information against him to say, now I need your testimony. We are going to testify against General Mkonazi and General Kumalo about their plot against General Khan, which was the plan.
So the trap that you say you had already entrapped him, I think that's the language you use. You had trapped him already. What was it that he's supposed to have done wrong that gives you that bargaining position to say he must now testify against the two generals?
The expectation of a rank. Remember he said, if I give you say something, at least you must talk to the minister to give me a rank or something.
So it is that he said you must give him a rank that
Yes,
constituted
yes, but-
what you've trapped him on.
That's correct.
Thank you.
And when was the meeting with him at which you trapped him?
It was during December 2024.
I don't want to. I just want to mention now that I think when we go to the chats with Mr. Madlanga, we may see that it's in January 2024. But are you? Is it? So I don't. We'll get into it in some detail when we go through those chats. But why do you say December 2024?
Because the disciplinary, I went to inquire, I spoke to the handler. He did confirm when arranging with Lieutenant Colonel Schnell, he did confirm that there is a disciplinary hearing which is underway against this particular General Khan.
Okay, well, we can look at the chronology as it plays out in the chats later. What then happened? Did the trap go ahead?
Yes, upon him agreeing to the 204 and because it was recorded already and the information was with the DPCI, now it was incumbent upon the side of Lieutenant Schnell to proceed with the investigations and so forth. But the only thing that I did with the copy of the recording that I had, after speaking to my handler, the conversation, the information was leaked to the media, and it was leaked by me, purposely, and upon by General Kumalo and General Mkonazi. They had no choice because the information has leaked, and that's why I believe General Khan was acquitted. There was nothing he could do because there was a recording that proves that there was a plot to dismiss General Khan. And I heard him when he was here, if you remember, commissioners, he said after he has accepted to preside over General Khan's disciplinary hearing, I started talking to him. It is true. That was the period.
So let me just take a step back. You leaked the information to the media.
That's correct.
And the information that you leaked to the media was that certain witnesses had been pressurized to give false evidence.
And you will be given promotions. I think
in return for
the publication is available in one of the minutes.
But that was leaked. What you leaked to the media.
That's me. That's me.
And that had the result, in your view, of General Mkonazi acquitting General Khan.
Yeah, that's what happened. He had no choice. He ended up acquitting General Khan.
And what then happened with the Section 204 and the trap?
That commissioners, as senior counsel has alluded, that he has managed to obtain the transcript from Lieutenant Snell. I believe he'll be in a better position also to give senior counsel the progress relating to that matter.
And can I'm still not understanding the sequence, and in particular Section 252. You would have to get authorization under Section 252A to run a trap, would you not?
That's correct.
So when did you intend, or when did you seek authorization, and when did you intend to run the trap?
Through my handler, there is also a verbal authority to obtain the particular authorization, and it was done. I believe Lieutenant Colonel Schnell will confirm the process as to how did the whole thing unfolded. But it was done in my presence by my handler because it was a verbal authority.
So did this happen before your meeting?
That's correct.
And the meeting you date in December, I suggest to you it might have been sometime in January. But it would, at any rate, would have been before that meeting with the senior officer who had been asked to give false evidence.
Yes, but it was around December, if I recall. But as you say in one of the messages, it will reflect. I believe the correct date will be obtained, Commissioners.
Okay. If we can move on to the 8 January ANC celebrations, can you take the Commission to paragraph 39?
Thank you, Commissioners. On January 8, 2025, an ANC celebration was scheduled in Cape Town. Madlanga indicated to me that he wanted to meet Mqunu at the celebration. He offered in December of 2024 to contribute to the event by subsidizing ordinary ANC members from different parts of the country to be able to attend the ANC celebration. I relayed this suggestion to my handler, Mabisela, who then asked my co-handler to accompany me to Cape Town because my handler was not available. Madlanga assisted with the funding of transportation, entertainment, as well as accommodation of ANC members to attend the ANC celebration in Cape Town. Madlanga made payment in the amount of 149,000 towards aforesaid expenses and other payments towards the travel expense of 8 persons, which included my co-handler and his partner. The amount of 149 was paid to the company called Gotle, and payments were made to service providers by the company. The additional travel for the 8 persons mentioned was paid directly by Madlanga.
Can you explain to the Commission what your link to Gotle is?
The Gotle is a company owned by my fiancé. Now, to ensure when you do this traveling arrangement, it happens all the time. You do payment to certain people, and the transactions or services end up not being rendered. But then with Gotle, I knew because we had to, other payments had to go to buses, others to flights, others they had to be poured petrol. Now we wanted a central way of controlling the funds. That's why I used my fiancé.
So you were able to direct what would happen to the payments that were made to Gotle?
Not only on people who were already in Cape Town, because the payment arrived when we were in Cape Town already. Yes.
And who were the service providers who were paid out of this 149,000 that was ultimately paid?
Those are different people. Like I said, you will have other people been traveling by bus. You will have people at Cape Town. They say, Tina, we want to eat this. Others will have to be given, or you have to buy from a restaurant. Others you buy in a bulk. It depends. The money had to be available that side and be controlled. But as to other service providers, it is only Gotle that is able to prepare who else did they pay the money to.
And are you able to account for that 149,000 as to where it went?
No, Gotle must do. I'm not the director of Gotle. They have to deal with that, and if the commission requests them to do so.
Okay, but your fiancé could account for that?
Yeah, those are entities. Maybe as I'm here, I may have another fiancé. It's not a thing that I can control her business.
You say you are not a director. Do you have any relationship whatsoever with this company?
not company, the individual, the person.
So you have nothing to do with Khotle?
No, I don't.
Thank you.
Do you get paid by Khotle?
No. I'm not getting paid. It's a business. She manages things. Where as a traveling agent, here and there she'll take a percentage. That's her thing. Yes.
You say it was never your intention that Madlanga would meet with Mqunu in paragraph 41. Can you just elaborate there?
Yes, indeed. One of the instructions from the handler was that both the handler and the coil, the handlers, Ket Madlanga must never meet with Senzo Mqunu. My responsibility would rather be to manage him or to say things that I know would never materialize. But it was a clear instruction that they should never meet. And indeed, they never met. They never met.
And did you know why there was that instruction?
Yes, remember the intention on this company was to investigate the director who comes from being John Wick, who's now Ket Madlanga. There was no way you could bring that person closer to the minister.
Sorry, there's no way?
You could bring that person close to the minister, Commissioner.
You say at the last minute you informed Madlanga that the minister wouldn't be attending the ANC celebration, and you suggested as an alternative that General Sibiya, Madlanga and yourself should meet in Camps Bay.
Yes, that was a consolation. Remember, on the last minute when I informed him that the minister is not in the celebration, is not in Cape Town, he also decided that he's no more coming. But I couldn't just say, when you operate on somebody, you can't say the minister is not coming and you just close the conversation. You have to tell him, but I think because Sibiya is also in Cape Town, you can come and let's meet with him.
What would the purpose of meeting with Sibiya be?
There won't be any purpose because I knew he wanted to meet the minister, was to make him realize that I tried something because the minister is not here.
But what interest would Mr. Madlanga have in meeting with General Sibiya? Why would that be an offer that would be attractive to him?
No, if there was no way, I couldn't say to him, come and meet comrades. You would want him to meet someone. Remember, if he has frustrations about his business, you would want him to meet someone. Remember, General Sibiya is a Deputy National Commissioner. It's not like I'm saying, come and meet Maliki. Or you give him someone who will make him realize that, oh, you mean business.
But if I understand your evidence correctly, Madlanga said he'd already paid millions of rands to the National Commissioner for this contract.
That's correct.
So why did you think offering him a route to the Deputy National Commissioner would be of any value to him?
Commissioners, it's just that I don't wish that I should be operating a particular person like yourself. But what is happening is the moment there was no way I could say, hey, Ket, the minister is not coming, bye-bye. You would rather say, look, because the Deputy National Commissioner is here, I think you can come, we'll meet with him, but the minister is not here. So as to it adds value or it does not add value at the time, what was important is to pass the message for the man to make a decision whether he was coming or not. And I knew he would not come.
Why were you sure he would not come?
He wants the minister. He would have told me initially from the first place that I want Sibia, he said, I want Senzo Mtunu.
All right. You mentioned that your prediction was correct. He decided not to travel to Cape Town. Can you take the commission through paragraph 42?
That Madlanga in China, after receipt of this information and the alternative suggestion, decided, however, not to travel to Cape Town. He was increasingly adamant that he wanted to meet with Mkunu, as he was not paid by the subs in terms of the tender contract awarded. Now, that's when I requested permission from my handler to facilitate a meeting between Madlanga and the Chief of Staff, Cedric Nkabinde, without the minister's blessing. And okay. Should I go to paragraph 43, Commissioner?
Please do, yeah.
My handler held the opinion that I should find a way to manage Madlanga without attending to the minister's office, either to arrange an audience with Mchunu and or the Chief of Staff. He reiterated that I had to continue infiltrating Madlanga network in order to identify all the role players within SAP's tender that was awarded to him.
So from your handler's perspective, they wanted to keep Madlanga away from the minister's office entirely?
That's correct.
Can I just ask, I find that sentence very confusing. The handler wanted to keep Madlanga away from the minister's office. That's the first part that you've just confirmed. And then it's the second part I don't understand. Did the handler encourage you or approve that you arrange an audience with the minister and the Chief of Staff, but just not attend the office of the minister? I don't understand what you're conveying in that sentence.
I requested permission from the handler.
Yes.
That I should rather, how about I arrange a meeting with Chief of Staff Cedric Nkabinde,
yes.
But I won't let the minister knows that I arranged that meeting. Still, the handler refused.
So the handler, so what you're saying in paragraph 43, I'm at 43 now, are you there saying the handler refused you arranging a meeting with the Chief of Staff and Mkunu? Is that what you're conveying in that
Yes,
sentence?
both of them. Yes, I must stay away from the minister's office.
When you say minister's office, you mean the people in that office?
Yes,
or
the minister and the Chief of Staff. Yeah, that's correct.
Thank you.
So you say in paragraph 44 that you still had to manage Madlanga's expectations.
Yes.
How did you do that?
Remember, he had problems with the non-payments. I then proceeded to say, but why don't I arrange a meeting for you with General Sibia and Nkabinde, or possibly the minister personally and himself. I said it to him.
So, although your handlers had said you can't let him get close, you can't let him meet the minister and or the Chief of Staff, you essentially offered that to him.
Yes. Well, what is happening, it's like in this situation here, even if commissioners, I can tell someone now on the phone that come to the commission place and bring me food. He won't enter here. He won't get a chance to even, they'll demand identity, they'll want, so he won't enter the place. When I offer you something, it must be practically happening. There must be, for example, a message that I sent to Kate to say, come to this hotel, I'm with the minister. That's when I want the person to meet the minister. Or I'm with the Chief of Staff. But When someone says, I need to be paid, I have a problem, man, come on, man, I need to meet the minister. You can't say no if you are an operative. You'll say, I'll find a way. I know that there is an NEC meeting or the minister is being called. Sometimes you listen to the media. Immediately when you hear, you type him a message, hey, the minister could be available. He's now going to Cape Town. There's a portfolio meeting. Even when the portfolio is visual, you will even say he went to Cape Town to that meeting. The issue is you must keep contact with your target.
But knowing all along that what you were promising him could never materialize.
It would never materialize, and it never materialized.
Can we then move to the top of page 12 and paragraph 45?
Yeah. During April 2025, the exact dates I cannot recall, I traveled to KwaZulu-Natal by car. I made a trip after Madlanga indicated to me that he was going to meet with a person who would solve all his difficulties in KwaZulu-Natal, moreover in Devon. And that he said in 2 days' time. I traveled to KwaZulu-Natal, arriving the day before Madlanga's intended arrival. And my source at the King Shaka International Airport, an Uber driver, kept observation on my behalf and informed me when Madlanga arrived at the airport. The Uber driver relayed to me the registration number.
Just a minute. Do you not agree that this was an unwise choice of a source? An Uber driver could easily have gotten a call for a pickup and left the airport. How would the source be of use to you then?
Oh, thank you, Commissioner. I did not explain to that. Uber drivers and Bolt drivers, when you have a mission with him, the first thing he gives you a price that I may not move. I'm going to sit here until your target arrives. And he'll tell you, I'll make 2.5 a day. And for you to make it easy, you will say, okay, sharp, I'll give you that money. So he observed for me that day. He even ensured that he followed him to the car, the other Bolt, the Uber he was traveling with, and sent me the particular registration because I was waiting along the N2 on the road from the airport. Yes.
So is this Uber driver your informant or
Yes,
just a random Uber driver?
No, it's an informant.
And how would he have identified Mr. Madlanga?
He knows Madlanga. He knew him. Remember, you talk to a person, you will even send him a picture, but that time he knew him already.
You didn't send him a picture?
That time, no, he knew Kate Madlanga already.
And he knew him from where?
Because we were talking about him. There was a time when I was in Durban, because as an agent, commissioners, you have a network. You see, for the intelligence service to function, I can say you can't run intelligence service without Brown, without an agent. Now you'll have even people who are selling on small scale. Someone knowing he's selling drugs, 100 rand, 700. You know him. You won't arrest him. You won't tell. He's your informant. He'll lie to you. He'll say, no, let's bank 2 million. But because it's your source, you won't tell your handler that this man sells drugs. But he's selling on small scale, but he gives you information that can really turn out. The same applies to Uber drivers. Even in Cape Town, you go to especially Durban, Tambo, Cape Town, you must have those people.
So the payment to this informant came not from your handler, but from you directly to him.
You must. Now, those are other things. Remunerations of like your Uber and does not happen like with the informant. Remember what happens. You explain to him that how much is this, whatever, and he'll say for a day I need 2,000 rand. Now, as I've alluded in my statement that informants cannot be paid by me. It doesn't necessarily say, when an informant say to me, I need 200 rand, your target, I must tell the handler, hey, the man wants 200 rand. When I have means, I'm able to give him. But I must inform my handler, the man is standby, this is what we are looking for. In case we go right, please arrange something for him.
Okay, but the payment to the Uber handler comes from crime intelligence funds because you're doing work for crime intelligence.
Yeah, but now it is now, you see, now it was only 2 days that time. The handler must find someone in KZN who must facilitate that because the Uber driver is from KZN. But that was only 2 days time, and we have only agreed upon 1,000 rand at the time, which I spoke to my handler and was able to give him something like that.
Thank you.
So I just need clarity here. You are paying the Uber driver essentially to take the day off from Uber and to be your source?
Yes, and then something like that. But sometimes you become lucky, your target arrives 11 o'clock. Then it's sorted, you only give him, he can say, I give me 500.
But you're the one who's physically giving the money.
Yeah, you have to make arrangements. Either you give him cash or you arrange a shop ride. There must be something that you do for this person. Now remember, when it comes to other informants, when they get caught, he's able to say, look, on my phone, this man send me mine. There must be always a way to exchange money with informants, depending on the scenario.
No, my concern is not with the method. I just want to clarify that you are the one paying in this case. It's not an ordinary case where you don't pay and the handler pays. You are the one who pays in this case.
Yeah, it's more like investment. Correctly, you are correct. It's more like you tell a handler, I'm going to give this man 1,000 or whatever, but as soon as the transaction or the mission has been completed, when you get remunerated, including the money you lost, you will be able to recover in some instances.
And in terms of paperwork there, does the handler ask any evidence from you? Or?
Yeah, the source, informant source, who's my link, well, there may not be a transaction between him and my handler. I will just inform my handler that this is and this and this I must do for me to reach to this destination with this person.
But do you not have to give your handler some proof so that he can go back to the crime intelligence audit people and account for what he's given you to give to the source?
Yeah, explanation. Look, depending on the situation, commissioners. Let me give an example. There is a Uber driver will tell you, I'm transporting drugs from Hillbrow to Mamelodi. Now, and then he tells you that they give me these drugs on Friday 9 o'clock. But when you check the value of the drugs, about 10,000 rand. The value of the drugs is about 10,000 rand. You talk to an informer and say, look, there is this thing about the Uber. You see now that one, because we'll even ask him who's delivering those drugs. Probably the one who's delivering the drugs has 50,000 rand worth of drugs, or 100,000 worth of drugs. Now, this person will definitely be reimbursed by your handler. Now, it must be handled by him when it comes to that. But when you speak to an Uber person in Cape Town and say, there is this guy, you remember we were talking about his coming, are you able to sit for me there to check when the person is coming and so forth? Obviously, we'll go to the screen at the airport and say Johannesburg to Cape Town, or Johannesburg to Durban. Okay, there are 5 flights. If it's 9 o'clock and there is a flight, the next flight comes only at 2, he may leave the airport and come at 1:30. But it doesn't necessarily mean you will at all times say sit there, even if there are only 2 flights during the day.
Yeah, I'm just interested in paperwork. How does crime intelligence account for this money that will ultimately end up in the hands of the Uber driver, but on what you're saying has gone through your hands.
Yes, it's when I have arranged with him and I've given him this guy and I paid him out. And in my interaction with my handler, that's when we'll cover all these other things.
But what does the paperwork say?
Oh, he comes with the paper I sign. There's nothing that I keep. It will be in a duplicate form.
So you will sign something with your handler to be reimbursed for money that you've given the Uber driver?
Yes, but you see now, you cannot go to a handler and say 5,000. You cannot speak those amounts that are not realistic. Where there is a lot of money needed, he must know in advance. And it is not the informant who determine how much. It's not the informant, commissioners. It's my arrangement with the informant, and at that time, the information, you are certain that the man is going to land on Wednesday, and the information for the Uber driver is to sit there 2 to 3 or 4 hours, and then you agree with him. If you give him 500, you tell your handler, I've given him 500. But for the work of this magnitude, not necessarily that I will want the refund if I have done that. Some of these things I afford them. What I want is to know the person that is going to help Kat do away with all these problems at that moment. Yes.
So you pay your informant, and you say you can claim it back from the handler when the mission is complete and has been achieved. The handler pays you whatever amount you say you paid the Uber driver. How does the handler know that to believe you that you paid the Uber driver 1,000 rands and not 500 rands?
Okay, maybe if you can speak in this case where I gave that man 1,000 rand. I did not claim it. I just told I thought we are talking generally, how does this thing work? But in this case, I gave him 1,000 rand, and I did not claim it. I told my handler, and by the way, because the person I was following, it happened so differently. The Uber dropped him at the hotel. He was with his wife. They went into the hotel, and I waited and waited. They came a white Mercedes-Benz, picked the man up, and I had to follow this Mercedes-Benz to this other place in Umhla.
Can I just ask you not to mention the address of the place, because we don't mention addresses for obvious reasons?
Yes, then I went to Madlanga to check the place, and then I waited for some time because they were together inside the house, and I did not know whose house was that. It was just the White House. It's fine. Then I waited for them as they came out, and then we went back to the hotel. I also slept and went away, and that was in April this year. Commissioners, May, June, July, during the 6th of July, during the General Mokonazi's press conference, General Mokonazi did mention Kat Matlala Brown Mogotsi during his press statement. And it came out to everyone that on that day, Kat Matlala was found with a cell phone in prison. And indeed, and he called me, very furious. He said, Brown, can I tell you something? There was a time I told you that I went to look for someone who can solve my problem. And he said, and I said, yes, I remember. Because when I followed him, I didn't tell him that I was following him. And it became that I did not know who he met. They were driving the car, and it was something that was packed. And he said, I went to see General Mkonazi's house. And I also gave him something. He was talking about money. I gave him, I also gave him, but he was speaking this language. And he feeling Nyoko, this guy, and now he's talking like this about us. I think, and then I never said to Kat, I followed you. I did not know. Honestly speaking, I didn't see who that person was. But how he narrated everything about the day he was going to meet someone who was going to solve his problems, I remembered.
And he said it was General Mkhwanazi that he went to see.
You say this was after Mr. Matlala's, after General Mkhwanazi's press conference of 6 July.
That's correct, Commissioner.
So Mr. Matlala was calling you from prison?
Yes, he did call me from prison, not once.
And which number did he call you on?
No, prison phones, you cannot, no, it was just another number.
No, which number of yours did he call you on?
Oh, my cell phone numbers, yes, the one that even
that he uses in the chats?
Yes, everyone has that number.
And did he call you on, was he still using WhatsApp, or
Yeah,
was he
it's
calling
WhatsApp.
you
It was
landline?
WhatsApp, yeah.
Then in 48, you talk about some other calls from prison. Can you just briefly describe those?
Yes. He did call me, of course, from prison, but we were discussing like his strategy, how was he going to get bail, and what is happening, what is transpiring, and what is he doing, all that, like what is happening to him, like his plans of getting bail.
Let me take you back to the visit to Durban. When Mr. Matlala said that he was going to go to somebody who would solve all of his problems, was he referring to the problems he had with regard to the tender?
Yeah, he was mentioning, yes, particularly in subs.
Yes. I'm thinking the tender, as I understand, was a tender concluded at national level. Did Mr. Matlala explain how the KwaZulu-Natal commissioner, subs-commissioner, would have assisted on this?
He never said, can I, this is an omission. Honestly, I thought maybe he was going to meet General Tele or someone close to General Tele. But then I only got surprised when he said it was General Mkhwanazi and I was in his house.
And you did not ask when he told you, you did not ask, how did you think the KZN subs-commissioner would have helped you on something like this?
No, I did not ask him, commissioners. And then, like in prison, people will not call you and say, hey, how are you? Are you fine? It's like you pass a message, what you want to say, and then maybe the phone goes away. But he did mention to me that he was, of course, in KZN to see, and he went to Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi's house.
Thank you.
Yes.
Can I ask, you had the address where he went?
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah. Did you report that to your handler?
I give that to my handler, that's correct.
And did your handler ever tell you who lives at that address?
No. This whole thing stopped after Kat himself told me who he went to meet. But the description of the trip, it fitted with the problems that he told me about and the period. Because, if let's say it happened in April, Monday, and he tells me on Thursday, so it took very, very long. Only on the 6th of July. Yes.
Paragraph 49, you now talk about your actions after Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi's press briefing on 6 July. Can you take the Commission through that?
Yes, after Lieutenant General press briefing on July, and moreover the reference made therein to me, I decided to continue investigating General Mkhwanazi and obtain as much information as I could. To give context to the arguments and statements that he had made during the press statement, my handler at all relevant times knew of my continued investigation and it carried his approval. And paragraph 50, sometime thereafter, towards the end of August, I contacted the late former Minister of Police, Nathi Mthethwa,
I wanted to understand why Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi was removed as acting National Commissioner of Police in 2012. I spoke to Mthethwa regarding my concerns that General Mkhwanazi was CIA operative according to information I received from my source. Mthethwa said he shared my suspicion. In order to confirm this, he said I needed to travel to Kenya to meet with a contact who was aware of CIA operations in South Africa. 51.
Can I just stop you at this point? Had you ever met the late Minister Mthethwa before?
As a member of the ANC, long time. Yes.
And how did you contact him?
You mean now before? Yes, I had his WhatsApp numbers. I believe even the gadgets, remember it's known, there was a search and seizure on my phones recently. That number, I'll give you the name I saved it under, is there. The name is there.
And where was he when you contacted him?
No, we only spoke over the phone. I think he was overseas.
And he said you needed to travel to Kenya to meet a contact.
That's correct.
And did he give you details of who this contact was and how to get hold of him?
He gave me the name and the contact numbers on WhatsApp. I phoned this person at some stage. He said he was in Tanzania and he was going to come back 3-4 days later. And when I called, he confirmed he was back in Kenya. And that's when I left to Kenya on the 10th of September 2025. I believe in some annexures the ticket is also, I've annexed the proof of the ticket, and I returned back from Kenya on the 12th of September 2025.
So,
and in Kenya,
so proof by means of, or rather, you have proof which is a ticket.
Yes, I flew to.
And I assume you also have stamps on your passport.
Yes, that's correct.
All right. And taking you back to the call you made to Ambassador Mthethwa, I think you said there's proof on your phone, a phone that was confiscated.
The contact numbers. He asked the question was, how did I contact him?
Okay.
Yes, that's correct.
So there will be a record on your phone of you having called Ambassador Mthethwa.
I believe it's supposed to be there.
It should be.
Yes,
it should be. There should be a record of that. Yes. So this will be a French number or a South African number?
No, it was that 27. He was still using the stem.
Oh, okay.
Because they still work outside. Yes.
Thank you. Thank you.
And if you can then tell the Commission what happened in Nairobi?
Oh, in Nairobi, I did meet a gentleman who introduced his name only as George, but I don't believe this was his name. But the relevance of this guy, he's more conversant about most of the CIA operations in SADC, not only in South Africa. And we perhaps I should read it. He confirmed the possibility of the information obtained from my source as being correct. And again, I contacted Mthethwa, the former.
Sorry, before we get to 52, you say he confirmed the possibility of the information obtained from my source as being correct. So if I understand that correctly, he couldn't say it was correct, but he said he equally couldn't say it wasn't correct.
I do not understand the question, Commissioner.
You say he confirmed the possibility of the information obtained from my sources being correct. So he didn't, did he say to you, this information is correct, or did he say this information, it's possible?
He also held a suspicion. Which...
And you were satisfied with that?
We still have to engage. The investigation is continuing. He said he lost the contact number of a particular person,
but he also made reference to this current G20 that during this period, there may be some lead. He will probably come back to me.
You see why I'm asking you if you were satisfied. You had gone all the way to Nairobi, Kenya, and all you are told is that there's a possibility that the information may be correct, and you come back to South Africa.
Okay, Commissioner.
It seems to me that it was all a futile exercise.
Okay, Commissioner. Commissioner, you know, my world is a very different world. It's something else, Commissioner. But just to give you a hint, it's not that I arrive at the airport 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock, I meet, hey, how are you, sharp, sharp. Is it true? No, possibility. Oh, bye-bye. Then I got into the flight. A person will give you, when I meet him, he must introduce himself properly to me. I also do the same. Now, agents, when they meet, there are certain things that you look for from this person. He'll give you reference about something or about someone. And he'll tell you that maybe in Botswana, there is this person doing whatever, and they are doing similar things. And this one we know for sure, he is a CIA. But this guy is doing something similar to what this man does. For example, you must check them. Every year they will go to Dubai and go to Switzerland. That's where the Switzerland meeting takes place or something. He'll give you information that you are able to put the dots together. And especially when you meet the person for the first time. I'm still going to go there. He may come here. We have to meet. He can't just say, yes, it's true, this and this. He know I'll say, but what do you have? Because he asked me, I hear you are saying that, but what do you have? Then I told him so many things about the Richards Bay and all these things, how he behaved. And I must tell you how, because this whole thing of the 6th of July, to me, it was something else. It's not what we see. Something that was staged more like this was like a coup, a civil war. Is what I was trying to show him, and when you bring these dots together, there is a theory in intelligence, commissioners, which is called misdirection. And you start to see how this 6th July was, it's more like staged from what I saw, from what I'm seeing. And when I was trying to tell him, and he laughed, he could not, but he's also carrying the issue of the suspicion.
From what you are saying, it seems to me that there was a lot of information from you, but on the bottom line, which is what we had gone to Nairobi for, all you got was just this one-liner. There is a possibility.
Yes, which will help me to investigate. Will continue to investigate, and we will finally get the truth, because this is just a suspicion.
Could you not have done this over a phone call?
Because I was so hopeful that I will get something, either negative or positive, but I thought I'll get an answer. And it's not the first time, Commissioner, where you get to travel for information.
In your world, do you ever interact on issues like this over the phone in your environment?
If we know each other, being able to talk on certain codes which will understand each other, yes. But I can't talk to someone I never met and say something, and we cannot. It's not doable.
What's the difference between seeing each other face to face and talking over the phone?
It is the thinking that the phone is not safe. There's that thing, all of us will say, hey, you can't talk this over the phone. And also to take effort to obtain information, it makes a person realize, Commissioner, that this man is serious about this.
But you considered the phone to be safe when you spoke to Ambassador Mthethwa about the same subject?
If you know each other, you can just ask him.
No, this is about safety now.
Yes,
This
yes,
is
yes.
about safety.
Yes,
Did you
that's
consider the phone to be safe when you spoke to Ambassador Mthethwa about the same subject?
Yeah, but and he was far, and for me and him, we thought we could just talk about it. It's not that it is safe or not. There, I get the commissioner's point.
I think you're conflating issues. You made a point about your reluctance about raising this with a person in Nairobi over the phone. You made a point that the phone might very well not have been safe. That's a totally different issue from whether he would have had any comfort to talk to you about this subject. The two are totally different. There's one, the question of safety, and two, the question of comfort or lack of it. Do you get me?
That's correct.
Now I'm saying, let's focus on the question of safety only.
Yes.
Now, if there were issues of safety, why is it that you were comfortable to raise the issue with Ambassador Mthethwa over the phone, which you consider not to be safe? Do you understand my question now?
Yes, I understand the question. I believe I should put it right. Also, it's more riskier to talk to a stranger about something over the phone that you have never met. And I believed, Commissioner, that first let me agree to what you are saying, that it was a futile exercise and I wasted time. I could have done it over the phone. I must admit that. It's just that at that moment, I thought the man, if I meet him, it's difficult to make accusations to a stranger. I also thought, seeing me face to face, he may be more comfortable and tell me the truth, if there is any truth. But that's the answer he gave me.
Thank you.
Mr. Mogotsi, you say in that paragraph 50 that Minister Mthethwa referred you to a contact and your wedding. Contact who was aware of CIA operations in South Africa. So this contact, this George, is not a CIA operative himself. He's someone who is aware of CIA operatives.
That's correct.
And he must, who is he? He belongs to an organization. How does he become aware of CIA operations?
I don't know. I don't know.
You were not
I
told.
was just told, yes.
You were just told, go meet
Yes.
George.
Yes.
And you didn't know who George is, and you went to meet him.
Commissioner, no one will say I am a CIA operative or I am not. But when you get information that this person may know something and you start talking to him and he agrees to meet you, you will go and find out.
So George may well just have been a random person you don't know, because you don't know his organization. You know nothing about him except that he's George. So it's fair to say that he may well have been a random person who just misled you when he said there's a possibility.
It's not about being random. It's like me, if you ask me, to which organization do I belong in?
Yes.
I will not say crime intelligence.
Yes.
I will just say maybe I'm an operative. Now, if George says to me he is an agent,
You believe him?
not to believe, I agreed to go and see him.
Okay.
Yes, and I've acceded to the fact that indeed it was futile, but he has promised to provide more information in future.
And this trip you made as a contact agent, it's part of your investigation as a contact agent.
Yes, that's correct.
So it would have been paid for by
I
crime
paid it.
intelligence.
No, I paid for myself. I paid for myself. I've not claimed anything from my handler. Some of these things, Commissioner, you know, I'm very patriotic. It is just that people don't know. Some of these things, I will do them from my pocket.
So the long and short of it is you paid for this
That's
trip
correct.
out of your pocket.
That's correct.
Thank you.
If I may ask, how much did it cost you? Traveling, hotel bills, and whatever other incidentals. How much did it cost you?
15,000 rand.
And I assume you have claimed amounts less than 15,000 rand from crime intelligence, have you not?
Less than or above?
I'm saying less, even less than, or have you not?
Yeah, I've been there for some, it's not more than that. Not more than that. You'll claim here and there, but not more than that.
Sorry?
I have not claimed more than that. You mean like money, cash, 15,000? No.
You have not?
No.
I find it strange then that you would not have claimed back an amount as high as 15,000 rand.
It's not the first time, commissioners. Commissioners, and in this is not only about claiming, putting the country first, being patriotic, respecting the flag carries more weight than these things people are thinking. A lot of weight.
Thank you.
You then, on your return, say you contacted ex-Minister Mthethwa and briefed him about the trip in Kenya. What did you report to him?
I told him we are still at the same position. There was nothing more tangible provided. The guy also has similar suspicions. He did not give me anything tangible.
And what did ex-Minister Mthethwa say to you?
He did tell me that he was also going to come to the commission, and amongst other things, he was prepared to corroborate his suspicions also.
For the record, I can confirm that Minister Mthethwa at no stage communicated his intention to come to the commission. He made no contact with the commission, ever.
Yes, he did. He did tell me. He never said he made contact. He was just saying he'll be coming, he's prepared to come to the commission and give that.
Can you date when you spoke to him?
Come again, Commissioner?
Can you date when you spoke to him to report what had happened in Kenya?
Yeah, just after I came from Kenya, around the 14th, I think. 13th, 14th September.
And again, would that be reflected on your phone?
Yes, I believe so.
Mr. Shaskelson, please. Mr. Mogotsi, can you read into the record from the second sentence of paragraph 52 all the way to my handler at the end of paragraph 52?
Okay, Mthethwa confirmed that he was prepared to testify before the commission in confirmation of inter alia the fact that Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi had been removed from office by Mthethwa for various reasons, one of which was the suspicion of him being a CIA agent. I relayed this information to my handler.
Thank you.
And we know that the late Minister Mthethwa passed away on 30 September 2025, which is what you allude to in paragraph 53. You say, under what can only be described as suspicious circumstances. Are you aware of any facts in this regard that are not in the public domain?
No, I know nothing. I only see what is in the public domain.
Can you then read paragraph 54 of your statement and maybe expand and explain to the Commission what you are wanting to convey in that paragraph?
The modus operandi I've adopted as an MK agent, and thereafter as informant to South African Police Service and as an agent for crime intelligence with a formal handler assigned, has always been that I'm constantly on the lookout for information that will suit my purpose in a particular situation. I would typically take advantage from acquiring a piece of information, relaying it to a specific person in a specific context for a specific purpose and to elicit specific reaction. It means I have learned to always look for any information that I can use, be it spoken by someone or any information that is on the public domain, if it's suitable or if I can use it to the advantage of whatever that I want to further. That's what I learned to do.
Mr. Mogotsi, in your capacity as contact agent, good afternoon.
Thank you. Good
in
afternoon.
your capacity as contact agent, you interact with your handler and your informants. You're investigating so many cases according to you. Do you keep a diary where you record this information? And the dates and who you met and what information they gave you? Where do you record all this information?
As an agent, you are required at all times to make notes and whatever and give to your handler who keeps your file. Your file is kept by your handler.
So you
cannot have a diary of anything of that sort, which if it becomes accessible to anyone, you will definitely be attacked.
So details relating to this trip to Kenya, all that information, you've already given it to your handler?
That's correct.
You no longer have the notes with you?
Yeah, but there was nothing written in Kenya. We only conversed as we do. And I came to tell him, and then we noted in the file, and we kept the file. That's correct.
I'm assuming that when you had to go to Kenya, you needed to go to a certain address at a certain time to meet a certain person who has been described to you? Because you can't just go there and meet anybody. You had to know what the person looks like, where you are going to meet them, at what time. Where did you record all that information?
It's a normal thing. I'm flying at 12 o'clock or 1 o'clock. I arrive in Kenya 5 o'clock, and then he'll tell you, you sit in the restaurant 6 o'clock, you go to outside, there is MTN and Telcom in Kenya. You then, either you buy airtime, but in the airport there is Wi-Fi. To say I've arrived and he tell you I'm wearing blue jacket, I'm outside, you go and meet him, and then you drive, go somewhere, from there you come back.
So that will be in your WhatsApp then, it won't be in a notebook?
No, you can't write that. You talk to him over the phone. Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Chaskas.
So maybe on the same theme of records and to an earlier discussion where you say in your statement that you were involved in an operation where with 32 suspects and 32 firearms were seized. You remember that operation?
That's correct.
Now, you are a contact agent. You are not an operating member of the SAPS. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. But you are in an operation. There must be a record of this operation.
It is.
Somewhere.
It is annexed.
It must show that you were... No, I'm not talking about
Okay.
pictures.
Okay.
I'm not talking about the pictures that are attached. I'm talking about a proper record of the operation itself in SAPS's books, and which will tell whoever is interested who was involved with that operation.
That's correct.
So one can expect to find you there.
Yes. What happens is that the person I'm referring to was who I was doing operations with. He has made a statement, and on his statement, he will say, remember his name is there and contact numbers. He'll say my source. He won't write my name. So only because I believe the commission will perhaps meet the person. It is him who will tell you, this is my source, this is the man who called us, this is what he told us, and that's how we knew
Yes, no, I'm not asking about the source. I'm asking about you participating in an operation. Unless I'm reading your paragraph 29 wrong, you say I was also part of an operation during October 2024 rather, when 32 suspects were apprehended and 32 firearms were seized.
Yes.
So if you were, what I'm asking is if you were part of that operation
Yes.
as it unfolded, there must be a record, because we have come to learn that operations of the SEPs, there is a record of an operation that was undertaken and who was there. So I'm asking, you would be in that record.
I'm not sure if Commissioner is aware that being part of the operation is not physical, it's about information.
So you don't mean you were present when there was, I think, this takedown or whatever they call
No,
it?
if there can be a crossfire, you will be hurt. You cannot.
All right, now I then misunderstood your statement in the.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mogotsi. We're now going to get to the specific topics that we asked you to address in the various notices we sent to you. And the first topic is the evidence of Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi, which you address from the top of page 14, paragraph 56. I have some questions later on in this section, but maybe if you could take the Commission through paragraphs 56 to 60.
The evidence of Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi. The evidence of Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi, the conclusion drawn, and the assumptions made by him regarding me cannot be, in the absence of what I have stated herein above, be criticized. I say this because Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi could not and did not know that at all relevant times I was a contact agent acting on behalf of the state with tasks, orders to investigate both Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi and Matlala as aforesaid. The perception and assumptions that Lieutenant Mkhwanazi alluded to in his evidence with reference to me is exactly the outcome and the perception that I wanted to obtain and to create in order entirely to gain his trust and to get closer to him to investigate his ties with the CIA. At all relevant times, my handlers had full knowledge of and was kept appraised of my conduct and strategy, not only where Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi was concerned. I was privy to sensitive information regarding the South African Police Service and crime intelligence, not because I had dubious relationship with any senior police officer or persons in the public office, but due to my involvement as a contact agent for the crime intelligence and through my vast network of informers and sources.
Can I just stop you at this point? Did your informers and sources within the SAPS, did they know that you were an agent?
I don't understand the question, Commissioner.
So people who were giving you information, SAPS members and crime intelligence members in particular, did they, and who gave you information, did they know that you were an agent?
Yeah, it depends. It's not everyone. But remember, someone who's employed in the crime intelligence will not necessarily be an informant, except for maybe a person who's in the employment of crime intelligence, being a support staff, for example, in the human resource or supply chain. That particular person, you may, of course, work with that person and the person will know that you are an agent. But others will, in this context, think you are maybe close to the minister, or you can do some changes, or you are a person connected in the ANC, top brass, you can help them. Others, they perceive that your standing you know someone in politics, or you know a person relevant to the situation that you are discussing?
Because I'm just trying to understand the situation that you're describing, which is an unusual one, which is of an agent operating to investigate crime intelligence itself, and depending on sources of information that come from inside crime intelligence. Now, it seems to me that if people inside crime intelligence know that you're an agent and give you information on that basis, there's a risk that that will compromise the whole operation, because once your status as an agent is known, it will be very difficult for you to get covert information from anybody else in crime intelligence. Do you accept that?
I accept that, not only in crime intelligence. I was raising that with my legal team to say, after this engagement with your office, senior counsel, remember initially the plan was to bring this statement in camera. I've taken into cognizance all those factors, and I'm now aware that from now on the whole world knows that I am this person. So no one ever will ever, I don't think there's anyone who will ever give me information. Even if they say there is a tender of 10,000, once you see me, you say, no, they will never work with me. I was telling my team, how are we going to deal with this going forward?
It is a concern, but I mean, in fairness, I think you yourself have disclosed your status as an undercover operative in interviews before you came to this commission.
I have never commissioned. I've always said the right platform will come. There was no way, because I after the commission was established, I also checked and read the terms of reference. I really believed I will present this in camera.
But, so that's the first issue, which is that if people know you are an agent, then there's always a risk that your status as an agent leaks into the broader world of crime intelligence that you're investigating, and your position is compromised. Would you accepted that proposition?
Yes, provided you do not explain to the person giving you information at first. You need to, you explain to a person that, look, the information you are giving me, now comes this part. I can assure you, even the president will know, will deal with this. You assure a person.
But that raises my second concern, which is if people don't know that you're an agent.
They didn't know, now they know.
No, now they do. But if they don't, then what you're doing is, well, what's happening in the process is that crime intelligence operatives, employees, agents, are giving you what I would imagine is classified information, thinking that they're giving it to someone who isn't an agent.
No, there's no one. You see, all the information and instructions, commissioners, they will come through the handler. The handler will tell you there is this, and he will show you. There is no way you have to find me in possession of classified information. You can look at it, make notes, and understand, and even the notes you can't keep. But this investigation, it's not like a normal investigation. You meet a police carrying a docket, goes to a person and say, you stole a laptop. What happens is you tell your handler, the investigating officer of this case is sparkling. He knows he has to go and talk to this investigating officer. In some instances,
the commander of the handler, I don't know his commander, he'll talk to the commander of this investigating officer to say, we want to gather information for you. Crime intelligence, they will not carry the dockets, but he will, with the information I give him, he'll come and fill this docket in with information. Not necessarily that I must come and salute and say, hey, I'm an agent, give me the information, I'm going to help you. No, that's not how it works. You don't show the identity of people involved. And you talk to your person and say, with this information, I'll be able to do 1, 2, 3. Remember, a support staff who's a data capturer in supply chain, he can give you information and ask you, please make sure nobody knows about this, that it comes from me. It's a support staff in the supply chain. Once you have read it, maybe you take a picture, you give it back, then you give it to a handler, and the investigation unfolds. They won't know who gave it to you, and it doesn't necessarily has to be you saying I'm an agent. Remember, the support staff cannot even trust this other police. Your handler is not trusted by all the people. Mary, they can trust me, and I give this handler the information.
Can we very briefly just deal with the letter, the disbandment letter that you address at 61 and 62 before we take the lunch break?
Maybe before you do that, Mr. Chaskalson, just the last thing on this topic that you're having now. You do, I think from your evidence, in fact, it's not even a question of accepting, you did disclose to General Sibia that you're an agent.
That's correct.
So other people may well know because of that disclosure to General Sibia. You have no control over it. He may well have told other people in crime intelligence.
I don't know.
Yes.
It is him who knows.
But it's possible that, in fact, the people in crime intelligence that you are discussing with Mr. Chaskalson may well have known that you're an agent because you've already shared that information with somebody else, and that is General Sibia. It has to be a yes, Mr. Mogotsi.
I don't understand, commissioners. Commissioner is saying after I told General Sibia, he told someone.
He may have told other people.
Yeah,
You don't know.
I don't know.
So it is quite possible on that
That's
hypothesis
correct. That's
that
correct.
people in crime intelligence, other people in crime intelligence may well have known that you are.
If he has told them.
Okay. Thank you.
I think, Mr. Chaskalson, let's deal with what you were referring to when we come back.
Thank you, Chair.
Let's adjourn and resume at 2.
How long? 1 hour.
So guys, as you have heard, Brown Mogotsi speaks about being a contact agent, an undercover agent, whose work, one of the things that he was doing was to work on finding this alleged relationship between Ket Madlanga and General Mkonas, because he says at one point Ket Madlanga went to visit General Mkonas. I mean, he says a lot of things, but I don't want to waste any time putting my views on what he said. I think this is the moment where I'm going to play your voice notes. If you are interested, you can send your voice note. I think it is going to be an hour until they come back. For now, we can just look at your points of views. So if you are interested in letting us know what you think about the testimony of Brown Mogotsi so far, please do send those voice notes, and I'm going to be playing them for now. Thank you. Don't forget to subscribe and click that like button.
Season Wujan. This guy
Hello, guys. Season Wujan. This guy sounds so captured. This guy is captured. He's there to press down Ukwenazi, Ket Madlala, then protect the likes of Usbia and others. I think they got hold of him, and as a person who likes money, as an agent, right? He got a new handler in the wrong side this time around. Um, no evidence, nothing, just Mawara. This guy is a pure liar. Formulate stories out of nowhere.
Greetings, everyone. Actually, we are sick and tired of what is happening. So it shows that our leaders, for instance, our president is not taking us serious as the country. These people, they were supposed to go to jail. They were supposed to train them all the money that they steal from us, because we are the taxpayers in this country. So the play that they are playing, actually, for me, is not good. Look at Brown Mogotsi. Came with the stories now. We can't afford to pay our dishes and all that in order to be on a social network to listen to what he's saying. No, we are sick and tired of.
Morning, South Africans. According to the way I'm listening to Brown Mogotsi, honestly, he's not telling the truth. From his testimony, when he started to testify, you could hear that he was trying to implicate Mkhwanazi. As the commissioners were asking him, you would see that he's telling lies. He was telling lies. Yes, somewhere, somehow, he's telling the truth, but when it comes to Mkhwanazi, I don't want to lie. I heard that, he was just forming some stories. But we will listen to him and see some of his testimonies, the truth, as you can listen to it. Like, for instance, telling that Brown Ket Matlala is John Wick, and
it's so weird that Brown Mogotsi, he's forever do not listen to the question. From a psychological point of view, he has already preconceived, ideas and things that he should say. When someone has been given a kind of a rehearsal what to say. So that's why always you will not understand the question. He will say something which is very far from what the question is. He will go ahead of the question as much as it's related, but he will explain what he has rehearsed. So he's a liar. I think he's a pathological liar. I will never regard his testimony to be used in this commission.
Good evening, I'm Gumed from the Northwest. I'm just disturbed by this Madlanga commission. When Mkhwanazi was speaking here, no one ever said it's a hearsay. But when it's someone else, they say no, it's a hearsay. Remember when he presented himself first time, he didn't have anything. So I'm just saying I'm losing interest because already these people are biased. They are taking side. So yes, that's all from my side.
Good morning. How are you? I think Chief, people they have to use emotional intelligence when they are listening to Brown Mogotsi. I believe they have to use emotional intelligence and give him a chance. They have to listen him properly before they judge him, because I believe that he has something to tell us as a nation. Thank you very much.
This guy, for me, the Brown Mogotsi dude, has got absolutely no information. He's got absolutely nothing. I think he's making everything up. If he hasn't said one thing that is believable, I think it's just making things up as he goes. And, most of his sources are all hearsay evidence without any evidence. He doesn't have anything tangible, anything solid. He's wasting taxpayers' money. He should just be arrested for wasting time and money. Like, seriously, we don't need this. This guy is talking, but he's very silent.
Dumelang. My brother, you know what? In my opinion, right? I think Mogotsi is not telling the truth. Okay, let me put it this way. He might tell the truth, but on the other hand, he's not telling the truth. There are some people which he is protecting, but it is too early. Let us wait and see how far he gets, because some of the questions you can see before he answers them, his face changes, you see, and he makes it as if he didn't hear the question. So to me, the man is not 100% telling the truth. Let's say maybe out of 100, he's giving us 30%.
Yeah, good afternoon, South Africans. Yeah, according to how things are going now, yeah, this is pure waste of our taxpayer, our money. I feel this guy is trying to cover up on his handlers. They sent him to cover up the tracks, but unfortunately, he has nothing tangible.
Mr. Don't worry, everything is good. I get now. Brian Mohot is on break, and then the commissioner is on break. Everything is gonna come out. PC, and we download that information. We need Brian Mohot because of he have the information because of he work the criminal. So let's give him the chance to.
Yeah, I listened to the guy. The guy is not giving straight answers and is fabricating things from my point of view, because in the case of Mkwana's, he was talking about Cat saying he went to see Mkwana's in KZN, but he himself, he said he was following him. He didn't see the person who was staying in that house or the person that Cat met. And also another thing, he was asking about the address. That did you check who is staying there? He said no, he didn't check. So you can see this guy is trying to play the cards right and trying to protect other people. So yeah, it's very, 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 very bad. It's very bad. It's like he's trying to cover up a lot of incidents and trying to put the blame on Katie and Mukwanas, and because there's nothing that he has spoken, this guy, that gives facts. Even the Namibia one, they ask him about where you're gonna meet the person and all this thing. He's not giving a straight answer. So as far as I'm concerned, and from the way I'm seeing, it's just a mouth talk information where there are no evidence. He hasn't proven anything, and they haven't shown the intent of all the things that he's saying that they are true.
Hi. Yeah. Good day. Good day. It shows that Brian Mogotsi, he's a liar, a complete liar. Started from when he staged his attempted assassin. But yeah, so it's even demoralizing to listen to him. But what can we do? We're going to listen, but you can see how he's trying to implicate Mkwanazi. We'll see how it goes, and we'll see how he's going to prove that indeed Mkhwanazi is, was trying to plot or to do all these sort of things. But yeah, I think all we can do for now is just to wait and see how it will pan out.
This guy is lying because he don't have concrete evidence information, or I can say he don't have concrete evidence, because when they ask him a question, he don't answer the question as it is. He's telling stories. According to my understanding, I think he's lying. He don't have anything.
Good afternoon. I don't think this guy is normal in his head. I should think his stories must be taken with a pinch of salt. He must counter say what General Sibia said, that when they met, he went away without paying. He cannot say now to counteract what Sibia said. He's only concentrating on General Mkhwanazi, of which it gives us a doubt. We can't trust him anymore. Thank you.
Yeah, you see, Brown Mogotsi, what he's doing, he's taking the war to the doorstep of General Mkhwanazi and his camp. Basically, at this point, if you look at everything in totality, it's Mkhwanazi's swayed against Brown Mogotsi's swayed, and Brown Mogotsi's swayed against Mkhwanazi's swayed. But you can't really say a crime has been committed. It's just one faction against another faction. For sure, Mkhwanazi was very organized, telling his story, and Brown Mogotsi is well prepared, though he's not saying any evidence, but he's well prepared in terms of his storytelling. And he's sort of exonerating himself from the whole thing. He's extracting his name from the whole thing. And that's what his lawyer is doing. His lawyer is doing a good job to extract him. And we'll just wait to hear what Mkhwanazi will say. But I think the conclusion of the commission might, at the end of the day, be to say, this guys is just that there are factions in the subs. We need to reform subs to avoid these factions. Yeah, if they charge anyone, it might be just a minor charge, a minor thing serious, guys. They might take. I understand that, but that's
This guy, Brian, because let's give him a chance. Then we're gonna get the information, and then we're gonna get what was happening. Give him a chance to flow nicely, and then we're gonna get everything. We're gonna get full information of everything. There's a lot. This guy's got a lot.
Yeah, guys, hey, don't be hurry, man, to comment, man. This thing is still new, man. The baby is still young. Just listen first, then you can make a conclusion. Now, because we are trying to make unfounded, just listen, and it will see when they come back.
Hi, afternoon. On Brown Mogotsi, ne? Angazi ukuthi niyayazi lento le abayibiza i-seven colors lesa sidla elokishini masisakhula, whereby kune-beetroot nani in one plate. Umkhotsi upheke iplate le-seven colors, walipheka nge-seven gun spice. Very selective into akafuna ukuzisho. Ukhukhile. All I'm saying, in these seven colors, let's take the color that we think it's resonating with us, and then we in the plate you cannot like the rest. So into engizama ukuyisho la ukuthi uDibra umikisa amanga neqiniso, and uprotect abantu, and kukhona akathi mayesekushilo aswace, a change color, a change ebusweni, I mean, afrone. They said you can lie, lento, but you cannot lie. Your face cannot lie. So look at Mogotsi somewhere, even his character, even him, umbhekile, the fact ukuthi uyitsotsi. Let me say, uBrand Mogotsi itsotsi. In a nutshell, that's one. And two, I wish the commissioners can ask Brand Mogotsi one question. Why is he doing this? Why is he putting himself in this situation whereby uthatha indaba ngapha uzisa ngapha, and why was he paying for 15,000?
Good afternoon. Mr. Mogotsi's testimony is definitely rehearsed. It is actually created to create some kind of a diversion towards Mkhwanazi. It is not based on any facts. And to those that are saying that the commissioners are treating Mogotsi differently to Mkhwanazi, the question is always, if you give a testimony, do you have something to substantiate or proof to your testimony? You say yes. But if you say no, you do not have, then it's a hearsay. So that is the difference. There is nothing that is backing up his stories. He's just making, it doesn't even have dates, it doesn't have venues, it doesn't have names. So it's just a creative concoction. It's a rhetoric that they want to introduce now to the South Africans. Thank you.
Hi. The first red flag was when he did the oath. He put 4 fingers. Already, that was a red flag. Number 2, he is saying everything and nothing. Literally, he's saying everything and nothing. He's just saying the hearsays. These are the hearsays that we're hearing at the commission. Because number 1, how is he saying that he has the address of where they were going, but he didn't see where they were going? He didn't ask. There's no criminal who will just follow and just say, okay, we're going to that house and we're not going to find out who are we going to and what are you going to do there, because it's going to benefit all of us. So basically, he knew where they were going and he knows it's not Mkhwanazi's house, but he has to somehow derail the story so that it can be able to confuse everybody, and so that he can be able to cover up some things that he can't say as of yet. He's going from pillar to post, from Cape to Cairo, but he's not landing. Really, he's lying under oath, and I do believe that he is wasting the state, he's wasting the country's time, he's wasting everything that we have invested in this as a country, and us especially, to know the truth. But what do we expect from somebody who tried to fake their own? This shows that he is friends with Natim Tetwa, and Natim Tetwa allegedly has faked his own death.
I think after listening to Brown Mahoto, what I would really like to find out, and I'm questioning myself, is if Matlala refused to meet Sibia because Matlala was having problems with his tender, why then would he meet Kwananzi? Assuming that obviously he would have got a better response from Sibia. But when Brown Mahoto suggested that he meets Sibia, he refused, but he then goes ahead and meets Nkwananzi.
These people that are good day to the listeners. This guy is coming up with the stories today. He changed all the statements. I think he put the new glove. By the way, Mr. Minazo from Paris, what is happening in our country is totally out of hand. So we are sick and tired of all this thing.
Yeah, it is clear that it's used to get information, investigate, and be that informant. Is not used to gathering evidence and all the rest of this stuff. So, to my view, he might not be lying since he is that person who is always gathering information and bringing it to the rightful people. So he's got the source, and relying on it, it depends. But I'm quite sure that he's been in places, this guy, and he hangs around with a lot of uh, political people, you name them, intelligence.
Hayi, uBrian hayi asitshele iqiniso la. He's not taking the truth. He must come out with the truth, man.
Itawela. I heard when this guy, Brown Mogotsi, this guy is a Tsotsi. You see how you can hear how his name finished. Mogotsi, Tsotsi, kind of sound alike. How can you leave South Africa and then you go to Kenya to meet with a stranger that you don't know how that stranger looks like? You only have the number. It's impossible. And then this guy says that guy told him his name is George, and then he tells the commission that he doesn't think that guy told him the real name. This guy didn't go to Kenya to meet anybody. He went for his own personal things. That's why he wanted to prove his lie by what is this? By putting the ticket on one of the annexures there behind the statement. He's a liar, this guy. So they must just lock him up. After this commission now, when he finish talking there, they must just take him straight away.
Sanibonani South Africa. Hayi, indaba kaBrown iyinkinga la. Kuyabonakala nje ukuthi unamanga esebekhulumile abanye ozakwethu. Cause ukukhuluma kwakhe eqala indaba ukuthi waqasha i-Uber driver imtshela yonke into, wangena ukhethi Motlale ehhotela waphuma, wasephuma ngeMercedes, uthi wamlandela waze waya ngasemhlanga. Emva kwaloko akasaqhubeki nestori ukuthi kwase kwenzakalani. Kanti kwakuyini inhloso yakhe ukuthi amlandele? Wayengeveni emlandelisa ukuthi ufuna ukubona ukuthi uyaphi uyomithana nobani. Emva kwaloko akasaqhubeki nestori. Usezongena ekuthenini waphuma wakhipha i-press conference uGeneral Mkhwanazi, then yena wa-receive i-call kuKhethi Motlale Khethi Motlale, kanti unjani uMkhwanazi ngoba phela sengamkhokhela imali lo muntu.
Look, for me, I think Brown Mogotsi, he's telling the truth when it comes to the job that he does. You know, the intelligence, you know, but I'm not quite sure that the job that he does is legit and it's been recognized by the government. But of course, some of the members on ANC, you know, they use him for that intelligence and everything, you know. That part is telling the truth, you know, about the airports, the drug dealers, you know, about the calls that he received and the Ket Matlala, everything there is telling the truth. The only thing that is lying on is when it comes to General Mkhwanazi's issue about the CIA, about the cat visiting General Mkhwanazi and giving him money. I don't think that's he's angry. He's angry about the press conference being mentioned at the press conference and everything. I think although his anger is not directed to Mkhwanazi, he should direct his anger to ANC, because the ANC is the organization that is recognizing him as the agent. You know, he should take his anger to ANC, not to Mkhwanazi. And about this whole thing, the the reason why the commission.
Good afternoon. All I can say about Brian Mogotsi is that who is giving Lumchita. So he's giving Sinjalo, Sibamba, try to distract Madlanga, neti kumushwa nemali country lapho. Umuntu lo akabanjwa yokuthola umngani wakhe ukhethe. Amen.
I think we should just, let's wait. Furthermore, even though nothing he says really makes sense, he's just beating around the bush. But let's just give it more time and hear what he really wants to say.
Hey, afternoon enough South Africans. Go utlwahala hore o na le lesadi la le emelang o rongwe ke lesadi le leng wa tseba bophelo ba toronkong o itse a tla tlo duanye go tse hantle his purpose is only to go tla dua sohle se buile moo go na le lesadi la le emela mara o le emela indirect o duba case ka bong o duba this commission ka bong. Thank you.
Yes, Sanmanani. I'd like to comment on the statements made by Mr. Mogotsi. According to me, this man did not prepare himself for this commission, even if he was given enough time to prepare. He just didn't have anything to prepare because everything is pointing at him. I will say, much as he says he had handlers, everything that is going to say to the commission will be coming from his handlers. That is why most of the time when he is being asked questions, he has to remember what his handlers said to him on how to prepare himself. And the intention of all his answers is to make sure that he's taking the fight back to Mkwanazi from with an order from his handlers.
Brian Mogotsi is a serious liar, the guy. How can a man spend 15,000 to the States without claiming it back? That's not possible. And Ket Madlanga, yes, it's a monster, but it's
You say yes. But if you say no, you do not have anything.
Afternoon. Good day, good people. I think his handlers are Mkunu, Sibia, all those corrupt people there. Because now he's trying to pinpoint Nhlanhla Mkhonazi by saying Matlala, he was at his house. Matlala told him that he will find someone who will help him. This guy, he's also involved. He's eating money. He's going everywhere. Now the commissioner asked him, you take money from your own pocket and then you spend it and then you don't claim it. How possible is that? More than 15,000. Yo, this guy, this company again, that's the fiance's company. And that company, it was mentioned before that people are paying money to that company. So this thing, and he's contradicting himself. It's a lot.
I have a very good question for Brown Mogotsi. My name is Anonymous. I'm coming from the same village as Brown, but the age gap, I can't say I know him at a personal level, but I know him from disappearing and coming back. For him to have been disappeared too is what I don't know. And then he needs to tell us about his studies in USA. For when was that and for how long? When did he come back to Sweden to build those structures? Because he has something like a business area where he's renting out a place where people are selling and cooking there. I'm not sure what's happening there because I'm not full time at home. I'm actually in somewhere else for greener pastures. So yeah, I'm so there's so many questions. When did he travel to Kenya? Is it 15K to travel to Kenya? Like, where is Brown coming from all of a sudden?
Sanibonani. Mogotsi lo. Mogotsi isigebengu esikhulu gayizini. Wafeyika ukuthi wadutshuka emotweni eyidubulela imoto yakhe. Namhlanje uyamuzwa noma ephendula, hhayi uyangabaza, yazi akekho straightforward.
Yes, Brian Mogotsi is a complete liar. You can even see it on his face expression. Now we must listen to his crap now for 2 days. I don't think you can listen to him tomorrow again. He can finish today because everything he's saying is a lie.
Brian Mogotsi, nna ke bona a diela cat matala under the bus because of o skimana le bo Brown le bo General Sibiya le bo Senzo Mukunu. Ha go pola handle ona itse ha do fela committee hore banna ba tlolla mafa nna ga sa tla change story a shebile ditaba ka General Mkhwanazi mmeng ha re bone na tla fella kae.
Sanibonani South Africa. No, Brown ku-commission uyele to destroy i-reputation yamkhwanazi with lies, and he's trying to cover up for uSibiya and Mchulu. Story sakhe asihlangani, it doesn't make any sense. He says this, after that Cape Town, from Cape Town, Kenya, and he never landed. Then ulandzela someone, but akati ukuthi bebayaphi, and makafika lapho the story, it doesn't add up. He's busy telling lies and akuhlangani. This guy needs to go to jail once. Bayekele kumosha imali yema taxpayers.
Good afternoon, commissioners. I can hear what Mogotsi said. Mogotsi is a totally liar. He's trying to cover up all the tracks of his friends, Sibiya and Mutkun. He's covering them up, and then we are listening to him. We are looking at him right now. As you can see, you just can see him when he's talking, that he's talking it's all lies. He's playing games with you.
Yeah, Brown Mogotsi is fast running out of ideas. It is very clear that whatever he's saying, he formulated, because there's nothing that is substantiating out of all the allegations that he's trying to come up with. All I see here is a desperate man who's trying to frame General Mkhwanazi.
I have a very good question for Brown Mogotsi. My name is Anonymous. I'm coming from the same village as Brown, but the age gap, I can't say I know him at a personal level, but I know him from disappearing and coming back. For him to have been disappeared too is what I don't know. And then he needs to tell us about his studies in USA. For when was that, and for how long? When did he come back to Sweden to build those structures? Because he has something like a business area where he's renting out a place where people are selling and cooking there. I'm not sure what's happening there because I'm not full time at home. I'm actually in somewhere else for greener pastures. So yeah, I'm so there's so many questions. When did he travel to Kenya? Is it 15K to travel to Kenya? Like, where is Brown coming from? All of us.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Mogotsi ke liar. He's here to ruin a reputation that General Mkhwanazi. He's here to cover Abosbiya, Aboken, and all that. At the same time, he is throwing under the bus this guy. Who's this guy? Umatlala. I understand. Because there's nothing that is. So Brown Mogotsi, he belongs in jail. He's just a crook. He's just a crook, and that's all.
Afternoon, South Africa. Aye, the guy is a liar. Motho o rata maka e. Mabarebare ntho engwe le engwe e buang ba mo rutile. O rehesitse, you can tell hore ke ntho e leng hore o e boleletse hore wena o fihla mona o tlo bua tjena. O mpa tjhentjha sefahlelo fela a hula sefahlelo. O maka o tlameha go kwalla, o tshwanetse ke tronko eo. Ha ena engwe ntho.
Sanbonan. I hope Mogotsi bafethu, it's a cleaner man. When big boy is making some mess, then he'll become along and clean to make sure to the household is sharp. But this time it's like he used to do things zenzeke. So but manje zenzeka la because of if mamela kahle akazwakala ukuthi uthini. And the worst part manje makezofaka Mkhwanazi. Khumbula Mkhwanazi uke wafonelwa uBram Mogotsi. Mogotsi bekamfonelelana Mkhwanazi if ever Mkhwanazi kuumuntu oyenza into ezi wrong or on a wrong side. Mina the only thing into engiyibonayo la Mkhwanazi nabo Sibiya nabo Mchunu they have already knew ukuthi manje umuntu ngathi ufasa izinto ngathi ubopha izinto Mkhwanazi. So Brian Mogotsi bekazama ukungena Mkhwanazi ukuze azokwazi ukuthi awukhulume naye mhlambe how to clean up imess yamabhoza akhe. So lento azoyikhuluma la izwakala. It's either ngcona yolala or ngcono nje nethi Mkhwanazi athi kumbambele eceleni kancane akwazi ukukhuluma lonke iqiniso. Mangithi ambambele eceleni niyazi ukuthi Mkhwanazi ubambekana kanjani eceleni.
It's anonymous. Brian is talking nonsense. He's talking bull. He's talking nonsense. What he's talking about, he doesn't know what he's talking about. He just talks for the sake of talking. It's a waste. It's a hell of a waste of time. What must happen is he must go to jail straight after this commission.
Sanibonani. Brian Mogotsi udlalela ngesikhathi nje semali yama-taxpayer. Udlala nje ngemali yama-taxpayer straight. Ukhuluma nje izinto ezingahlangani loyo muntu loyo. But ngilibekile lakho uyaya ku-ADOC. Ku-ADOC uzozwa ukuthi akudlalwa ni. Bazombuza ama-question lawo ukuthi manje naye akazi ukuthi awaphendula athini uzodideka. Actually uyafana nje nomchuno.
Hi, good people. How are you? I think we don't have time to listen to this nonsense, Brian Mogotsi. He's trying now to talk nonsense, and he was also connected with everything that he says today. So now they eat our money, they eat our taxes, they eat everything. We black people are suffering because now we did apply for the RDP's house, but there's no one who's getting that house. Others are dead, others are old, others are buying the houses, but now there's a lot of RDP's house. When you apply, they say there's a registration of 2,500 or 5,000. Whilst other people that doesn't even go to school eat a lot of money that it must help for us. Guys, no, we are black. Untse ko ntlong ya 26 million, whilst your brother untse ka mo mokhukung o kena magotlo, o kena metsi. No, guys. Ijan Cheletalina, Eli Thailand Skolong, leave our money.
Hayi Mcengeni uBrown Mcengeni akhuphe le handle yakhe. Le handle yakhe le ayikhupha. Unamagama into esifuna angathethi ngehandle lana source up. Akakhupha iqiniso lo muntu lo ukuthi kahle kahle yena ubani. uBrown uthotho omkhulu lo. Khani umyeka lo ngoba nemyeka noma nemvumela ngena report. Ngeke aze nenyani lo muntu lo ubelong ukuthi aye ejele ohlala nomahlala pha bobabili baqhuba imission zabo pha. Funeka abheke straight ejele then isikhiya siyolahlwa eCarltonville West Deep number 1 emgodini siyolahlwa pha kuDeep bangangebaye uyosithatha khona. Because I believe ukuthi West Deep 11 number 1 eCarltonville ngowona mgodi umde kuneminye ihlabathi. Fanele leso sikhiya siyolahlwa ekhejini pha so wezandla apho angeke aphinde baphume khona. Ahambe nabo umculo bakhe nabo Shedrick Sibiya bakhe bonke abangani bakhe ahambe nabo. Naye ubelonga phana usilwana njengomahlala ukwakhe.
Personally, I think Brown Mogotsi, they must just call police, put him behind the van, transport him straight to the mental institution. Thereafter, they charge him because he is completely mentally disturbed.
Dumela ma South Africa matle. Brown Mogotsi batho ba tshwara mane mo tshwanetse jana ba mmotse dipotso tsa ntho tse le hore ke sa se buang a tshwanetse a fane ka bopaki ba teng hore se ke se buile nna ke sena bopaki ba sona ke se kapo a ntse le hona dinepe tse le hore ke wala bona Cat Matala go le na e palame hore e na enda pa fitlhe ha jana ka Mokgwanase ke bona bopaki bo re tla bo amogela ha ya le slang ka o sena bopaki bo tsa go la etsa motho a re motho le nna bue ba ka go ta ka tsa a itshwarisitse ena ka bo yena ke a leboha.
You know, guys, we were expecting a lot from this guy. This guy is been bought, guys. He's just wasting our time. But let's give him a chance, then we'll see what he says.
Brian Mogotsi is just a blatant liar. Everything that he says is well rehearsed and orchestrated. There is nothing that he's telling that is truth. So his testimony, it's not valid. He's lying. He should just be arrested.
Sanibonani ma-South Africans. Ngikhuluma noSakhile la. Uyazi, I'm so disappointed with this guy. I was thinking maybe izofika ne-story esi-right sokukhuluma nje iqiniso kuphela. So kwezinye izinto ezama-clips nyana engeke ngazibona la ku-social media. It seems like bekafuna ukukhuluma iqiniso unento ey'ningi akazoyikhuluma uma efika kule commission. Kwiqiqi manje sekuyesinye istory sekakhuluma khona abantu abafuna ukuba protector khona manje. Hey, kubuhlungu yazi. Kodwa-ke kubuhlungu kakhulu abantu laba boma-5 million naboma-2 million, abantu abanemali abasebenzayo singasebenzi thina. Thixo, kwaze kwanzima kulo mhlaba. Akaye ejele lo mjidi.
Hey, Molweni. Yeah, man, the one thing that I don't understand is the whole presentation about John Wick. I mean, wasn't John Wick rumored to have killed countless people in Pretoria, and they had a whole presentation about him, yet this man was never arrested?
Good day, everyone. Yeah, no, I don't want to lie. I'm very, very disappointed to say the least. And this guy of yours, Brian Mogotsi, what a clown. What a waste of time. I think this guy should just be thrown in jail. Ashaiwe Lerahoda straight just because he's a snitch. Yeah, he's been snitching in a few stuff here and there, especially snitching. The guy's name Cat Matala. You must be thrown in a cell with Cat Matala there, so that Cat Matala can sort him out. He has no information whatsoever. He's a clown. Get yale mafi.
Afternoon, bandla. Hayi, umabona umkhotsi uze ujike yonke le nto uxoka, uyabonakala uba uyaxoka. And ke ngoku ezi handlers zakhe mane kubuzwa into yoba yonke le nto ithethayo ikhona mosiba kwi-handlers, funeke nazo zizile apha. I-worst ke ngoku lazothi umkhwanazi nomsimulo bafumane imali uxoka, and ke ngoku umntu ozayikhulula yonke le nto nguMatlala yena kuqala, because kuyo yonke le nto ifana uba naye ngoku ubhitreya uMatlala lo befumana kuye imali yena. So uzabakhulula nawo uMatlala kuba funeka eze apha, and ne-evidence ifana nalo mntu besandongena apho waseNorth Ntontoni, uthi umkhwanazi naye wayezile apha without ilaa nto ke eza no-hearsay, bazange batsho abantu be-commission. Umkhwanazi wathetha yonke into ayithethileyo, wathi iyeza i-evidence. Nantsi ke yabekwa apha, kwenzeka ntoni ngoku? Naye makaze ne-evidence nento yoba ngoku wayinikwa imali uLantuka, wanikwa njani, ithini yonke into, ayibeke apha. Tyhini uyaxoka lo mfana.
Hello, I am anonymous. I think Brown Mogotsi with his team or with his partners in crime, all of them should be sent to jail. These people badlala ngathi was badlala South Africa. They don't take us into consideration, you know. I think these people, they must go to jail. All of them, Senzo or everyone must go to jail. Anton. So yeah, this group of Basibia, Bomang, send this rubbish to jail. They are trying to expose South Africa that our policies are so weak, and then our leaders, they don't take us into consideration. This is a biggest crime. This is the biggest crime. But they are just setting up commissions ukuthi badla lama about taxpayers.
South Africans, you know, clearly a lot of people in power and in serious places believe that the rest of us out there are fools. Brown Mogotsi is now an agent, he's now an informant who has a handler, who has never claimed. So literally no department has a record of him because he has no claim. Even if he mentions his handler, without any claim, there is no proof that he exists even in the department. So how is he an agent? How is he an informant without any record?
Hi, South Africa. No. Brown Mogotsi is lying. Brown Mogotsi hasn't yet
brought any tangible, intelligent, undercover report of any sort. It's hearsays and obviously protecting his allies. Um, we all know, we all know something about someone in either in our community or in our spaces, you know. So if that is his space, he's just saying what he knows that happens around him. Is just a beneficiary of some sort to some high profile police personnel. Other than that, there isn't any tangible undercover evidence that is.
Mina into engiyibonayo ngibona ukuthi abantu kufanele lento bayithathe ngendlela efanayo uma kuwukuthi bayabona ukuthi uBhayi Mkhothi uyisigebengu. Uma ekhipha igama laMkhwanazi bayavuma ukuthi yena uqamba amanga noma ekhipha igama lami isiZulu, kodwa uma ekhipha igama laBhekicele ama-comment athi sasishilo ngoBhekicele, nayibona-ke lento sasishilo ngoBhekicele. Amanga ukuthi enene avezwe akhunywa ngobani akufanele. Musani kuyenza lento kubungazi ukuthi enene iyinzondo, because uma sekhipha igama lacele ni-right ngayo, ne-entertain lento asuke yisho, kodwa uma ekhipha igama laMkhwanazi negama lami isiZulu unamanga
Hi guys. Just a quick one. I'm just sitting here listening to everyone, and it just came to mind, Hore, what if Brown Mogotsi has or had been threatened? Because if you remember well, in the beginning, he appeared to be someone that is supporting Kwanazi. You know, even in the interviews, I think it was E-News and just anywhere that is published, right? But then after this alleged assassination that we believed it's fake or he was trying to cover up some stuff, all of a sudden he's too scared to speak openly. Like he's very careful with what he says or puts out. I'm not sure. I'm not saying that he is not lying or he is lying, but then what I've noticed is that this is not the Brown Mogotsi he was portraying the past few weeks. Today he's totally different. I don't know, maybe he came drunk. I don't know.
Yeah, guys, you know what? Low for low, but to ban. Seriously speaking, I'm sure umphumela wakhe manje une-jealous nomlomo wakhe. Lento ephuma la emlonyeni ngayo ephuma le nzansi le.
Greetings, South Africa. This is what politicians are. And we keep on voting them. How many times have they been exposed? This man Mogotsi is putting the last nail on the coffin of their lying tactics that end up making them criminals.
Good afternoon, listeners. I think Brown Mogotsi is a complete liar. You can see from the statement that he's giving that this guy is playing games with the commission and he's playing games with the South African. This is anonymous from Mabologa. That guy is a complete liar.
Good afternoon, listeners. This Brian Mogotsi is a concrete liar. All he needs now is to be taken to prison and be put in the same cell as Kat Makala, and be put in the same cell so that they can deal with each other, because he's throwing him under the bus now.
Good afternoon, South Africans. You know, this Mogotsi character, he really needs help, a very serious help. He gotta be mentally checked, because I tend to believe he has a knock in his head. Each and everything that he's testifying on, like, it doesn't have any merits. So
even Madlanga Commission, I tend to believe they have enough evidence to arrest the people who has to be arrested. It's just a waste of time. If it was a regular South African, he would be long gone in jail. But these roundabout things going up and down, because of these are high profile people, like I don't get anyway. Thank you, South Africans.
Yeah, this Mogotsi guy, as he proclaimed that he's an agent, these people, they sworn with their lives not to say anything or to go against their superiors. So he's just trying to cover up the people that employ him on the basics of lying and all these things. There's nothing tangible he has said there. There's nothing evidence, nothing you can hear from there. How can you follow someone to see where he's going, then you don't know who is staying in that place and who he met? So what was the reason of following? You understand? So you can see from the way he's doing, he's just trying to cover up everything.
Thank you guys for sending those messages. So we are going back until we end. You can still send your messages. We'll play them after we end it. Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Shazansi.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Mogotsi, when we broke, I was about to ask you just to take us through paragraph 61 and 62, which deal with the disbandment of the PKTT and that letter. Can you read the paragraphs and just amplify anything that you would like the Commission to know in this regard?
Thank you, Commissioners. The fact that a letter addressed to General Masemula by Mkunu, entirely disbanding the PKTT, was leaked on social media on 1 January 2025 was fortuitous. Through the social media leak, it came to my attention. It suited the circumstances and the furtherance of my engagement with Matlala, bolstering my credibility in that I was in a position to inform him of the disbandment of the task team prior to it being formally made public. The time of year, New Year's Day, further aided my purpose, as Matlala did not seem to have knowledge of the social media leak regarding the information stated above. The circumstances and moreover the timing in which I could present this information to Matlala further gained his trust. I created the impression that I was privy to information emanating from the Minister's office prior to it being made public.
Can I ask, do you recall how you came to see the letter on social media? Was it from a personal social media contact, or was it from a public social media contact?
It was a public social media contact. In fact, it was all over, Commissioners, even in other social media groups.
And do you recall whether it was on Twitter, Facebook, any particular platform? Is it?
I cannot recall, Commissioner. I just know it was on social media.
And how soon after you received it did you mention it to Mr. Matlala? Was it immediately? Was it? Did you delay?
I saw that letter on the first, but because of the content of the letter, I decided to withhold the letter for a while, just to see whether is it authentic or not. But as it was still in my possession, it continued to be viral, even the second day. But I did send him a message at night without sharing the letter itself. I only sent it to him the following day, which was the 2nd of January.
Are you leaving the letter?
I am leaving the letter for now. We'll
I've
come back
got
to
more
it later.
questions later on, but for now, why did you think Mr. Matlala would be interested in the disbandment of PKTT?
Commissioners, the man would be very much interested and happy. As I've alluded earlier, he did, of course, got harassed by the same people, which is the PKTT. Even when they manhandled him, he did make reference that they, of course, also assaulted his wife, and that's why I helped him to go to the police station in Soweto through my arrangement with a co-handler. But in addition, Commissioner, in as much as he was frustrated and telling me that these people keep on looking for money and so forth, and the PKTT does not give him space and all that, I believed that its disbandment will really relieve him.
So there was a lot of discussion between you and Mr. Matlala about the PKTT during December 2024.
Yeah, not necessarily a lot of discussion, but I mean, they harassed him, they came to his house, and they also assaulted his wife. It's something not to forget. You cannot just forget that easily if one is on the shoes of Mr. Matlala.
And do you know how he knew that it was the PKTT that harassed him, as opposed to any other unit?
Yes, he did mention that he was, they were wearing balaclavas, they were in KZN cars, and they were speaking Zulu. And as it is also known, people here in Gauteng, the Zulu that they speak is not like the one in KZN. Even if I can speak any language with you, you won't speak Tswana that I speak in Mahikeng. Here you speak differently. Even the Zulus here, the Zulu is not like that one in KZN. I think that's where he drew the distinction.
Thank you, Mr. Chaskals.
Can you then take the Commission through paragraph 63 to 65?
In testimony before the committee, Lieutenant General Mkonazi states that I am not a registered source in police, but yet I have access to everything in the police. I reiterate that Lieutenant General Mkonazi could not know that I was a registered contact agent for crime intelligence and therefore privy to the information and documents relating to the inner workings of South African Police Service. By implication, what Lieutenant General Mkonazi is saying is that if I were to be a contact agent, I would be privy to this information and his concern would therefore be undermined. The perceived links that I have with persons in the underworld is drawn from WhatsApp communication inter alia with Matlala, which were sent and in execution of my task orders received from my handler in the crime intelligence.
Can I just stop you there? Was your handler aware of your WhatsApp communications with Mr. Matlala? Did you share them with your handler?
It is very, very important that you notify your handler about your discussion. But in the main, you will not wake up in the morning and say, hello, Mr. Matlala, how are you? Then you tell the handler, I just greeted him, he said he's fine. No, you will tell him, I'm going to have a discussion with him, and this is what I'm going to draw, and this is what I want to achieve, or perhaps this is what I have achieved. And you will have your briefings 3 or 2 times a week, but usually you will have to bring everything that you discussed with him.
And would you bring your cell phone so that the handler could actually see the WhatsApp communications?
Yeah, not at all material times. It depends on the content of the discussion. For example, where he insists, I will really have to meet with Minister Senzon Tun. you'll then come to him and say, hey, Bafo, this man now is adamant, he's putting pressure. He wants to see Minister Senzo Mchunu.
Thanks. Then if you can continue with paragraph 65 and 66.
From the outset, and despite the perception which I effectively created with General Mkonazi that I was close to and had the ear of Mchunu, I deny that I had any personal relationship of any kind with him. Him means Mr. Mchunu. I was neither an associate nor a friend of Mchunu. I regarded him, and I still do, as a comrade. In the same way as I wanted to create a perception and belief in the mind of Lieutenant General Mkonazi, I wanted to create perception in the mind of Madlanga, but for different purposes. Both, however, will be the execution of my task instruction received from my handler at Crime Intelligence.
Then from paragraph 67 onwards, you talk about your first approaches to General Mkonazi. Can you take the Commission through those paragraphs?
67 in?
67 onwards, all the way through to 72.
I did send the WhatsApp message to Lieutenant General Mkonazi on 30 September 2024, an attached document being the OB occurrence book register and a letter. This was my opening communication to Lieutenant General Mkonazi. The documents were attached to give the message the necessary weight and to get his attention in an attempt to gain his trust. This was in line with my modus operandi as a contact agent. I also sent the follow-up message later that day, moreover with reference to Mchunu being in Lusikisiki. I wanted to leave him with the impression, which later proved to be effective, that I was with Mchunu in Lusikisiki. The contrary was, however, true. I left Lusikisiki a day before the minister's arrival. Mchunu was not aware of that I was in Lusikisiki, and I never met him there. I became aware that the minister was traveling to Lusikisiki via the media. I also sent the WhatsApp message to Lieutenant General Mkonazi that he must be mindful and check his standing with Lieutenant General Khumalo in an effort to elicit a response. I confirm once again that at all relevant times, I send these messages in an attempt to gain Lieutenant General Mkonazi's confidence and trust in order to execute my mandate in terms of the task order of my handler.
Can I just stop you there before we move on to the crime intelligence screenshot? Where did you get the occurrence book register extract and the letter?
From one of my sources. Remember, commissioners, the occurrence was a recorded incident that took place, which implicated Lieutenant General Mkonazi. And having found something that talks to him directly, I knew he was going to respond. And because it was talking about him, indeed, he responded.
And so this is a complaint that had been lodged against Lieutenant General Mkonazi in relation to the Correctional Services incident.
Yes, that's correct. From Kalagabusha, it was about the arrest of possession of drugs against a head of correctional center, which, according to General Mkonazi, because when I spoke to him, he responded to me in detail as to what really transpired. Then he ordered that the correctional officer should not be arrested. He cited reasons being he was going to sue the state or South African Police Service. Those drugs were found in a rubbish bin, not necessarily inside the house of a correctional officer. That's what happened.
And when you refer in paragraph 69 to your WhatsApp message to General Mkhonazi in relation to General Khumalo, what was your intention in, as it were, telling General Mkhonazi he should suspect General Khumalo?
It is a modus operandi, commissioners. It's similar to someone, a very lovely couple. Even if you don't greet him, he doesn't know you. Should you tell him or ask him, are you sure about your girlfriend? He'll definitely start to ask you, what did you see? Why are you saying that? It's a similar message.
Then you talk about that crime intelligence screenshot. Can you
Sorry,
take...
Sorry, Mr. Chaskasen. So you were asked what was the intention?
Was to get
the
him...
intention to create discord between the two of them because you're raising suspicion about the one
Not
or
to...
the other?
Obviously, General Mkhonazi knew Lieutenant General Khumalo for longer. He wouldn't just take a story from me in the first place and believed me. He may have told him, but it created an environment that he must ask me exactly what did he say. And indeed, he asked me.
Thank you.
Then the crime intelligence screenshot. You say you obtained the screenshot from a confidential source within your network. That's in paragraph 71.
That's correct, Commissioners.
Now, that source would have had to have been present at the crime intelligence meeting, not so?
I don't know, Worship. No, I don't know, Commissioners. Excuse me, sorry.
And did that source know he was dealing with an agent, that he was giving it to you in your capacity as an agent?
That's correct. Network, you may be surprised. We are sitting with more than 400 in the network, 400, a lot of people. And this one may say, my handler attended a meeting and he showed me this, and when I saw that, I used it to my advantage.
But it wasn't just shown; it was captured, because you had an image to give to General Mkhonazi.
That's correct, Commissioner. It is the question that I did not ask my source: how and when did he get that picture? But it was not the first time. I've been, for example, talking about a presentation of Boko Haram, which is a very confidential document, but I saw it. I may have also taken a picture. So in this network, you are able to get or access such things.
Can you take the commission through paragraphs 73 to, all the way through to 80?
I fully understand why the chairperson of the committee, during the evidence of Lieutenant General Mkhonazi, raises a question. Why would I warn Lieutenant General Mkhonazi of an attempt to discredit him? And the reason why Lieutenant General Mkhonazi would answer the chairman that he had no idea at the time. He could not and he would not have an idea because absent the explanation that I acted as a contact agent investigating General Mkhonazi and being in the process of infiltrating his world, it would be on the face of it rather random. It is clear from the conduct of General Mkhonazi after receiving the WhatsApp communication from me that he has established this through the Chief of Staff in the Minister's office, that the Minister was indeed in Lusikisiki at the time. I indicated that I was there, and by giving a long-winded explanation relating to the charges leveled at the acting head of correctional facility in Kalakabushe at the Empangeni, I managed to get his attention. Lieutenant General Mkhonazi defends the long explanation when he given to me regarding this incident, as he believes that I'm close to the minister, hoping that the explanation will reach the ear of the minister. I clearly succeeded in getting the attention of Lieutenant Mkhwanazi, as he chose to engage with me. He inquired as to what Lieutenant General Khumalo had said about him with regard to cash in transit. I merely responded that the minister is briefed and he has arrived in Lusukisiki. My reference to the minister Lusukisiki, as well as my presence there, as stated, clearly confirmed in Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi's mind that I was close to the minister, having knowledge of his movement. With reference to the screenshot depicting the meeting of crime intelligence heads, I requested that General Mkhwanazi keep this confidential and that his best interest at heart. I further communicated to him that the representative within crime intelligence are of the opinion that he does not listen to crime intelligence, that he might have his own cartel, and mentioned that provincial crime intelligence head is retiring in the next month. Once again, my communication had the desired effect, as Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi stated in his evidence that it is his understanding of the message that in the meeting referring to the screenshot attended by a representative of crime intelligence was that he did not want to cooperate and is not working well with the head of crime intelligence in KwaZulu-Natal. Further, that he does not take heed of the information that they are giving him and in turn does not want to operationalize such information. The opposite is underlined by the response of Lieutenant General when he replies and requests the full presentation relating to the screenshot of the crime intelligence meeting, alternatively records of what was said therein. I then replied, reference General Khan, stating this general will brief him next week. My intentional reference to Major General Khan in the WhatsApp conversation with General Mkhwanazi again effectively caught his attention. He makes the following statement in reply: almost, open quote, almost everything that we see happening in Parliament and the media come from that components of crime intelligence, and this is where the real fight comes from, close quote. Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi stated the following, open quote again: the General Khumalo, the Divisional Commissioner Crime Intelligence, approached me and asked me to be a presiding officer. I then agreed. Shortly after agreeing to be the presiding officer, not long after that, I started getting this communication from Mogotsi. But at that time, I'm not understanding as to what this communication, what is the background of this communication. He started to communicate these things to me. That is why it throws Major General Khan's name in it, close quote.
Can I just get the timing of these WhatsApps confirmed? Your first approach to General Mkhwanazi was on the 30th of September, and that was the OB WhatsApp, which you record on page 67. The WhatsApps in relation to crime intelligence and the presentation and General Khan, that was the following day, 1 October. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And your purpose in shifting the conversation to General Khan is what you address in paragraph 84. Can you take the commission there?
Should I read this again?
Yes, please do.
I made reference to Major General Khan specifically and reiterate that I was stated herein above regarding the plot surrounding the disciplinary hearing of Major General Khan and the contrived outcome thereof. I wanted to create perception in General Mkhwanazi's mind that I may know of the plot. To elicit a reaction from Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi, I reasoned if he suspected that I had knowledge of the plot, he would not accept the appointment to chair the disciplinary hearing as requested by General Kumar.
So you were mentioning Major General Khan specifically because you knew about the plot and you wanted essentially to signal to to General Mkhonazi that you were aware of the plot and that he might then choose not to take on the disciplinary committee and not to carry forward that plot. Is that what your intention was?
Yeah, I'm simply saying he may have thought I knew. Commissioners, remember the recording part only happened in December. This was our conversation during October or after September.
But, sorry, I don't understand 84 then, because what 84 says to me is that in October you mentioned Major General Khan specifically.
Yes.
Because you wanted to create a perception in Lieutenant General Mkhonazi's mind that you may know of the plot.
Yes.
Did you know of the plot at that stage?
No. This would be, that's what I'm saying, it should be captured correctly. I spoke to General Mkhonazi, and we only knew about the plot when we did the 252A thing. But in October, I had already heard that it is General Mkhonazi who was going to preside over the case of General Khan. But I did not have any interest of some sort at that time, until that time when we conducted the 252.
But then why did you have any reason to mention Khan in your WhatsApp to General Mkhonazi on the 1st of October?
It is Lieutenant General Mkhonazi, who, according to him in the statement, was thinking that I have mentioned this because I knew he was going to preside. Indeed, I knew, but I'm trying to say it should be properly recorded that the conversation between the recording of the particular process, the 252A, about the plot, only got carried out or conducted when we did the 252.
So I understand what you're saying now, but I still can't make sense of 84. Maybe if you could just reframe 84 as you would want it, if 84 is saying the wrong thing in relation to the plot, what is it that you're saying in relation to General Khan and General Mkhonazi?
May I just approach, cousin?
The story is yours, and you know what.
This is not a history
what
class.
the,
Bring us
you
back
know
to
what
the
the evidence
1980s.
is.
Our communities are under siege.
I'm
This is
just
not a
trying to
history
say this. The paragraph
just-
may have been captured.
For the chair to keep mentioned in your testimony.
Should
on
have,
making
the
all
part of the
that we do
paragraph
that.
could have been captured
Cannot say
in
nation.
another paragraph. What I'm saying is, when I spoke to
The next will be to
General
when I say
Khan
names, they don't
about
tell us
this
the story.
incident,
Thank you, Chair.
to General Mkhonazi. No, I should put it properly, sorry. When we did the 252A, it was done
what the people of South Africa want to see
this conversation. So
is
I'm
the
simply trying to
wisdom
say the part
behind
where
our
we speak about the disciplinary
asked.
hearing
May you
didn't
I
have
will be
been
persecuted
before
and
the
certainly,
December
to the questions that the honourable members
is probably
have
not
asked.
placed in.
So this reference to a perception in Lieutenant General Mkhonazi's mind that I may know of a plot shouldn't actually be in this paragraph.
Yes, should have been. I'll show you where it's supposed to come. You will check that. Not congratulations. May I just have a second to rectify this, Commissioner?
Mr. Chairperson, unless it's crucial that he should deal with it now, which
No.
I don't think should be the case. Mr. Mogotsi is coming back tomorrow.
Certainly.
Should
Maybe we can clarify this tomorrow.
Yes,
It's not a
please.
critical issue
Yes,
at all.
yes.
And thank you, Commissioner. Perhaps there will be time for cross-examination, and this will be wrongly placed here. Thank you.
It will be sorted out before you are cross-examined. Thank you, Mr. Mogotsi.
Then, if you can possibly finish off with paragraphs 85, 6, and 7.
Thank you. Paragraph 85, I did send a message to Lieutenant General Mkonazi stating, congratulations, you are going to save the country. I knew a press conference was going to be held by Lieutenant General Mkonazi before it happened. I wanted him to know that I had this knowledge and furtherance of my investigation. This conversation took place shortly after the arrest of General Kumalo. I was under the impression that General Mkonazi was going to have a very positive press conference, and therefore I wrote the message as aforesaid. The later transpired not to be the case. My message sent on 4 July 2025, congratulating General Mkonazi that he's going to save the country, clearly further caught his attention and he deemed it necessary to respond thereto. I did direct the communication to General Mkonazi requesting him to intervene. This was not out of genuine concern about the situation that was unfolding regarding warrants of arrest that were procured. This was, in my view, as a knee-jerk reaction to the arrest of General Kumalo, to arrest certain other high-ranking police officials, including General Masemola. I wanted to know how Lieutenant General Mkonazi was going to react. I further also wanted to know what his next step would be. I contemplated genuinely possibility that he might resign from his position during the press conference that was going on.
So if I understand you correctly, that message in early July you sent really to try to work out what Lieutenant General Mkonazi was going to do next.
Yes, but just to add on that, Commissioners, there was a heavy observation, because that week General Mkonazi came to Gauteng, and that's why earlier I spoke about something like a coup of some sort. Here in Pretoria, at the police college, including General Masemola, he stayed the whole night there. And that's where I derived...
Sorry to interrupt. Who stayed the whole night?
No,
General Masemola or
after General Mkonazi came here, frequented and went back, General Masemola and the other team, they stayed at the college for the whole night during that week of the press conference. And the information we have, I believe, I'll be perhaps guided how to perhaps supplement if we reach the conclusion of what we are working on. I can confirm that the press conference, the statement which General Mkonazi read, was not typed in KZN. It was typed here in Pretoria at the college. We're going to even find the computer from which that statement was typed. It was not typed there.
You're saying you found, or you are hoping to find?
No, there is. We are 80% already. The 6, that's why I'm saying you should check. When I sent him a message in advance, Commissioners, it was after the arrest of General Kumalo, General Lukalakala, and those other brigadiers. And General Masemola, after the arrest, maybe that should be recorded.
It's either you found it or you have not found it. You cannot find it 80%, Mr. Mogotsi. Please make me understand.
You get that a person tasked will say, I have it. Now, for me here to say, I have it, I'll not be telling the truth. I hope if he's watching, he'll just call me and say, hey, I have it. But from the person, for 4 days, we placed the network to monitor the movement before this press conference. And even I don't want to go into the content of the press conference and leave the script, but I hope the stage will come for one to elaborate the investigation around this July 6 press conference.
You say that you contemplated the genuine possibility that General Mkhwanazi might announce his resignation at the press briefing.
Yes.
Why did you contemplate that?
You see, the arrest of General Khumalo was a breaking point. It almost changed the South African police service. Everything changed. That's why we are here. That's why I'm able to say there is intelligence report in 2018. I know of 2019, 2021. There is no such thing as the big five and things they're talking about. General Mkhwanazi, he was angered by the arrest of General Khumalo. Even the press conference was only about that, where he said there is a drug cartel. They are using this tactic of misdirection, commissioners, too. Like you say, the PKTT was disbanded because there is a drug cartel which Minister Mtuni wanted to protect. KT Molef, these people were still going to be arrested whether the PKTT was there or not. Now, they just brought a big narrative. If you allow me, Chair, commissioners, I can just 1 minute to show you this thing properly. There is this thing called the misdirection, to mislead how everything happened. I'll give an example of this witness, C, who came here with the recording. He came with the recording, they say, Brown Mogotsi had 500,000 for him and Senzo Mtunu, and then again they came with, Kat says, on the recording, I gave Sibia 2 million plus 1 million per month, and I know, the witness C, I think I know him. He's having a rank in the South African Police Service. They know, in terms of the law, they're supposed to subject Kat Madlanga with his recording to a magistrate for a confession statement and immediately on the spot apply for a warrant of arrest for Brown Mogotsi, Senzo Mtunu, and General Sibia. No, they bring it and play it raw here. They just come with information that will never be admissible in the court of law. To say we gave him 500,000, and then on the recording they asked Kat, was it cash or what? He said, no, he was in Cape Town, I sent it. They don't immediately ask from the records, show us the balance or the proof of 500,000. It's a similar thing, Commissioner, with when General Mkhwanazi was speaking in that press conference. Check this thing that he raised. He spoke about the magistrate who imposed a bail condition against the crime intelligence general. Even Nelson Mandela, the most respected president, he never called a press conference with people holding rifles behind him. And General Mkhwanazi speaking about that magistrate, I can assure you, is either he recused, he even resigned that magistrate. To say, how can he impose a bail condition like that? Whereas he knows they could just apply for the relaxation of bail condition and life goes on. But he was able to threaten that magistrate. He did not even worry during his statement, commissioners, that it was Fadil Adams in Cape Town who opened a case against General Lushaba, the one I spoke about with the housebreaking and stuff, and other cases. What happened in the Cape Town, the matters could not be investigated. It's written on my statement, it is a practice across the country. PKTT and this police mafia cartel, this group of policemen, they don't want to be accountable. When the case could not be opened in Cape Town, he came to Soweto again. And the matter could not be investigated. He requested the IDEC, and IDEC confirmed during the ad hoc that it was a Section 27 referral. But Becky Tele came to Parliament and said, no, it was Nkabinde who wrote the letter. Becky Tele came to the ad hoc and said, Kat told him, Brown Mogotsi and Senzo, they were together with Kat, he spoke about money. As a former minister, he was supposed to say, where is the date? Call Kumalo, obtain section 205, locate Brown Mogotsi, Senzo Mtunu, and Kat. They bring is to mislead everyone. They bring information that does not go into work. There's one, just coincidentally, there's a priest, that priest, Bushiri. He came now on the light. He's saying he gave Sibia 12 million. He's talking so much money. I can attest, I assure you now, the period in question, Sibia was not a policeman. But because there's a misdirection, there is something that is concocted just to say, this one is doing that. Now, I hope you're going to go into the messages, Commissioner. You will see messages that I sent to Kat, messages that I wanted to publish secretly, came out this Sunday from the, I don't know whether the Sunday World got it, but it speaks of the Inspector General, that's the report he did. It's there in those messages. They're not talking about it. It is there in my messages that the car, the Mercedes-Benz belonging to the crime intelligence was used, and the AK-47 was taken from the SAP-69 for the death of Magat. They don't talk those things. They want 149,000. They want Mutunu with the... It's just to mislead everyone. They even did that in the absence of the president. We thought Masemola will say, you are not supposed to call a press conference like that. He did not even respect the protocol. No, he's endorsing that. When these generals are arrested, he refused to suspend them. What did he do? He took the same provincial commissioner who was in Western Cape who refused to open those cases. He's now working in the office of General Masemola, Patekile. In 6 days, he met those generals which were arrested, he cleared them and said, internally they are not wrong, they must come back to work. I speak to you now. Lushaba is back to work. I believe General Kumalo, Lieutenant, is going back to work this week. It's because of this police mafia. There is something that is colored to mislead everyone. Big Five, the Grat cartel. Gaten Mackenzie, the minister, said there is a mafia, Chinese mafia, Russian mafia, spoke so many things. But in this report of the Big Five, there is not even one Chinese, not Russia, nothing. They just orchestrate things to mislead the public. Thank you, Commissioner.
Can we...
Sorry, can I just... You were asked the question about why you entertained the possibility that General Mkhwanazi would resign at that press conference. Now, I'm trying to reconcile that and maybe explain it, that in the preceding paragraph 85, you say, this is at page 18, you say at the end of that paragraph, you say, I was under the impression that General Mkhwanazi was going to have a positive press conference. So you say that, and then in the later paragraph, you then say you are under the possibility, you contemplated that he was going to resign. Is that the positive that you're talking about? That it would have been, you contemplated he would resign, and that is what you had in mind as a positive thing that would happen?
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner. In those messages, and I heard him when he was giving evidence here, he said, me and him spoke on the phone. We spoke about how easy it is for one police officer to obtain a section, a J50 for another officer, and these arrests are now happening randomly. I thought on the basis of that discussion, he would bring a press conference that speaks to uniting the police community, uniting the infighting, as opposed to what, or you would resign. That's what actually I said.
So you considered the resignation to be the positive thing? Because I'm trying to make sense of two seemingly contradictory statements that you're making. You contemplated he would resign, but earlier on, you make the statement you thought something positive would come out of his press conference. I'm trying to make it make sense.
Yes, Commissioner, thank you. It's the paragraph speaks about the conversation that took place after the arrest of General Kumalo. And I was under the impression he was going to have a positive press conference, and therefore wrote that above message. But I said the later transpired not to be the case.
All right, I think you've answered me as best as you can. Thank you.
Thank you.
We come now to the communications, and I will take you in some detail through the communications in due course, because I do need you to explain some of them to us. But let's first deal with the ones that you mentioned in your statement before we go to the annexure. And the first one you mention is a WhatsApp of 31 December 2024, saying, and you say you sent the WhatsApp message to Madlanga on 31 December stating today is the day and Madlanga should just stand back. Can you just go to page 59 of the witness statement bundle? I think that's the WhatsApp you're talking about. Do you have it at 11:32 on the 31st of December?
That's correct, Commissioners.
So there you write to Madlanga outstanding issues. Now this again. Today is D-Day on the other side. I also think you must stand back. So that you wrote.
That's correct.
What did you mean today is D-Day on the other side?
Yes, the message 11:32, 11:31, I say, I'm now worried, my brother. And 11:32 is responding, or same seconds, worried about what? And then I said outstanding issues. Now this again. Today is the D on the other side, stand back. Then he asked, stand back. Don't understand what you mean. Then there comes my response. For your safety and business.
But I'm curious as to what you meant by saying today is D-Day on the other side. What did you mean with that?
That was the issue of, remember it was before the January 8, there was the first deadline to do the payment to the other side. That's what he had to do for the January 8. But that one, then on the other side, and then he said, I think you must stand back. Then stand back, he said, I don't understand. And I said, for your safety and business. That was the deadline for the other thing to be paid for the January 8. The other side. It was a deadline, it was a D-Day for that one.
So you're saying that when you referred to D-Day, you were referring to the January the 8th?
Yes, because I say outstanding issues at comma, and I speak about now this again, but today is a D side on the other side. I refer to the D-Day for the payment.
Mr. Mogotsi, what does the January 8 celebration have to do with Mr. Madlanga's safety and business?
Those were two issues. The same way when the PKTT went to his house on the 6th, there was that information again. That's why I spoke about his safety and business, that they were going into his business again, and they would also either confiscate or do something. It was just information that came that time.
But this is the 31st of December 2024.
Yeah.
Why do you say for your safety and business? What did you know about the PKTT?
I'm saying I did tell him over the phone as we spoke. I heard that they were going to go back to him again. And this time they were going to either close his business, because there was a time when they took his firearms and he's running a security company. Then I said, this time, just for your safety and for your business, that's what I was referring to. Sorry.
So did you think that the PKTT
Was going there
was
again.
going to go to Mr. Matlala's house
Again.
on the 31st of December 2024?
Not necessarily the 31st. It was, I thought, any time during that time. Any time.
Including the 31st of
Yes,
December
but
2024?
the part of the other side was D-Day, was the payment. It was not, I hear everyone saying now, I was saying the D-Day for the disbandment. And Essen, remember we've been talking about this legend. You don't apply it when you lie unnecessarily. You cannot lie under oath. I would say, no, I was referring to my work. No, it's not like that, Commissioners. This was clearly for the deadline, and the other one, it was for the suspicion that the PKTT was going to go to his house again and this business.
Why did you suspect the PKTT would go to his
It's
house?
information that you get, Commissioner, every day.
Yeah, but why? What is
It's
it
because they
about
told
it?
me. It's because what they told me.
Your sources told you that
Yeah,
PKTT...
it's not only about sources. You always hear, I can't remember. We were doing something here, Commissioner, here in this institution with somebody else. And I just said, I wish I can just share you with my phone and see what comes in my phone every minute. Where they were talking about the G20 and what. It's like that. Every time something will come, hey, there's a hit where, hey, there's a CIT, it is that life. But there was a suspicion that they're going to go to his house again, that time.
So someone told you...
That's correct.
...that the PKTT was going to go to his house
Ket
on the
Matlala.
31st.
Yes, that's when I was talking to him.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Then if we go down to page 62,
And
at the foot of the page,
62.
62.
Page
62. You say in your statement at paragraph 89, I did not send the WhatsApp communication to Matlala on 1 January 2025, stating, good day, I have arranged a meeting for Sabia and the minister must have a solution. You say you didn't send that one.
That's correct.
You then say in paragraph 90, I'd like to point out there's a screenshot of what purports to be Matlala's phone. It stands to be noted that a screenshot is easily manufactured and cannot be relied on the face of. In my view, regard must be had to the original message on the original phone on which it was received, referencing the phone number of the recipient and the sender. What I can say to you is that what you see in this document that's being displayed here is a printout of a single Android WhatsApp file that is recorded on Mr. Matlala's phone. So this is not a screenshot. This is something that is printed out from a single Android file recording the WhatsApp calls between Mr. Matlala and yourself. That's the genesis of it.
Is which page, Commissioner? 60?
Sorry?
Is which page 63?
It
or
is
the
page
same one that,
62.
If I did not mishear, Mr. Shaskarsen, I think you said calls. It's mostly chats or not? Yeah.
Well, chats yes. And calls. It is a WhatsApp file that contains a record of all of the WhatsApp messages, be they voice or chat, between two parties on an Android device. Sorry, on an Apple device, because it's from the i16. So what is printed out here is the entire contents of the record on Mr. Matlala's Apple I-16 of the WhatsApp calls and chats between himself and yourself?
Do you follow the substance of the point being made by Mr. Chaskalson, Mr. Mogotsi?
Yeah, I'm trying to, as I do follow that you say it's a printout. Commissioners, you know, this message compared to all these other messages that speaks very implicating issues that I said I have typed, I would have easily said, yes, I wrote this message. Perhaps the commission should allow me that tomorrow I must bring you must tell me what I must bring. I can make, this is easily fabricated. There was a message of Brown Mogotsi with the Treasurer General of the ANC that she wrote me a message that I must attack Fikile Mbalula, which I never spoke to the Treasurer General of the ANC. So these messages can easily be. You even during this other ad hoc Advocate Johnson, she did confirm that some of the messages from Kat's phone were tampered with. The moment you delete, the moment you delete, it means you have tampered.
You're standing by your version that you didn't send this. I must just place on record that your paragraph 90 is wrong. It isn't a screenshot. So if you still want to stand by the version, knowing that it's not a screenshot as opposed to a printout of the WhatsApp file on the Apple I-16.
I stand by that. I stand by
Okay.
that. Yes. And then I will...
Just before you move on, there is the possibility that your point is this may not necessarily be a screenshot, but even if that be so, it is still manufactured.
It's not my mistake.
There is the second possibility that it purports to be a screenshot, but it's manufactured. Which one of the 2 points
No,
are
the
you
first
making?
one that you say, according to the evidence leader, commissioners, is saying this is not a screenshot, it's a printout. So I'm saying
it's a printout of chats, not
yes,
not
not
a
a
screenshot of chats. Yeah.
Yes. So I'm saying, in as much as, but I don't remember myself sending this message. And perhaps tomorrow there'll be an opportunity to share with the commission. How do you mention in my world the name minister or Sibia or another person? I will have. I don't remember myself. I did not send this message. And in as much as I say it's not implicating me in any way, there's no need to say I did not send it. I could have said, yes, I sent it, I was in field. Just like I've been explaining prior commissioners.
Thank you.
If we then proceed, paragraph 91, you say you did send the message, send the WhatsApp to Madlanga referencing that the task team came to his house and harassed him. And that is a message on the 1st of January, and it's at 22:38 on the 1st of January. That's the message that you're confirming you did send.
It's page 60, the message, so page 63.
Page 63 at 22:38.
That's correct. I did send this message.
Paragraph 92, you explain why you sent it. Then in paragraph 93, I think you are referring to the message on the 2nd of January at 8:58, where it says they got the letter on Monday. As we speak, they're bringing all the dockets to Sabia.
That's correct. I sent it.
And that you say you did send.
Yes, I did send this message.
And in paragraph 93, you explain why you assumed that they were bringing the dockets to General Sabia. Can you just read that for the Commission?
Although the information contained in the letter of the Minister Inter disbanding the PKTT task team did not include any reference to the National Deputy Commissioner Jan Sibia taking control of the dockets, that the PKTT was taking control of the dockets that the PKTT was investigating. This would have occurred as a matter of consequence. I say this because the Deputy National Commissioner of Police is responsible for all the dockets within the South African Police Service across the country. I therefore implied in my mind that when a specialized task team like the PKTT is disbanded by the Minister of Police, the dockets being of a very high profile will resort under the care, custody, and control of the Deputy National Commissioner General CB.
So if I understand you correctly, you're saying you made an assumption that when disbandment took place, in terms of ordinary SAPS protocols and procedures, the dockets would be taken to the office of General Sabia.
Yes, I'll perhaps also give where I derived that there was a matter of the VIP protection of the Deputy President. The VIP protection of the Deputy President, and the case was opened against them. They had to do their bail process and so forth. And there was a time when I asked a very close friend of mine that, now, how far is this investigation? And the person said, no, we'll have to ask Sibia. All dockets belongs to him. And only to find out those ones did not go to General Sibia, but they were done by presidents as we were talking. But he said, except these ones, all the dockets across the country goes to Sibia. That's how I knew that as a decision of the minister disbanding, it will go. The dockets will go to General Sibia.
Can I ask you a question, Mr. Mogotsi? Why did you not think the dockets would go to the stations of origin in KZN? Why did you assume that they will go to General Sibia in Pretoria?
I do not think there's one person with that authority to disperse the dockets in one province. They had to be taken to the national office for rearrangement and placement of the new investigating officers, arrangement with the DPP or prosecutors responsible. It could not be done at the station level. It's my thinking.
And how did you know that? Because those are internal SAPS processes.
That's my world, Commissioner.
No, the reason I'm asking you this question is that we had a very senior official from SAPS yesterday, General Motsipe, and she was not clear about the process. And here you are, a citizen who's not part of the SAPS, and you seem to know better than her what was to happen with the docket.
I cannot respond to that question that I know better than her. And I'm saying the fact that during some time we were just sitting with my handler and other friends, when we spoke about the docket, it was confirmed that all the dockets in the country reports, actually, it is the DNC, particularly Research General CB, who's responsible for all the dockets.
Why did you think, or why did you consider that Mr. Madlanga should know that the dockets, the PKTT dockets, are going to go to General Sibia? Why was it important to tell him?
It's true, Commissioner, just like the previous question from the Commissioner, that how would I know when someone, a senior official from SAPS, could not line up the answers like I do, seeming I know, but it was to boost and to show that I'm in charge when I speak to my target. And he felt it that, yeah, this man is in charge. Just to tell him, remember, he did not have a case with the PKTT, he did not have a docket, but informing him that now the docket are going to be here is an indication that that PKTT now is no more and the dockets are even moving to the national office.
Thank you.
Then in 94 and 95, you talk about the Thabo Bester case. Is there anything you want to add to what you say there?
No, I'd not add anything. It is just that it became so viral, and I did mention it's only the information I gave to my handler, and I still confirm the content of paragraph 24. And further that in 95, it is not, like I said, General Mkhonazi imputes that Major General Khan had informed me of the details of the operation. No, I merely relayed this information to my handler. And I'm not close to General Khan, but in case he shared something with me, I would have known better about that process. So I only gave little information.
In paragraph 96, you say, in amplification of what I'd stated above relating to my investigations of Madlanga, I sent a WhatsApp to Madlanga on 26 January reminding him to submit his invoice. I think you've got the date wrong. There doesn't seem to be a WhatsApp of 26 January. I'm not sure what you're referring to there. Yeah, maybe overnight perhaps, you could...
Oh, I wanted to say, remember that request.
Maybe what
not by us, not by us.
Chair, we did make a request if we could take a 5-minute break on the hour. So maybe if we could take that now, yes. And during this break, maybe we could get the correct date and reference for paragraph 96.
Let's come back at 10 past. Let's adjourn.
Nna ke bona Brown Mogotsi a le maka. Statement seno se ngolletswe ke Sibia. Ha soka eba informara o le shako. Heba bapala ka rona ha ahle.
Good day, good people. That Brian Mogotsi is a liar. How can he say that he went to KwaZulu-Natal to follow Ket Matlala when he went to visit the general. But he didn't see that Ket Matlala is in general's car because of he said that he collected him somewhere and they drove to his car. So how is it possible that he didn't see that it was the general who took Ket Matlala to his house? That is lies, 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 lies.
Mina into engifuna ukuyazi ukuthi ukhethi kahle kahle to the whole this web uyini, because he's not a general, he's not in the SAPC, he's not in what, like why is he so involved in the point of which everybody gave Ukhethi Matala power to enter each and every door? Yamaphoyisa yama-18. Why? Who introduced Ket to all of this thing? Who?
Good afternoon, everyone. I don't have issues with police using civilians to gather information, but I think there should be a law that allows the police to use civilians as agents. Crime intelligence must come forth and explain to us how is this program is all about and how to roll it out, and what are the legal implications. Because as far as I know, by the look of things, Brown is not a SAPS agent.
Paul O'Sullivan, friend, Brian Mogotsi, he phoned Paul O'Sullivan to fix things for him. Now they are fixing this. Now they are busy fixing this.
Good day, but how can we make a conclusion out of nothing? This guy is saying nothing. I mean, since this morning till now, we had nothing out of this guy. And again, I think he got something to do with Martin Mtatwa's passing. Somewhere. This Kenya trip, it's unreal.
Thank you, Chair. Sorry, Mr. Mogotsi, do you have the correct reference that you were referring to in paragraph 96?
Please switch on. Please switch on. It's 14 Jan. It appears on page 101, where the invoice comes.
It would be the invoice at the top of the page. Sorry, the message at the top of the page on page 101.
That's correct.
Then on 97, you confirm sending a screenshot, and I think that's the screenshot at page 30 January at 12:31, page 110. That's the screenshot of the message of a chat between yourself and the minister.
That's correct.
We'll get to that later because you deal with it in, I think it's BM 10 or BM 11. And then at paragraph 98, you confirm that except for the messages that you dispute in your statement, you accept that the other messages that we see in Annex BM 7 all the way from page 1 to 93 are authentic.
That's correct.
Then you proceed at paragraph 99 to deal with the topics that we asked you to address. Mr. Matlala, you don't add to what you've said already. Likewise, Minister Mkunu. Your relationship and details of communications on WhatsApp or Signal with Mr. Nkabinde, you address in 99.21. Can you tell the Commission about that, your relationship with Mr. Nkabinde and your communications on WhatsApp or Signal with him?
Yes, it's at all relevant times I would speak to Nkabinde, and in most of the time when I could not reach the Comrade Senzo Mkunu, it is when I would speak to the Chief of Staff. And mostly we did speak around, I think it was in September, it was September when he was arranging a meeting with myself and other comrades at the residence of Comrade Senzo, Minister Senzo Mkunu.
And what was that meeting about?
ANC meeting with ANC members from my province.
And that would be the Northwest?
Yes, that's correct.
And you met at the minister's house in Pretoria or in Mpangeni?
In Pretoria, in Pretoria.
And that would be in September of?
We arranged the meeting around September. I'm not quite sure of when did the meeting take place. It was only 5 people.
And apart from arrangements in relation to this meeting, what contact did you have with Mr. Nkabinde?
I would only call Mr. Nkabinde in instances when I could not reach the minister. Nothing else.
So how did it work? You had a direct line to Minister Mkunu?
Yes, I do. I do have.
And only if you did not reach him did you contact his chief of staff. So it was not the other way around.
No, it was not the other way around. I would contact. But usually, you know.
I'm sorry, there'll probably be problems with the transcription. Can you please repeat your question?
Mr. Mogotsi, maybe you're not used to this, so you'll see when I'm done. Wait for me to finish and then you can answer. It's not your fault. I know you're not used to this. Don't worry. The question I was asking is, you had a direct line to the minister. You said yes. So my next question was, it was not the case that when you needed to speak to the minister, you would call his chief of staff first. The way you did it was you would call the minister, and only if you could not reach him, then you call the chief of staff.
Yes, on particular days, all members of whether parliament, ministers, all of them, there's something called ANC Day. On ANC Day, it's obviously open for Minister Senzo Mkunu to call him. I would call him specifically on that day. But if he could not answer on that day, this is when I'll check the chief of staff and he say, you know, he's in the constituency work or he's with the branch elsewhere. But only on ANC work, on ANC Day, I would call the minister, not randomly every day.
Thank you.
And how often did you end up communicating with the chief of staff?
Often, in which sense, Commissioner?
How many calls have you exchanged with him? How many WhatsApps have you exchanged with him?
I cannot remember.
Are we talking about 1 or 2, 10 or 20? What kind of level of communication?
Yeah, WhatsApp will not speak much. It's only on the days, not much. We'll only speak when I could not. Those are the things which I don't usually record.
99.2.2, you deal with Mr. Karim, and you address him all the way down to 99.2.7. Can you take the Commission through those paragraphs which describe your relationship with Mr. Karim?
Mr. Suleiman Karim is and was always a very prominent businessman in Mahikeng. I've known him for a number of years in that capacity. I used to run a business where I distributed groceries, which I obtained on a wholesale basis from Mr. Karim, and then distribute on retail basis for profit within the larger Mahikeng community. Mr. Karim is a prominent business person within the Mahikeng society, and he has done a lot for the upliftment of especially the youth in the greater Mahikeng area. I was aware that Mr. Karim was an investor in the contract or tender awarded to Madlanga by the South African Police Service, which later became contentious. Mr. Karim and I have traditionally had a very good relationship.
So, sorry, I asked you to go all the way through, but can I get clarity on 99.2.3? When you say you were aware that he was an investor in the tender awarded to Mr. Madlanga by the SAPS, was that something you knew independent of your undercover work in relation to Mr. Madlanga, or was it something that you found out in your investigation?
No, it was not from Madlanga or investigation. Mr. Karim did call me to say, I have invested money in this sub-tender. There's a guy, his name is Kat, and I did not tell him the role or whatever that I was doing on Kat or against Kat. And then what he wanted to find out in particular, he then said, I wish I can find out if this, I'm starting to feel that this tender is not authentic, kind of due diligence. Is there anyone that you know in SAPS who can tell us, who can confirm that this contract indeed is authentic or not? And I couldn't really find that out for him. That's when I started talking to Kat, which also opened the way for me when I spoke to Kat. But Kat, do you have appointment letter? Were you appointed? Because now, as you say, they are struggling to pay you. Were you really appointed? And then Kat said, yes, of course I'm being appointed. But also, Suleiman Karim showed me the papers of investment with Kat's appointment letter. I think we met in Mahikeng. He was showing me that this is how he was appointed. And I also said, I believe this is authentic. It looked very authentic.
Sorry, I didn't hear that last statement of yours.
It looked very authentic, but remember, I never said to Suleiman Karim that it was General Sibiya who gave me the contact number of the service provider. But I told him, yes, it is authentic, because I could see the same tender which I was having some investigations on.
And when you say he showed you the papers of investment, what do you mean by that? Did he?
The loan agreement.
And what did the loan agreement involve?
The amount of money invested, the terms of payment as to whenever you get paid.
Let me be more specific. What was the amount invested?
10 million rand.
10 million?
That's correct.
So Mr. Karim advanced 10 million to Mr. Madlanga for the purposes of this tender?
That's correct.
And the terms of repayment?
I did not read the entire document, but part of what I saw was, as and when he gets paid, he will be paying off this money.
This loan agreement is to Mr. Madlanga personally, or the business that got the tender?
Or the business, the Medway tender. It was strictly for the particular tender we are referring to.
Thank you.
In 99.2.7, you say that on 4 March, you sent Mr. Karim a WhatsApp containing a screenshot, and you say purported to have been sent by Minister Mkhunu. I think that's an error, purported to have been sent to Minister Mkhunu. If we can just go to that screenshot, it's at page 118. Do you have it?
To me, it's not 118.
If you look at the footer, page 118.
Oh, yes, that's it.
There is a message from Mr. Matlala sent to you.
That's correct.
That says, "Good morning, Minister. I just received a call from our guy, who's a service provider for our health risk management project. He's got very serious concerns. Apparently, you gave a directive to scrutinize his contract, and while they're at it, they must stall as much as they can to release purchase orders until you guys come up with something that can warrant the termination of service."
That's correct.
Now, that's a WhatsApp that Mr. Matlala sends to you on the 4th of March.
That's correct, Commissioner.
Are you saying that you had earlier sent this WhatsApp to Mr. Karim?
That's correct. In this instance, you will check that as I'm sitting, I will not have the content of Mr. Matlala's problems. And in that case, if you check on top, there was a call between me and him, or maybe something like that. I will then ask him, look, for me to direct your message to the minister in a way that you want it, please draft something for me, send it to me so that I can copy and send to the minister. So indeed, I did ask him to send me this message.
So this is a message that Mr. Matlala sends to you at your suggestion, formulating the message that he wants you to send on his behalf to the minister.
That's correct.
That's not what is said in paragraph 99.2.7. Is 99.2.7 incorrect? Because in 99.2.7 you talk about you sending
message to Karim.
This message to Mr. Karim.
Yes. But this message, I think there's a mistake with numbering here. It will be a problem with numbering, commissioners. What I know is that the message that I'm referring to, on 4 March 2025, I sent Mr. Karim a message containing screenshot to have been sent by minister. It must be a signal message which I'm able to craft, like I've been saying. I wish I could be allowed to do something and bring it. It's the message that says whatever that I will want Karim to hear, something that will make him feel okay about the response from the minister. So I believe I'll have to find the correct reference in respect of that.
Okay, don't need to take it further now. Then paragraph 99.3 you respond to the various references in the chats to an iPad guy.
That's correct, Commissioner.
Maybe I can take them to you. If we start at page 45. Sorry. I have my wrong. If you 45 on the 23rd of December. You write to Mr. Matlala saying iPad guy name, and then you follow that up with, my brother, any news from iPad? And then there is an audio video call. Two, in fact. What were you interested in relation to iPad there? What was your inquiry with Mr. Matlala about?
I did mention the iPad guy was someone who was known by Matlala, whom he said, remember the case was open both in Soweto and Brooklyn. He said to me he has someone in iPad who can help with investigation of these cases. That's why.
And sorry, which cases are we talking about?
His case of assault.
His case of assault.
Of numerous years. And that's why I'm going to ask commissioners to go to page 46. You commissioners will realize that every time it is me who ask him about the iPad and his court case, because I wanted to know in particular what is the name of this iPad guy. I did not know him. I still cannot tell who the iPad guy is.
And why were you interested in the name of the iPad guy?
That is one of the criminal network I wanted to establish. That someone can have iPad person who can do this arrest on his behalf.
So you were trying to identify who Mr. Matlala had in his pay, possibly in iPad?
In iPad, yes.
Then the other individuals we asked you to comment on are listed on 99.4 to 99.12. You've addressed all of them with the possible exception of General Khan. Is there anything further that you would like to say in relation to General Khan, your relationship with General Khan, your communications with General Khan?
Yeah, I do not have any communication with General Khan. General Khan, I met him physically. He was in the car. I was with my handler. It was about that period, about after the plot of his dismissal. It was only then my handler said, and then they opened the window and said, "This is General Khan." And that was the time I heard of him so many times. By the time I shook his hand, that was the day. Beside that, there is no any other relationship.
So apart from shaking General Khan's hand, you've had no contact with him?
No, I never had contact with him.
If you had no relationship with him, what was your interest in the disciplinary process against him to a point where you were hoping that General Mkhwanazi would not accept to be chairperson of that disciplinary hearing? Because that's your evidence. Why would you be interested in it if you didn't know him?
It was not the interest on General Khan. even if it was General James, as long as it was in the crime intelligence and having someone plotted against, I would do the same. It was not about General Khan.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And then in 99.13, you say you performed no role for Mr. Matlala in relation to the Minister of Police, Mr. Mkunu.
No role, that's correct.
And then we deal with the signal chats. And there are 3 signal chats that you received from the Minister that you confirm. And maybe if we can take them in chronological order and start with the signal chat that you forwarded to Mr. Matlala on 27 December. That's Annexure BM9 at page 137. Can we go there?
Yes.
Do you have it?
I have it.
So it was forwarded to Mr. Mogotsi on the 27th of the 12th, the 27th of December. But it's a screenshot of a conversation between yourself and the Minister at a different time. And if we just go down to page 138, we see that at least the second half of the screenshot relates to the December chats on the December 23rd and December 24th. You confirm that?
Yes, I confirm, Commissioners.
Now, the first part of the chat, right up at page 137, when was that message, please update, sent to you?
It was sent by Minister Senzo Mkunu to me about please update.
And when did he send it to you? Because it could have been one day before the 23rd. It could have been 1 year before the 23rd. Do you remember? Do you know what it refers to?
I cannot necessarily say I confirm, but it was. I can still say it was sent the same day, or it was sent because it's a screenshot. I understand the point, but it was sent to me by Minister Senzo Mkunu, and of course I have a screenshot which I forwarded to Ket Matlala.
So it would certainly have been forwarded to you before Monday, the 23rd of December, because we see lower down there's a date line, Monday, 23rd December there. Can we just scroll down a little? You see, when it says we got a breakthrough, that says Monday,
Yes,
December the 23rd.
Yes, I know the message.
But do you recall what this chat was about?
Yes, definitely, I do recall, Commissioners.
Can you tell us what it was about?
Please
First,
update.
starting with please update, it was during your tenure.
Yeah, that's correct. The message about please update, there was a what we call in Stelfontein, Operation Valumkoti, that one in Klerksdorp. The minister did go there, and the part where I talk about the tenure, I was referring to, we had a call, and I was trying to identify for him because there was the leaders of community in Stelfontein. So I was trying to explain to him this particular person I was referring to. And then I said that was the time when he was speaking. That time the minister was talking, and he wanted to know an update, and I said, and if you can check even the time, this time came after we have spoken when I said during your tenure. The update was that Stilfontein matter about the arrest, whatever that was happening in Stilfontein. But when I say it was...
And is that the arrest you told us about earlier, the operation with the Sun City docket and...
No. That was the Stilfontein, the Zamazamas. He went there many times. But the police update, and it was your tenure, it's not the same message. I was not responding to police update. If you check the time, he sent me 1:45 to 2. Then we spoke on WhatsApp about something that I think it will appear in one of the messages about this endeavor. And that's when I said during your tenure. Mary, please update, he wanted, because I called him. I did not respond to him here. I called him to say they are not yet arrested. It was about the kingpin of the Zamazamas who ran away from custody, because it was the meeting that he held. He had a meeting with people in Stilfontein. And I said to him, and I gave him that the man was not yet arrested. I updated him on the WhatsApp. I called him. But this message about it was during your tenure is not a response to this. This I just sent it. I just sent responding to something else, which we spoke about telephonically, verbally.
This first part of the message, which you say was about the arrest, you say this one had to do with Operation Valumgodi, where you say he says please update.
Yeah, about the arrest was in Valumgodi. Yes.
Why would you want an update about an arrest from you when this is a police matter?
No. Commissioners, there's no way if you want an update about arrest, then I could tell him about his tenure. The tenure was something else that we spoke about. It will come up in the other meeting. The evidence leader go there, or I will go there.
No, before you do that, I'm not asking you about the tenure. I'm not asking you about that.
Oh,
message.
yes, the update you wanted to know.
You've just said that question about please update related to arrests to do with the Operation Valumgodi, right? Am I representing your evidence correctly?
That's correct.
Okay. So my question is, if the minister wants to know whether there's been an arrest relating to an operation of Valumgodi, why would he ask you when it is a police matter and he's got police who report to him who are dealing with it?
Yeah, if you check the message, like I said, there was a community meeting in Stilfontein where there was community members, CPF people who were involved. And he thought I would have known better because I was interacting with those people. Just to say the person who ran away, because they were saying the community was going to look and hunt till they find him. So he just thought I would have had first-hand information because I was in Klerksdorp that time.
So you would have first-hand information about an arrest ahead of the police.
Yes.
So you would have first-hand ahead of the police.
Not necessarily the police. As a civilian, if the community decide to look for a person intending to effect probably, I would say, a civilian arrest or of some sort, but it was the community which was saying this man must be arrested. They kept on saying, and they were roaming all over to leak. So it was relevant for him to ask me that what he was trying to say, did the community arrest this person? Because the community was looking for him. That's good.
Thank you.
Then when you write back to him on the 23rd of December saying we got a breakthrough, there are then 2 calls from him to you.
Yes.
What was the breakthrough you were talking about?
You see, now this is again a different thing. Because these guys It has nothing to do with this one of Stilfontein. No, it was not Stilfontein. It was something else. I just cannot remember what was that breakthrough, but it was not the Stilfontein. Neither was it anything to do with politics. I can't remember what this message, but I did send this message. It came from me to Minister Sensu. There's nothing to do with the police or Stilfontein.
But if you go down a page, well, not down a page, just over the page to Tuesday, December the 24th, the minister asks you, was the arrest effected?
Yes, but this is the same question Commissioner did ask me now about the arrest in Stilfontein.
Am I understanding you correctly that the start of this screenshot is talking about Stilfontein?
Yes.
Please update, it was during your tenure.
Yes, during your tenure it's not Stilfontein again.
It's not Stilfontein?
The tenure, no.
No.
Something
Okay,
else,
so
yes.
please update sometime before the Monday. Then there's some calls which you say were about Stilfontein. The outgoing calls, you calling the minister. Then we got a breakthrough which you can't remember it's about, what that was about, and then there's some incoming calls. And then the minister on Tuesday the 24th says, was the arrest effected? And that is about Stilfontein.
That's about Stilfontein.
And we can't, you clearly replied to it because you can see the top of what would be a signal response, but we don't see what you said.
You know, Commissioner, you know, it is really natural for one not to capture everything. But if I remember, I can recall something in Stilfontein. There were police officers who were somehow subjected to disciplinary processes, but I never spoke to the minister about that. Those who were charged for letting the kingpin run away and stuff like that. So I really have to put it that the issue of we got a breakthrough, I can't remember what were we talking about, but we were not talking about Stilfontein. I cannot remember because even the community members, the arrest that I was anticipating, that we expected from the community members, never happened. We couldn't get that person, number one. And when he spoke to me about, where I spoke about the breakthrough, I will have to remember what did I refer to. But where he asked me about the arrest, I know the only time we spoke about the arrest, it was about the Stilfontein from that community. There was no other arrest which we spoke about. But the breakthrough, I can't remember. It was during your tenure. I know where that thing falls in. Because we spoke about something else, and that's why I responded to this one.
Do you recall what you spoke about that was something else?
Besides the Stilfontein?
Besides Stilfontein, yeah.
I cannot remember.
Do you remember what this during your tenure?
Yes, that I remember
was about?
very
I
well.
think that's what you're being asked.
Oh, about the tenure, it was there was a I don't have to take you to this message. May I look for that part, commissioners?
Sorry, which message are you?
That's gonna speak to your tenure.
Is that the message about the Constitutional Court judgment?
No. The Constitutional Court judgment, it has to do with the release of people who were sentenced to life after they were forced into a 204 statement by the PKTT. It's not that one. I will perhaps request the commission that I should go and make notes, and as I come tomorrow, I'll be able to find this.
Let's not dwell on it now, but can I take you to the next one, which is the Constitutional Court judgment message? That's BM8 of the 31st of December. And it starts at the foot of page 135 and it goes down to the end of page 136. And there you write to the Minister, Minister, I'm going to get the case number and this judgment for you. Now we've got something proven by the court. This is the matter now which either Sibiya or the Minister can charge Khumalo and apply Rule 9 of the disciplinary hearing. It took the Constitutional Court to release a man who was sentenced to life imprisonment through a forced 204 confession. Imagine, Comrade Senzo, after 30 years of democracy, having this kind of policing. The good thing now is these are not allegations but a court judgment.
Yes, I did send this message.
So you sent that to the Minister?
That's correct.
Now, and you've explained your understanding of the Makala judgment. What were you suggesting to the Minister in relation to the Makala judgment? Why would this be a matter for disciplining? Sorry, which Khumalo are you talking about?
The Khumalo in the political killing task team.
Major General Khumalo who's also head of crime intelligence.
That's correct. No, not crime intelligence. It's in the KZN, not Lieutenant General.
Not Lieutenant General.
Yes. This is an incident that took place in 2020 or 2021, where the PKTT has obtained a statement, and when a person decides to change the statement, and they forced the person, the accused, to become 204. And during trial, the witnesses did mention to the court that they were forced to write this. They did not intend, they did not want to write this. They were sentenced to life. They went to SCA and they went to the Constitutional Court, and they were acquitted by the Constitutional Court. And this message, it has nothing to do with my work. I did not investigate this thing. And I may have been misplaced or think this would be the remedy. But I did write this message to say, Minister, here is a judgment of some people who have been sent to prison for something that they did not do and being forced by the political killing task team to become 204, put a statement. Unfortunately, the minister did not even entertain me. He never responded to this message. He said nothing.
Why were you suggesting that General Sibiya should be the one to do the disciplinary hearing rather than the National Commissioner?
To charge them.
Indeed.
Yes, commissioners, in my mind, I believed either Sibiya or either of the two should do something about it. And whether one is a contact or not contact, naturally a person will have feelings to say, but how can anyone can imagine being a witness, being forced to say something, and ultimately being sentenced, and you appeal to a SCA, you go, and you end up being acquitted by Constitutional Court for for something that you did not do just in the name of the PKTT. That's the reason. And when I checked this, and whoever I spoke to, they said, this has nothing to do with Kumalo, this has nothing to do with whoever. The minister cannot charge these people, and he did not even respond to me. It was my thinking that time.
Why did you think General Kumalo in particular should be the one that's disciplined for this? Were there any facts in the judgment that pointed to you? You've read the judgment, that's why you forward it, and that's why you suggest it's enough to charge General Kumalo. What is it in this judgment that pointed to General Kumalo being guilty of misconduct that was committed here?
Yes, that's why I said at that time, I took it that it is their making, they must actually be accountable also. But as I just like I'm saying, it is not specifically General Kumalo who did this.
Yeah, well, your WhatsApp message is very specific. It says Sibia can charge Kumalo. So I'm asking because
Yes.
you're very specific.
Yes.
What in the judgment
Okay.
pointed you to it's Kumalo that must be disciplined? What about the facts here?
When the team commits an offense, the person responsible for that team must take the responsibility.
Is that the only basis?
That's the basis. He is the project manager of this political killing task team.
Yes. Thank you.
Did you read the judgment?
Not in totality.
So where did you get the idea that this was a PKTT matter?
In part of the processes, it talks about them. The matter was done by them. It is them who were investigating the matter. It was a killing of a councillor, and it falls within the ambit of the political killing task team.
I mean, it was in fact a killing of a councillor in Knysna.
That's correct.
And it had nothing to do with PKTT, in fact.
Yeah, but it was investigated by them.
Well, we can discuss that tomorrow. The last screenshot I want to take you to is BM11 at page 142. It was sent by you to Mr. Matlala on the 30th of January, but it's a screenshot of an exchange that you had with the minister on the 26th of January.
Yes, I did send a message.
Can you just explain to us what you are speaking to? First of all, you say, "Morning, Minister. I'm in Durban and can confirm they got nothing on Phoenix Saga, and our contact says they couldn't even go to any bank. By the way, the girls here also." What's that referring to?
There was information that there were some people who went to Phoenix. Phoenix is a business based in Durban, and it was alleged that he was involved with Minister Senzo Mchunu when he was a Minister of Water and Sanitation. So there were some allegations that there are certain people who went to Durban or to KZN to go and find out, to go and establish or investigate or go to find out as to what is it that Mr. Senzo Mchunu was involved with Phoenix.
And who was allegedly investigating?
I am not sure. It was just information.
But somebody must, you say can confirm that they got nothing on Phoenix Saga. So did you not know who they were?
No, we just heard there were two guys from Gauteng, from which organization it was not, there was no any specific response to that.
And how did you know that they got nothing?
Because of the contact and people who were around, and the girl who told us, the same girl that I'm mentioning here, she did say they came, but they couldn't even proceed with whatever they were saying.
And were you mandated by the minister to look into this issue?
Repeat the question, Commissioner.
Were you mandated by the minister to look into this issue?
No. Because I was in Durban and I heard about that, I just thought I should talk to him about it.
So this was the first contact you had with him over that issue?
Yes, it was the first. You mean the first time in terms of me talking to him about it?
Yes.
No, I did. I did talk to him over the phone, but he said there is nothing there. I don't know what they're talking about, and he never sent me. But because I was in Durban, I just thought I should check on that particular issue.
Then you say tomorrow we're signing the practice notes on the Northwest PEC matter for the SCA in Pretoria with the senior counsel. The matter will be a month from tomorrow. What was that referring to?
That had nothing to do with the minister. It was my program, and therefore I had to tell him that I will be in Pretoria. I was checking in case he'll be in Pretoria.
Oh, so you're saying essentially to him, I've got to be in Pretoria tomorrow, so maybe if you're in Pretoria, we can meet, as it were.
No, I'm just saying he should know that I will not be in Durban, I'll be in Pretoria.
I hear it.
Yes.
Then, briefing. The businesswoman who'd like to assist our program also participated in BRICS cybersecurity is available to meet with the minister. Apparently you did meet before. Now, what was our program that the businesswoman wanted to assist?
Oh, there is a program, and it could not even kickstart for Senzo Mkunu in the KZN. It's a charity organization. At some later stage, he felt that it should not continue. But the idea was to, in fact, even the lady was to have a charity organization for which Comrade Senzo Mkunu could work on, especially when he's home.
So when you refer to our program, you're talking about a charitable foundation that Minister Mkunu was setting up?
Yes, that he actually planned to set up, but he ended up not setting it up.
Why do you refer to it as our program?
I wanted to be part of it. As a charity organization, I would gladly participate in that program.
Then, under 2, the guy of the funding is also in Johannesburg from Tuesday. So the guy of the funding brackets 20 is also in Joburg from Tuesday. He is the one I said has a 3 billion contract with SAPS. Who are you referring to there?
Oh, this other guy, and there's no one who has 3 billion. It was a mistake. It's not 3 billion contract with SAPS.
But who are you referring to, and what is the value of their contract?
The contract was about 30 million contract with SAPS.
30 million, not 3 billion.
No, not 3 billion.
But who is the guy?
Yeah. And that guy, I thought we could also use him for the same program. That's charity organization. I was going to combine them and have one program.
Sorry, but who is he?
Oh, Josias. His name was Josias.
Sorry, can you?
Josias.
Josias.
Yeah.
Josias, is that his first name, his surname?
I can't remember his name. We were just interacting, and he said he had a contract with SAPS for 30 million, and the same applies to him. We ended up not meeting with that guy.
So are you essentially suggesting to the minister here that someone who has a contract with SAPS can possibly be used as a source of funding for this charity foundation that the minister is setting up?
Yeah, like I said, you can see also did not respond, but he did not agree that he should have this person being a funder or something. It is me who said, and that's why I was very specific to outline, to confirm and kind of a declaration, but to show interest that the person has contract with SAPS, that he was also in Joburg.
Then the last section of this message, which spills over the page, also meeting with the DNC and COS today in Durban for finalization of Kumalo and General Mkhonazi's matters. What does that refer to?
Yes, with this whole thing, commissioners, this thing is cut off. Federation of Kumalo. Yes, also that message I sent is true. It's number 3, under number 2.
Yes, also it's under number 2.
Yes.
I'll read it for you because it does get cut off, but I've got access to a better copy in the original. It says, also meeting with the DNC and COS today in Durban for finalization of Kumalo and General Mkhonazi's matters.
Yes. During this period, the Chief of Staff did allude to me that after his conversation with Lieutenant General Mkhonazi, General Mkhonazi did mention to him that he has some problems, and whenever he mentioned those problems, he did mention my name. So I have requested that, if possible, we could meet with General with the DNC and Chief of Staff, that I can actually find out specifically what is it that General Mkhonazi did have a problem about, but and General Sibiya felt that it is not necessary to meet, because I did even ask the minister if that we are able to do, because the Chief of Staff did tell me that generally Lieutenant General Mkhonazi has a problem with me, and I thought we should find a way that I could, but the minister also did not agree to that, and that meeting never took place.
So what is the issue? I mean, you've spoken about the Mkhonazi matter, but the text says for finalization of Kumalo and General Mkhonazi's matters.
Yes, because I did talk to the DNC alone. I did talk to the Chief of Staff. I was hoping we'll be able to just to find out that I wanted to speak to the DNC and Chief of Staff to say, I really need to know what is it that General Mkhonazi has a problem with. but the meeting never took place.
I understand the meeting never took place, but I want to know what the relevance of Kumalo is in that meeting.
Yes, it's to finalize that meeting, to finalize that issue, all of it. Because remember, to me, it sounded like General Mkonazi did tell General Kumalo about that text of mine that I sent about him. I just thought that is the case. But because we never met, I ended up not knowing what General Kumalo had a problem about.
So, when you said you were meeting, you told the minister you were meeting with General Sabia and the Chief of Staff today,
Yes.
Which would have been the 26th of January.
Yes.
But in fact, that meeting didn't take place.
Didn't take place.
And just if we scroll a little bit down, you then text the minister at 13:16 on the same day.
Yes.
DNC is waiting for the COS here. This is very significant.
Yes, it's because the meeting never materialized. Chief of Staff did not come.
So the Chief of Staff didn't come, but General Sabia did come.
No, remember General Sabia was in Durban already. But I knew he was going to fly back. And that meeting never materialized.
Yes, but you say General Sabia is waiting for the Chief of Staff here.
Yes, because I did ask him that the Chief of Staff should meet with him and he must brief him exactly what is it that General Mkonazi was saying he had a problem about with me. But that meeting did not materialize.
So the meeting never happened.
That's correct, Commissioner.
But as far as you were concerned, that was because the Chief of Staff didn't come. General Sabia was waiting for him.
What I implied to say he was waiting, I meant, remember, he's not staying in KZN. And if he was willing to meet the Chief of Staff and not coming, I thought the minister could ask Chief of Staff to go and see him to discuss this issue of General Mkonazi.
And you say to the minister, this is very significant with a capital S.
That's correct, I did.
Why would it be significant for the minister?
To ask the Chief of Staff to meet with General Sabia. General Sabia said, look, there's nothing that I can do. Get the Chief of Staff, because it is General Mkonazi who spoke to the Chief of Staff. So I cannot call him myself.
I understand General Sabia's position, but why would it be significant? You're telling the minister this is very significant. What significance was it for the minister?
As I said, Commissioners, General Mkonazi did say whatever that he said to the Chief of Staff. And for them to meet, I thought it was significant because Chief of Staff was going to relate whatever that he heard from the Lieutenant General Mkonazi.
And did you see this as a matter of importance for the minister?
No, not the minister to attend.
No, but why would the minister be bothered with something? I mean, it sounds to me that your understanding of what was going on is that General Mkonazi had complained to the Chief of Staff about you.
That's correct.
And a meeting was now going to be held to try and sort that out, or at least to let you understand why there was this complaint about you. Why would that be significant for the minister?
Not necessarily to understand why. For the Chief of Staff to narrate the story that he heard from General Mkonazi, for him to brief him that this is what General Mkonazi said. But now that did not happen.
Chair, we've run quite a long way past 4. I'm assuming we ought to have stopped at 4, or do we run to 4:30?
Should we not get to the end of this part of the testimony? We are a couple of pages to the end.
Sure. If you, Mr. Mogotsi, are you happy to finish the statement today?
It's not my call.
I'm afraid you're right there. Let's proceed. It's not going to take long. So the last screenshot that we see is BM10 on 31st of January at page 140. Now, this is actually a screenshot not of a signal message but of a WhatsApp message, which was forwarded from you to Mr. Matlala on the 31st of January at 12:34. Now, you say in 99.15 that this is a screenshot of a message which I fabricated and then on-sent to Matlala as if I've received this from the Minister Mpunu. In fact, it's as if you'd received it from, I think, the Chief of Staff, because I think Senzo Chief is the Chief of Staff, which I did not. But I wanted to create the impression with Matlala that this was the position. So you say you fabricated it, or you?
No. I fabricated the part, the name there, Chief of Staff, Senzo Chief. That's what I changed. I put his profile there. But if you look at this message, it also came from Kat, explaining to me his position with South African Police Service, where he says, if you check it, outstanding caseload, could you, well, this was his problem. And I said, send me this message so that I can send it to the Chief of Staff. On top there, he said, please arrange a meeting as soon as possible. I think they're escalating the matter to him of non-performance. Rather, let me, I'll explain it to the manager. You'll explain it to the manager. Now there, he sent me this message as is. I copied the message and changed that portion where it's written Senzo of Staff, Senzo Chief. So that's the fabrication I made, and I sent it back to Kat to show him that I sent him the message.
No, I understand that, but so what did you actually do? You took it, because if one scrolls down, one sees that the whole screenshot has a copy of, well, what it looks like is there is a copy of the original message sent by Kat. Then there's a voice call. Then you send something responding to the message, and your message says this matter may be escalated to you because of non-performance, and the you, I suppose, is designed to look like the Chief of Staff, because this is supposed to be an engagement with the Chief of Staff. Our guy needs your intervention. January 08 guy who's about to take over our program. This non-performance is a result of non-payment and or late payments. I'm sending him your numbers that you meet, please.
Yes, that's correct.
So how, you say this is a fabrication?
Yes, and I can do the same thing, and I can put your number there. Or anyone that you want.
So what did you do? Can you just explain how you created this fabrication?
All right. The message comes to my phone, and on the name of, let's say I saved Brown Mogotsi. On my phone, I can take typo and save him Brown Mogotsi. The same way with the profile of Brown Mogotsi. And I send that message and then take a screenshot and delete all on TAP. TAP will also not see immediately. Then this copy, I'll send it to Kat Matlala.
So what you did is you actually you created a kind of bogus censor chief identity, or not even a bogus censor chief identity. You forwarded that message
to Cat.
No, not to Cat.
To somebody else. It's like when
to somebody else.
Yes, like with these two phones of mine, I can send this message here and
Yes.
write this phone typo. It will look typo.
Yes.
Yes.
And then you create
Send it to-
you
and I
create a
send it to-
conversation, and then at the end of it all, you you photo you put censor chief in, or have you created a false censor chief to have the conversation with in the first place?
As you create your own censor chief.
Okay, so this was a conversation that you had essentially with yourself with a label censor chief.
That's correct. It's
On
done-
WhatsApp.
That's how it's done. You have two WhatsApps or whatever to do it, and then you take a screenshot. What is important is that the screenshot is to prove that I have spoken to censor chief.
And you then afterwards send a V card to Mr. Madlanga with the details, and then with a message that has to be sent to the Chief of Staff saying, "Hello, Chief of Staff, got your numbers from Mr. Brown, requesting a meeting, please," and you say, "Please talk to him."
That's correct.
But of course, the result of all of this is that Mr. Madlanga is going to try to call the Chief of Staff.
That's correct. And also you'll check, there are two options in these operations. If the contact number of the Chief of Staff is on the minister's, what you call the ministry website, you can give it to someone. But if it's not on the ministry website, you'll send the number, but out of the 10 numbers, one will be shifted and you'll never reach him.
So he was never going to reach the Chief of Staff
He
on
was
this
never
on this
gonna
number.
reach the Chief of Staff.
I now understand this the screenshot, Mr. Madlanga. Mr. Mogotsi.
Call me Madlanga.
I've done it twice. I apologize.
Next time I'll vision week.
Chair, 99.17. Maybe if you could just quickly run through the rest of the statement from 99.17 to 101, just to indicate and amplify quickly if there's anything that you want to add.
Maybe before you do that, let me just make sure that I understand that page 141, the last two messages where you say, "Hello, Chief of Staff, got your numbers from Mr. Brown requesting a meeting, please." You're saying that's you writing to Mr. Madlanga what he should send to the Chief of Staff. Am I understanding it correctly?
That's correct.
Okay. Then there's the following message which says, please talk to him. This is you to Mr. Madlanga. Are you still writing for him what he should communicate?
On
What in
104
fact are you communicating here?
104.
141. It's that page you were looking at with Mr. Chaskalson just now? 141? So you've got from the bottom, you've got the second from the bottom, and you say that's you constructing a message for Mr. Madlanga to
That's
send
correct.
to Chief of Staff. But then you also send him a message that says, please talk to him. Who is this
Is
for?
to show, I screenshot again to show Madlanga that, or I forwarded, I'm showing him the message that I sent to the Chief of Staff, which I didn't send.
Oh, so you're saying to Madlanga that you've asked the
to
Chief
show
of
him,
Staff
yes.
to talk to
And
you.
I was
to
quickly,
him.
now this must be done quickly because, and you also send him a message, please talk to him.
Yes.
At that moment. and you know that moment you won't be able to reach him.
All right, thank you.
And there's another option also, because now I'm talking this openly. Sometimes, in operations like this, one is able to even make a swim swap, and the whole day you don't get calls. Somebody is talking on your number as if it's you.
That's not what happened here.
That's not what happened.
Thank you.
Then, Mr. Mogotsi, can you take us from 9917 through to the end of the statement?
The SAPS document forwarded to Madlanga was received by me through various sources within my network, which I recruited as a contact agent working for crime intelligence. I'm not at liberty to disclose the source identity, mindful of the repercussions that may follow. The information in each message contained information concerning crime intelligence that we forwarded to Madlanga. All messages I sent to Madlanga was in furtherance of my task order as a contact agent. Conclusions: at all relevant times hereto, I was duly authorized contact agent acting for and on behalf of crime intelligence, instructed by my handler or co-handler in terms of certain ad hoc task orders. I was privy to documents and information, being a contact agent with a vast network of information gathering sources. In terms of instruction received from my handler and co-handler, and in furtherance of executing the mandates contained in the task order, instructions from them, I engaged with the person stated herein above to the extent that I described.
Thanks, Mr. Mogotsi. Is there anything you would want to add to the statement before we pick up tomorrow when you'll be questioned on it?
I don't think, I've not identified anything so far. But I did mention in the statement somewhere that should there be a necessity for any supplementary, I believe I will be somehow allowed to, or I'll make that request to bring any supplementary.
We note that. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Chair, we've reached a useful point to end for the day.
Thank you. Mr. Mogotsi, see you tomorrow morning at 9:30. Let us adjourn.
Thank you.
You now, two. Who is speaking? Who are the two speakers now from you?
Myself and comrades Kosana.
Listen, your time starts now.
I'm listening, Chair.
Yeah, it's going to end.
I'm listening.
Yeah, it's going to end at 10 minutes past.
But I'm being disturbed here.
I'm saying that your time, both of you, is going to end at 10 minutes past 5.
Okay,
Plus the discretionary 5 minutes of the chair.
So we appreciate in advance, Chair. Doc, how are you? Are you okay, Doc? Do you understand how the South African justice system operates?
Sorry, do I understand how South Africans?
Justice system. Do you know how the justice cluster is designed? The South African justice cluster.
I know how the justice is supposed to work. I have the basic outline of it, and I know that for most people it doesn't work.
Do you understand the role of each and every component in a justice cluster?
The justice cluster, well, I know what the NPA, what the police, what the various security industries are supposed to do, and I know there's a military, and I know there's a correctional services.
But the question is, do you understand each role of each cluster? I mean, of each component?
Yeah, it's in the Constitution.
Of each entity, rather, do you understand?
Well, more or less. I mean, I can't give you chapter and verse, but I check the Constitution regularly to see what they're supposed to be doing.
Do you understand the work of the NPA?
I do, yes.
Do you understand the work of the police?
Yes, I mean, I understand the role of the police, the SAPS Act, the constitutional provisions about ministers and what they should do.
Yeah, before I go to my ultimate question, because these are just questions leading to an ultimate question. The problem with you is that you, in your evidence, largely that you have tendered so far, you keep on saying you don't know. And when we were intervening here, when you were being evasive, when you were evasive, I said to you, largely you are relying on hearsay. And the unfortunate part is that the hearsay evidence is evidence whose credibility relies on a person other than the person giving evidence. So the evidence that you are giving here, its credibility doesn't rely on you because you distance yourself from it while you are the one who gave it here. That is my problem. And I don't have a problem with that. I have a problem with the fact that your evidence or your perspective on the PKTT influenced an executive decision. That's why I have a problem. I don't have a problem with you damsacking. That is none of my business. But the problem here is that you have damsacked at the expense of South Africans. That is my biggest problem with you. Now, if you say you understand the role of the NPA versus the role of the SAPS, why would you blame the police for bail applications and for the withdrawal of cases? How do they feature?
I've made it perfectly clear that the decision is with the NPA and that we have a problem with the NPA because I have worked with prosecutors from the 90s. I know what they're supposed to do, and I know that we have a problem with prosecutors themselves, especially the one, how come that we had things going well with good prosecutors in the province, both at Cleveland's, even with the Mogotsi case, until they were removed, and we get a man against whom there are very serious complaints being made in Gauteng. Is it just a coincidence? Right. So I've said it informally. We have more of a problem with the NPA than we do with the police because they're supposed to be the people that are saying, go back and get more evidence. We saw this, if I could give a very brief example. And this is something I know so well, day in, day out. When the carnage started in Cleveland's hostel in Durban, it was all about the councillor. And the minute people said you're not delivering, they started killing the people.
Yeah, no, Doc. For the sake of my time, I think I have to cut you.
Quickly.
No, Doc. We're sharing time, remember, yeah. So you have to do justice to my time as well.
That the prosecutors are a problem in many areas.
Yeah. Do you know how the PKTT was designed?
I know it was designed. It was designed to be headed by the national deputy.
No.
That's
do you know which role players or professionals who were part of the PKTT or entities from the justice cluster?
They were supposed to be. You see, there's an ideal and there's a real. They were supposed to be interministerial. Supposed to be. But we've never seen a report.
No. I mean at a grassroots level. Do you know the components or entities of the justice cluster who were part of the PKTT?
They were supposed to be the correctional services, the prosecution, intelligence, police, and forgotten the other one now off the top of my head.
So that's
supposed to be.
But they were never part.
I've never seen a pronouncement coming from that interministerial team. It was always in the rare pronouncements. I think there were two of them.
So if I put it to you that it consisted of the police and the NPA as well, then that would mean you don't know how it was formulated.
No, I know that. I've just said it. It was police, justice, interministerials.
No, remember you said they were supposed to be, and you further said you were not aware if they were part because an announcement was not made. You remember? That's what you said.
And then, no, what happened is it was announced as interministerial with those components, right? Then after that, the only public announcements, and there were very few, I can remember two, but clearly there was no mention of any reports coming from an interministerial team in the public.
In the public?
So.
In the public?
Yeah.
So you analyzed it at a first value? When you say in the public, because you don't know if such reports were given in internal meetings. Because there was a reporting mechanism, remember? Internal reporting mechanism that was put in place. So you don't know whether that mechanism or those processes were followed.
Well,
to tender reports.
Should they not have been public?
Or your expectation was that maybe a media briefing should be called and they are made available to the public. Is that what you are saying?
It was clearly who called the media briefing.
Okay. You know, another problem I have here is that I think from page 1 until the last page of your statement, you keep the gist of your concerns around the operation of the PKTT is centered around the alleged victimization of victims. So the conclusion which I draw here is that you were mostly concerned about the victims and not, the accused, sorry. It's centered around the accused people. Some are in custody, some were not arrested. Some, according to your allegation, were harassed by the police. And you say nothing about the victims and the families who lost their loved ones.
On the contrary, I'm very concerned. Mrs. Mogotsi Senior has been sitting in court for 7 years with no progress. And that was why, and the hitman wanted to confess and tell the story. She just wanted to know why her son was killed. And she's not the only one. Some of those cases have dragged on and on. And why are we not saying, but How many more people? The biggest problem I have in what I do is getting justice for people. It's almost impossible. People have no closure. And we're not talking just a select group of politicians. We're talking South Africans generally. So it's part of the problem, and there is this deliberate delaying tactic.
Okay, somewhere in your statement you are saying political killings in 2016 were mostly precipitated by internal ANC political dynamics, and they were mostly triggered by Zuma versus Ramaphosa faction. Who told you that?
People in the ANC. I was even given a copy of a hit list at one stage.
No, because fortunately I was a member of the ANC at that time. I think in my region, for instance, and my region was one of the hotspot areas in KZN.
Which one was that?
Herikwala region.
Oh, yes.
Yes. I think we lost about four or five comrades.
Yeah.
And what you are saying does not feature in the reasons for political killings at that time. It doesn't feature anywhere. There was no Zuma and Ramaphosa faction which led to to these political killings. People were just fighting for power in a regional jurisdiction. So where do you get this from? I've got a problem really, because seemingly here you are giving us unscientific perspectives. And the problem with these perspectives of yours, is that they influenced an executive decision. And you come here, you tell us, I don't know, and you are thumb-sucking. You never engaged in any scientific process. You were not an ANC member, you were not in the leadership, you never did any inquiry.
Oh, I did.
In the ANC to establish the reasons for these political killings.
I did speak to people in the ANC, and we picked up a lot about the conflict over what was happening, even in Cleveland's hostel, and in different places. So, it matters not at all. It's a minor detail about the politics of all this. The deaths are the deaths, whether they're Ramaphosa, whether they're Zuma, whether they're any other supporter. It's not a major thing in the disbandment of the task team. I'm saying that when the task team was disbanded, there was already a conviction for one of those pre-election deaths. And there were other investigations.
Yeah, but I'm saying to you, Doc, you are wrong to say that the political killings in KZN around 2016 were precipitated by the prevalence of the Zuma and Ramaphosa factions, respectively, in the province. You are wrong. That is unscientific.
Well, are you able to be objective if you're a member?
I told you, I just gave you a scenario of my region. I told you that in my region, none of what you are saying transpired. In my region, 5 comrades died. It's all known. It's there in the public domain that, for instance, the prominent murder of Cindy Zomakaka was as a result of corruption allegations. Really. So there was no Zuma and Ramaphosa factionalism there.
That was after the elections, the death of Mogotsi.
No, but I'm saying what you are saying is unscientific. Where did it happen? Who belonged to a Zuma faction who was killed? Or who belonged to a Ramaphosa faction who was killed?
Joe Dlamini, who was in the Ramaphosa faction, who was the top of the hit list, who got killed.
You want to write it down? Who?
He was called Joe Dlamini. He was a traffic officer. I think he was Joe Dlamini. It's in that article.
Joe Dlamini from which region?
Pietermaritzburg. Yeah.
From which branch?
Oh gosh, as if I can remember that now. He was on the hit list. He was number 1 on the hit list, and there was a conviction.
He was number 1 of?
On the hit list that was going around at the time before the election.
Were the perpetrators arrested?
Yes, by the provincial team.
Were they sentenced?
Yes.
Under which charge?
Murder.
under murder, were the reasons were they established for that matter? Were reasons established?
I haven't look, I know there was a conviction. I only used that to illustrate the fact that the provincial team was doing convictions. He was murdered, he was a politician. Right.
Yeah,
I'm not, I think we're off the topic here. I'm not saying one other faction is involved. Yeah.
What the honorable member wants to ask you is, after the conviction was made, did you get hold of the judgment?
No, because it was in progress at the time I wrote. I got that information from sources within the ANC, including one man whose name was, or at least one that was on the hit list.
But there are grounds on which the presiding officer arrives at the conclusion, at the conviction.
I know.
That is what he wants to know.
Yeah. No, it didn't concern me afterwards. I was only looking at who got convicted and who didn't want. And I agree with you, because it's exactly what happened in the Ntuli case that they boast about.
Yeah, let's allow the honourable member to proceed with his line of questioning.
Yeah, you are also saying, Doc, in your statement that the establishment of the PKTT was unnecessary. In that, and that is your reason, I'm quoting you verbatim, in that it was led by General Mkhwanazi, General Khumalo, and Captain, I think it's Flying, from the NIU. So is that your only reason? Is that the only reason that you rely on to suggest that the PKTT was unnecessary? Because the expectation, as I was reading your statement, was that you will go further to explain why you say it was unnecessary. You have just limited it on who was leading it, and it ends there.
No, it's one of the reasons. I mean, to start with, I've never heard of an investigative team that hasn't got a senior detective leading it. I mean, it's just one of the reasons.
Okay. So you and my observation based on your statement is that you never agreed with its establishment from the inception, correct?
No, at the inception, I had an open mind. It was a couple of years later when I saw very little.
No, but why are you saying? Because you are saying in your statement, the provincial team that was there before the PKTT was more efficient and effective. That's what you are saying in your statement. So that means if your belief is that it was more efficient and effective, then there was no need for the establishment of this one. And you even say the arrest of Sindiso Makaka was made by a detective of the provincial team, not the PKTT. The PKTT hubotized it because cases were later withdrawn. That's what you are saying in your statement. So that is why I'm saying to you, you never agreed with its establishment from inception.
Oh, I need to explain. I didn't understand why.
No, can you speak through your mic?
Say yes, no, because I didn't.
No. Your mic.
Yeah,
not
sorry.
Yes, no. Your mic, yeah.
I didn't understand why it should be established, but we had all this going on about, well, the Morani Commission said it should be. I thought, well, let's see what it does. And then I couldn't actually find out much about it, what it does. And 2 years later, it didn't seem to have done much at all.
You are also saying that some accused people did not get legal representations, and you attribute that demise to the PKTT.
No. I'm not saying it's because of the PKTT. It's much wider than that. People are being let down. The PKTT victims, like the let's use the hitman because it's such a Nglegwa. I mean, they're getting legal advice, but not the lawyers are often, the legal aid offers are often inexperienced, and the prosecution is quite intimidating, and various people independently have given information about bribery being fairly common. So I don't know who is getting bribed and who isn't. But
no, but do you know that because you have made that criticism under your criticism or within the criticism of the PKTT, the issue of legal representation. Do you know that it's a responsibility of the legal aid board to give legal representation to people who qualify to get it?
I know that.
So the police enter nowhere in that space. If people who deserve to get free legal representation through legal aid don't get it, then a blame can be attributed to the legal aid, not to the PKTT.
I didn't blame the PKTT for it. These victims are like other victims. You know, if I say to them, but did you ask your lawyer to do this? I asked him and he didn't do it. Or what is your lawyer? Well, the lawyer doesn't listen to me. Now, these are, you know, this is a comment generally I'm talking about. And because of the PKTT having this prosecutor that is widely accused of bringing cases that are fabricated, if that's the case, then people suffer even more if they haven't got a very smart lawyer. I mean, in the case of Dlamini, his co-accused, I kept saying to him, but look, if you think this magistrate is partisan, you can actually apply, you know, if you can give evidence if you can talk about that, you can apply for a change of magistrate. He said, I asked my lawyer to do it, and he didn't do it. Then along comes an advocate for the co-accused, and he's quite sharp. And when the judgment finally happens, he checks the judgment, and he finds that it's fabricated evidence of the judgment, non-existent case law. So when he goes back to court,
I think,
so what I'm saying is, he had a good lawyer that picked it up.
Okay. Now my last question. You are saying the PKTT is grossly irregular. What do you mean? And based on which law are you saying it's grossly irregular?
Okay. It doesn't have any permanent senior leadership in detective service.
So that is your reason?
I have a list of people who...
No. If please, because I'm running out of time. Doc, please. In terms of which law, do you have any law which supports your argument that it is grossly irregular? In terms of which law? If there's no law, it's okay. Say I can't cite any law. I will leave it there. I won't pursue it further.
There's no law that talks about...
Okay. No, thank you very much. I think I've run out of time. Thank you very much. Honorable Kosana can come in.
Thank you so much, Honorable Nomvalo. Jali, your time starts now.
Thank you, Chair. Doc, can you please, when you respond, use your mic, please? Thank you. Chair, I'm going to start by asking Dr. Dihas, before we go anywhere, on what legal authority do you believe you can involve yourself so intimately in such operation?
I'm a human rights defender, which is an internationally recognized status of acting to protect people from harm. It is that status. Don't come to me now with this thing about locus standi, because even the Constitution, if I recall correctly, allows somebody who's not a lawyer to appeal on behalf of someone, you know, to ask for example, for example, what I've done often is that I've actually asked for a review of a decision not to prosecute, and I've gone to the national prosecutor. And I can do that.
Thank you. You know, I just want answers.
Yeah.
I know you're a doctor and a professor, so it's easy to, you know, lecturing someone. But here I need answers.
Given you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Because we are not SAPS, we are not IPD, we are not IGI, we are not a sworn officer. Am I right?
I'm not, but I mean, don't you understand that when the police force has been as badly corrupted as ours has, and we're still fortunate to have a lot of good police at all levels, because the evidence is there, even in media reports about the nepotism and the people suddenly being brigadiers and they've never been in the police. So don't lecture me about that, because the problem is that you need oversight of the police. You can't rely on the police to tell you the truth if you're criticizing the police.
Yeah, but Doc, you are contradicting yourself. You said earlier, yourself now, you say you cannot rely on the police. But you gave us a statement in your statements here. Wait, Doc. You said that you've been given information by some police who, according to you, are credible.
Yes.
Now you can't say to me we don't have a police. They are not credible now. We are changing your own statement.
No, I'm not.
No, you are saying now to us, to the committee, no, not me, that we don't have a credible police men and women. But the people who gave you this information are police, am I right?
Have I not just said we are lucky to still have credible police? We're talking now general police management since 2019 has been getting more and more problems.
Thank you.
Right. But we're talking that there are still credible people in the police, and those are the people I am supporting.
So in other words, the only credible people are those who are coming to you. Those who don't come to you are not credible. Wait, Doc. Wait for the question, please. I always ask, don't be emotional. Let me ask you a simple question. Because you've been following this ad hoc committee, am I right? You've been following it.
Listen to everything. I've got too much else to do.
Thank you. Now, is General Mkhwanazi credible?
I don't believe he is. And
I
don't believe General Mkhwanazi is credible.
And is General Malo credible?
Nope, definitely not.
Is General Sibia credible?
Pardon?
Is General Sibia credible?
No, that I don't know. I haven't done enough to deal with him.
No, but
I don't know if he's credible.
No, but Doc, others you know. The other two I ask you, you know that they are not credible according to.
And Masemola, he perjured himself to Parliament.
No, I'm not. I'm not yet there, Doc.
Yeah.
Okay. We'll come later on that.
Honorable Skosana, let's hear the last statement that you say, Doc. What are you saying? You say, Masemola what?
He perjured himself to Parliament. You can ask the committee. I put a formal complaint in. What happened was, at the end of 2022, just after Patricia Mashale had almost been killed, they asked us to give evidence. They didn't let us, and Masemola gave evidence that was lies.
I was not saying that. You must explain. I just want to hear this. You say Commissioner Masemola perjured himself to Parliament.
Yes. And I'm also told that General Mkhwanazi changed his sworn statement. I don't know if that's correct.
No, Doctor. Doctor.
I don't.
You know, when I talk to you, I talk to you as a young South African who must learn from you. So, whose decision is it that Commissioner Masemola perjured himself before Parliament?
He gave in December, or was it the 30th of November, 2022?
No, yes.
He did. He told lies about Patricia and Lord Mashale. That's when it happened.
Doctor, The question is, whose decision is it that Commissioner Masemola perjured himself before Parliament?
Because the facts were shown to be wrong.
Whose decision is it?
Various people, starting with the decision was for an interrogation by Parliament to see if it was correct.
This ad hoc committee is still conducting investigations.
Okay.
It has not concluded its business. But that's why I'm asking yourself, whose decision is it that Commissioner Masemola perjured himself before a committee of Parliament? Whose decision is it?
I first wrote to the Speaker because the problem was that what he said was repeated and published without any, and then I sent a formal complaint to the police committee.
Can I respectfully ask you to withdraw that statement, because as a committee we have never arrived at that decision. As the chairperson of this committee, the committee you speak about is chaired by me sitting here.
Okay.
We haven't arrived at any decision that Commissioner Masemola perjured himself before Parliament. May you please withdraw that?
Well, can I say he allegedly perjured himself because...
No. Dr. De Haas, there is no other way to say it. There is only one way.
All right.
The one way is the one that I'm saying to say.
You can withdraw it. I'm fine with that.
May you respectfully say I withdraw the statement because the committee has not arrived at that decision.
Please do that.
Yes.
I would appreciate it.
Can you do that?
Please do it,
I want to hear you saying that I withdraw.
I withdraw that because the committee is not dealing with it and has, as far as I know, not dealing with it. I answered a question.
Yes. May you say, I withdraw the statement I made about Commissioner Masemola.
I withdraw the statement I made about Commissioner Masemola.
Thank you so much, Jali. May you proceed.
Thank you, Chair. You know, it's only 3 questions in 10 minutes. It's disappointing, but be that as it may, can you please explain, Doc, because you are a private individual, how did you come to a position to position yourself as an oversight mechanism over detectives, prosecutors, and intelligence structures?
It's part of my position as a human rights defender to help people who are at risk and who are being harassed, persecuted for what and apparently, I mean, let me just say I'm quite astonished because I don't know, I reported 4 years ago to Parliament that General Khumalo's members were seizing phones without a court order. Now, I would have thought that Parliament would have said, but hang on a sec, let's just check this out and see if it's really happening.
Chair, I sit in the police portfolio committee you are talking about. I sit in that committee for your information, Doc. In paragraph 2, you base your assertions on official you spoke to, which you don't want to give us names as we speak. And I'm not sure who authorized them. And how do you come to a conclusion that what they gave you, because there's no OD here, you don't know the other side of the story. In my view, I'll be honest and frank to you. Your hate towards General Khumalo.
I don't hate it.
No, wait, Doc. Wait, Doc. Because your statement here before us, like many others, like Sibia who came here to say what General Mkhwanazi was talking about is a dream. But we know now, the country as well knows today that his bravery. We are not taking sides. Remember, we are still probing here. You are giving us, what you gave us here are allegations as well. Do you agree with that? Please don't explain. Do you agree that what you are telling us, like any other witness, are still allegations before us?
Look, when you speak to somebody that you know very well, and somebody who's always been very honest, and the phones have gone, and when the phones come back, one is damaged. The person knows the law. All they had to do was come back and say, well, here's the order. And they didn't.
Doc, are you sure that those phones were damaged by the police? Are you sure of that?
Am I sure? Sorry?
Are you sure that those gadgets you are talking about were damaged by the police?
One was, apparently. The owner told me that. The phone was damaged when he got it. So I'm not supposed to believe people that I know very well that have always told the truth.
Doc, you say you know these people very well.
Mm.
That's you who are telling us that. Must we believe you that you know them very, very well? Are those your informers?
No, this is Tabisa Zulu.
No. I'm saying, are those your informers? Because you know them very well.
I told you that the informers that I won't mention names of are police members.
So why should this committee rely on hearsay obtained throughout irregular means? Because what you are telling us, the police can go as well. They know where to go. There's IP.
The police can, sorry, what did you say about the police can also do this?
I said to you, why should this committee rely on a hearsay obtained through irregular means?
What do you mean irregular means? If I've made an affidavit about it, about what I was told, what I asked Kumalo, what I asked Mkhwanazi. If I don't get feedback from them, how can I prove whether it's true or false? I expect Parliament to question them or to get it investigated.
Okay, let's go to, because I know I'm not going to win on this one. But the fact remains that the statement which you gave us is allegation, is not facts. Until we finish this probe. Now I'm going to go to your political narratives vis-a-vis evidence. In paragraph 4, you claim that there was an obvious attempt by certain ANC factions to secure municipal control. Who told you that?
Oh, gosh, we were hearing it all over the place, including in eThekwini especially, where sorry,
Chair.
Reported in the media.
Chair, through you, Chair. Let me repeat my question again. In paragraph 4, you claim that there was an obvious attempt by certain ANC faction to secure municipal control. My question is, who told you that? Or unless you are an intelligent analyst.
Well, it was almost common knowledge, and certainly people in the ANC told me that. Well, this one supports this one supports that one supports this one. And we were looking at the councillors in the Tekwini particularly.
You had no access to classified briefings, am I right?
No. I don't personally have any access to anything classified. I think there's too much classification. We've got to get oversight going.
So what gives you the certainty to declare political motives?
Sorry, what classification are you talking about?
What gives you the certainty to declare political motives?
What I am reporting is what ANC people were telling me at the time, and they can contest it.
They show you
to them to contest it if they wish.
Do they show you their membership card to say these are ANC?
Well, I know some of them are. I have a pretty good network.
Yeah, but some, no, not all of them.
And we had more or less a good idea of what was going on in the areas at Gleeblands around there. But I mean, this is all past history. It's got nothing to do with the task team.
No, listen. We are talking about the killings here. All these questions here. I'm not taking, I'm sucking anywhere outside the terms of reference which we have.
Yes.
Thank you. Why do you freely attribute to political motives killings, but later on paragraph 17.3, criticize us for defining political killings. Is that not the contradiction?
Sorry, Councillor, 17?
Paragraph 17.3.
I'm sorry, it's this one.
Like the reconstruction of PKT structures.
17.3. You mean I tried to explain, I've worked with since 1990, since the establishment of the Goldstone Commission, and there's been a consistent teams that always have senior detectives in charge.
Yeah, in fact, let me just help you. Judge Goldstone was an apartheid judge in 1990. We're not transformed in this country during those years. And I want to put it to you that those issues which you are really familiar with invoke the pains of South Africans. If you are talking about Judge Goldstone as if he's an angel, with me, you are completely wrong. But be that as it may, let's go further because there's no time now. In paragraph 7, you allege that Minister Cele went behind their backs.
That's what police told me, and yeah.
Were you present, or is there hearsay as well? Were you present, or is it a hearsay?
I said this was what they were saying. I didn't say I was present.
So you agree with me that almost what you gave us on your statement is hearsay?
No.
It's hearsay.
No, it's not. I know a lot of this to be as factual as can be. I mean, tell me, have any of you asked whether it's true that Mkhwanazi went and stopped the arrest of a human trafficker on the instructions of Cele? This is a police note. Has anyone asked that? Because I don't know if it's true.
Let's not off-ramp talk. Intelligence claim without verification is false.
Look, that's a whole subject in itself. I just want to say one thing in my own defense. Do you know, in the middle of the 80s, when this violence broke out, I quoted a line from Bob Dylan's song.
Yeah, wait.
Death will it take till we know how many people have died. Look, and that was I was blaming the white government. Look at the people who are dying now. And a black government, and nobody cares about them, but they care about politicians dying. I mean, this is what bugs me. I'm dealing with poor people getting killed, no justice.
Let me tell you, Doc.
Everyone does anything with money spent on the task team.
Dr. De Haas.
Yeah. If you want to, I think we
Dr. De Haas. Yeah. Dr. De Haas. Honorable Skosana is a young South African. And when a young South African appeals to the chair to say he needs protection from a senior citizen, I get worried. Because, you know, I have respectfully requested you that sitting here as young South Africans, we want to tap wisdom from you. And I want him to tap wisdom from you. Honorable Skosana.
Yes, before I conclude, because I know the chair will be saying to me, it's time up. Let me say this quickly. Yeah. In paragraph 30 to 32, you present extremely a serious intelligence allegation. You then admit in your own way, I have no way of confirming any of these allegations. If you cannot confirm them yourself, why are you presenting them as evidence to Parliament?
No.
Did you at any point verify these claims with intelligence, with the Inspector General of Intelligence? And what statutory authority do you have to receive crime intelligence information? Your contradiction about sense of Mkhunu leaves much to be desired. Can you respond on that before I give you my last question?
All I can say is I wanted to make it clear I was asked what I knew about intelligence. I gave a very general report about what I had heard, not specifics, allegations, and I said I have no way of knowing whether these allegations are true. I would not have even included that had I not been asked to do it.
In fact, you said in your own way that you expected Minister Mkhunu to do nothing. But there's a claim that you wrote a letter to Minister Mkhunu to disband PKTT. Am I right?
Yes, I think that's not disputed. It's there.
Lastly, Chair, Dr. Dihas, much of your affidavit is, if you will remember, I just want you to remember, and when you respond on me, please be factual, because and confirm whether what I'm going to put to you, is it in your own weight, or am I right? Hearsay, Chair, I want to make it clear. No, wait, Doc. The statement which were given to us is hearsay, unverified allegations, opinions, narratives from accused persons, leaked intelligence, and reconstruction based on anonymous sources. Why should this committee treat any of this so-called reliable evidence put before us?
Can I explain that most of it is not hearsay to me? It's what lawyers, what victims, what community members have told me. I don't know I raised intelligence because I was asked to and because I wanted to motivate this committee, or not this parliament, to rush that civilian control of intelligence through. Remember, Cindy Mufamadi's report saying it's urgent because of the creeping culture of secrecy. That's why I put that there.
Let me say this to you, Doc. You spoke about the 1980s. The national commissioner, then he was working for the special branch. Wait, no, I haven't finished. I don't know what hence I don't know what you're going to answer, because I'm still telling you that some of us, he tortured us in the 80s. Now,
sure.
I want to put it to you, Doc, that your statements as well, as I said when we started, some of the journalists, not all of them, I gave names some times ago. You know, Karen Morgan, Anden Passon. You know them. You know, you operate like them.
Well,
Marian Dam and others. You know, you sensationalize this. And unfortunately, Minister Senzo Mkhunu as well listen to you. But you can't direct Parliament to do what you want. We need facts here. No, not dumb side. We don't need essays here. Yeah. But anyway, thank you, Doc, and thank you, Chair, for your time.
Honorable Skosana, thank you so much. Honorable Nombalo, your hand was up.
Yes, it was up for a follow-up question, Chair. I just wanted to ask from Dr. Meridias. Doc, do you know what hearsay is?
Very well.
Because you seem to have a particular understanding of what it means.
I've tried to explain.
And please don't be too long.
To me, and gives me very detailed evidence. It's not hearsay. It's direct.
No. Wait, Mary.
To you, it's hearsay.
Doc, when we say hearsay, we mean to us, because we are presenting what you know to us. You are not presenting to yourself. I said to you, I gave you a legal definition of what hearsay evidence is. That hearsay is an information whose credibility relies on the other person, other than the person who is giving that information. So here, you are giving an information, And the credibility of the information you are giving doesn't rely on you because you are saying, I was told. So it means it relies on the person who told you. That is why we are saying it's hearsay. Had those people who told you, who are invisible to us, written statements, had they wrote statement under oath for you to attach them to your statements, we will be speaking a different language. So it's people of Mogotsi who told you Mogotsi and you come and present it here as facts. That is what we are saying. So the credibility of what you are telling us does not rely on you. It relies on the people who told you. And it's hearsay to us. Do you agree with that?
I agree, and this is why I have been writing to Parliament and asked them to hold people to account. If there's an allegation that people are seizing phones without a court order, have you brought them in? Have you got a copy of the order? That's the only way you'll ever verify it.
No. I just wanted us to have a common understanding on the meaning of hearsay.
She confirmed.
Then we leave it there. So you agree with me?
She confirmed, Honorable Nova.
Thank you.
Can I check this with you? Did I hear you call him Mary?
No, I later changed. I said.
Did I hear you?
I later changed. I said doc.
Yeah, just say to her that because sometimes in the conversation we have to throw word after word. I unfortunately called you Mary when I was not supposed to have done so.
But I corrected it, and she did not raise any discomfort. I corrected it immediately. I realized that I made a mistake.
I heard it from where I'm sitting. That is why.
And it was corrected. It means that the only part you missed is a correction because I corrected.
No, because I know you to always be a person of good intentions.
Exactly.
That is why she must not live here with a wrong impression about you.
No, but it was corrected, Doc.
Thank you so much.
Yeah. It was corrected.
Chief Whip.
Yeah, no, thanks, Chair. Good afternoon, Dr. De Haas. I just want to make a follow-up on the flowing from what we have just agreed. I take it that you are conceding to the explanation of the meaning of hearsays as provided for by Honorable Nomvalo. Can I ascertain if you are agreeing with his explanation?
Well, technically, perhaps, but I mean, can I explain? If I get somebody telling me something and I can verify it from somebody else, as with some of what's in these letters, I am leaving it to somebody else to interrogate it further. That's why I report to the police. That's why I report to Parliament. I'm asking them to take what I'm giving them to verify it.
Okay. So therefore, in that context, should we therefore conclude that all your unverified allegations are not the basis upon which we can depend on as we prepare our report as a committee?
May I ask if you have asked General Mkhwanazi and General Khumalo for verification of everything they've said?
Okay, I will answer your question, but you please answer mine first, because I asked first.
Look, I am reporting what I believe is true from different sources about the political killings team.
That's not an answer to
If you say it's hearsay, well, that's your opinion. To me, it's not. To me, it's empirical, factual information.
Okay, let me explain. I thought we are logical people. And so, because we are logical people, we are following a particular rationality in our conversation. That is why I said it therefore flows from what Honorable Nomvalo has said, that therefore it would be rational for us as a committee of parliament to treat your evidence before us to a larger extent as he has said, because it's until there's a verification about it.
Well, as long as you treat everybody else's evidence in the same way, I wouldn't have a problem.
So if
Yeah, no, I hear you, Dr. De Haas. I'm listening to your responses to Honorable Nomvalo and Honorable Ntuli. And you are saying these matters came to my attention. That's what you are saying.
Yes.
And I'm considering the information that I have gathered in serious light. And in several occasions, I would have written to Parliament or I would have written to authorities for them maybe to investigate these matters further. That's what you are saying.
Yes.
And then when they have investigated, you expect them to either report back, even if they don't report back to you, but just to report back to the people they represent in government. Is that what you are saying?
Yes, more or less. It's you like a court to assess. Yeah.
And that the evidence that you have deposed in your statement, and maybe that you would have presented here orally, is evidence which is still pending verification, because at the time you wrote, it was still not verified.
No, because I had no way of verifying it, did I? Unless the cases are in court.
No, I'm not. Yeah. Look, on your part.
On my part.
On your part, you might have consulted one or two people and they corroborated. But on the part of the authorities, let's say the police commissioner, the minister, or the chairperson of a portfolio committee in Parliament, or a speaker of Parliament, have not written back to you to say, the information that you gave us, we investigated it, and now we are satisfied that it holds true.
No, nothing like that has happened. That's why I was very glad that there were to be investigations when, I mean, again, regretfully, I shall not name the commission.
So when you heard that there is going to be an ad hoc committee to investigate, you got excited.
Well, I was very pleased that Parliament was sitting up and paying attention to what was a serious matter, because
that is what the Chief Whip wants to know from you, that some of the information here, by your own evidence, still have to be verified.
Well, of course, I mean, until cases, the verification in criminal matters is done by a court to the best of its ability, and then it gets contested. I mean, there was one case the task team got convictions for. It had to go all the way to the Concourt before Concourt threw it out because of procedural irregularity. So it's a long process verifying, isn't it?
Yes, because remember the cases that you make reference to here, most of them are, in fact, not most of them, all of them are cases of murder. So yeah, these are very, very complex investigations. And some of the allegations that you make, they go beyond superficial statements. They have to be intensively investigated, and some even scientifically. So you are saying before this committee that some of the information deposed here still has to be verified.
Well, if the cases are in court, I mean, the court will assess in due course, and maybe there'll be an appeal, and you know how it goes.
And that most of the information that you have, you got it from people who are working in the police services.
There are medical certificates about abuse.
Yes.
Yeah.
And some information you might have got from community members.
Yes.
And those,
quite a lot.
And those are the people that you have said here, for ethical reasons, you may not mention their names.
Yes.
Those are your sources.
Yeah.
And that the members, Honorable Nomvalo and Honorable Ntuli, when they say there is evidence that you presented here, which is hearsay, it is not hearsay to you in this context because people might have confided with you and even shown you some material evidence. That is why, from your point, you may argue that is not hearsay. But here, before this committee, because that confidential information is not brought forth, it becomes hearsay. Do you agree?
Well, like the other evidence that hasn't been corroborated, I guess any of the evidence that's not watered, surely, am I right to say?
Listen to what I'm saying. To you as a researcher,
yeah,
the information has been corroborated because people might have shown you material evidence on which you can rely. Let's say somebody says, I want to show you a medical report. And then they produce the medical report to you. It does no longer become a hearsay to you. But when you appear before a committee of parliament, you appear before a court of law, you make a statement and say, Soviet was suffering from this kind of illness. And they ask you, where is the medical report? You say, no, I can't produce it because it's a confidential matter. It becomes hearsay. Do you agree with me? That is exactly the point that the two honorable members were probing for you to through your wisdom, come to a point where you say, yes, I agree with you that because I would have confirmed the information myself and it's confidential, I would not be able to bring any evidence before you unless my sources volunteer to come and present it before you. For me, it might not be hearsay because I have confirmed it. But before the committee, in the absence of any evidence, even if I, as Dr. De Haas, might have seen it, but when I appear before you without any material evidence, you rightfully consider that as a hearsay evidence.
Yes, although, can I just make one point? You must remember that in two of the cases that the task team did, let's take Mzinti case because that's well documented. The case was withdrawn by the court. So I presume they found too that there was no evidence in terms of the section of the CPA.
Yes, it's true. They will find, even if you have the evidence, the court will find that there is no evidence because it has not been presented before court. You get it? Yes.
Yeah, it was a court outcome.
So you agree with what you are saying that you might have confirmed, you might have seen documents, you might have seen this and that. But if that information never appears before any competent authority, it will remain hearsay regardless of how truthful that information is. And that is why in your own word of mouth, you have also said, I have written to several authorities because I wanted them to further investigate these allegations. Thank you so much. The Democratic Alliance. Oh, Chief Whip, are you satisfied? Okay. The Democratic Alliance.
Thank you, Chair.
Is it you and Honorable Kola Barnett?
That's correct, yes, Chair.
You will tell me when you are done. Thank you so much.
Yes, Chair. I just want to confirm we have half an hour to split between the two of us, correct? Do we have half an hour between the two of us?
You have 40 minutes.
40 minutes.
2020, so it means at 6:10, when we break, you are the ones who will take us to break.
Okay.
Because we can't go beyond 3 hours in a session.
100%.
Yeah.
Thanks, Chair. Thank you, Dr. De Haas. I want to start by asking, do you enjoy speaking to the media or to give interviews and statements or public talks about these kinds of allegations?
I don't enjoy it. I don't enjoy any of this. I don't get paid for it. I risk my life. I give my time. but nobody else does it. And that's why I do it. Yeah, sorry. Of course, sorry. Are we still working both ways?
Would you say that in these public forums you present your views with a great deal of confidence? Would you agree?
Generally speaking, yes, I think so. I do. I try to. I mean, when I put out public reports, people can say that's wrong. They can interrogate it further because I'm very against any secrecy.
May you please come and sit here so that you can face it? Because I see that I have been a teacher before. You know, a teacher always wants to get that. Yeah, you sit here and then talk directly to.
Okay.
Answering that, I'm a satisfied. I stand up. I've got quite a loud voice anyway. Oh gosh. Where do you want to go?
The chair to go up a bit. Yeah.
Thanks.
So you can sit down. That's it.
I understand how society works and how power structures work, and how in a democracy we need maximum freedom of information, and we need bureaucracies that aren't patronage networks, and we don't have them. They're a counter to governance to balance the power in society. So I start with that context, and then I try to do my best to see what's happening in the police, where the abuses are, and I try to be, I'm asked for comment, and I don't much like it. It can be quite a nuisance, especially television. I hate it. And at the same time, I do want to convey information publicly because the public can then run with it, find out for itself, do things, including political parties. I started back in the 80s by complaining to a political party to ask them to do something. Okay.
Thank you, Doctor. So by what we've heard today, the allegations that you made are not based on your own direct or personal knowledge, are they?
Well, personal knowledge in terms of what people have told me.
No, but what you've experienced.
Some of it I've experienced on the other end of my phone with people.
No, but you've physically experienced.
Well, it depends what you mean with physically experienced.
I'm saying that it's not gossip. It's not gossip, it's fact.
Let's put it that way, but I haven't been through what the people I talk to are experiencing.
Have allegedly experienced.
Well, they tell me are experiencing. Of course, it's all alleged until you, I think sometimes you have the medical evidence in these things, or sometimes people are threatened and they get killed, and that's evidence.
Respectfully, Doctor, we don't have the luxury of saying that and just saying we report something for someone else to deal with. I'm going to come to that now in my next few questions, but I want to use an example for you. Were you present in the events that you previously accused General Johan Boysen of? I think it was just before 2018, around there, regarding the Cato Manor Squad. Did you experience any of the things that you accused them of?
Well, okay. Let's look at that. I don't know why you're bringing this in.
No, it's very relevant. I'll show you now.
It's very relevant. I was getting complaints from taxi operators about members of his unit taking kickbacks and working with one faction in the taxis.
But did you see evidence of that?
Well, there's a person who wanted desperately to give evidence who was working with them.
Respectfully, Doctor, did you or did you not see evidence?
I've seen the videos of it.
No, but did you see evidence, yes or no?
Okay. There was one man who was killed by the unit. The police told me what had happened because the networks, a man who'd witnessed it And he had no vested interest. He was a white guy. He was horrified. He told me exactly what they'd done. The lawyer himself, a lawyer had also phoned me and said, what was Boyson doing there? Now, I don't know why you're bringing this up.
I'll show you now. I'll show you now, but that's not, you don't have to question that. I'll show you why. There's a run-up in this because I'm concerned about the lack of evidence. Despite all your public statements, not one of the things you've said so far, you keep on saying you wrote to Parliament. Trust me, I know. I've got an entire folder with letters, but very few case numbers where you made statements with specific cases, with specific evidence, where you were able to literally go and open a docket at a police station. So my questions regarding that, have you ever gone to the police, let's say in the last 5 years, for a formal sworn statement?
Yes.
Where are they? Why haven't you?
No, hang on a sec. Depends what you're asking.
No, regarding any of the allegations that you've made in your statement. Similar to with Johan Boyson, let's talk about the statement that you've submitted to us. Have you done anything to lay charges at the police?
Now, hang on a sec. This is not quite the same thing. I never opened. I wrote to the organised crime unit. It was not up to me. People I worked with opened cases, not me. I just wrote and asked questions. I did not personally ever, until what happened then was, before the Sunday Times, I think, wrote that article, they were looking at taxi violence, and I put them in touch with taxi members. Right. There was I don't know, you may not have seen this. A taxi driver whose members had all been shot dead got an interdict to stop him being killed. And it was against clearly as MEC, against Boyson, against the minister. And the evidence was there, torture, this, that. He got the interdict. And a few weeks later, he was shot dead by the very people that he got the interdict against. Now, I mean, I wasn't
do you know that? Do you have evidence for that? Do you have evidence for that? Or is it just hearsay?
Well, it's a court finding that it was serious and that there was an interdict.
No, but was there evidence that that was the reason for him being shot?
Well, it was linked to the taxi conflict in the area.
No, but you see, this.
What I'm saying, okay.
I'm gonna come
Let me give you one case where the evidence is crystal clear. A 16-year-old child.
No, but is this relevant to this, to what I've asked you?
Well, I'm talking about evidence. I'm saying in some of these cases there's evidence. And this is not about the case.
No, but any of the questions I've asked you now, do you have evidence for any of those?
What do you mean? The question about what I wrote to the task team about, what I wrote about the task team.
So, yeah, let's say for the task team, did you open any cases regarding it? Do you go put down or make any statements or open a docket regarding the task team allegations that you've made?
Who could I open it with?
With the police, the South African Police Service.
Well, when the provincial commissioner is helping to run the task team, what's the use of going to the police to open a case when these people are already facing cases and it's up to the court to decide? Why should I open a case?
Yeah, but that's a very convenient answer because you speak about it publicly and you condemn a whole lot of things, which is your right. But then you need to probably prove why you've condemned certain things. I might even agree with you on certain things. The point is just that you can't just haphazardly say these things in the media as though it is fact when we actually don't know if it is fact. Have you ever submitted any kind of an affidavit to any court or possibly to the MPA or let's say to IDAC regarding any of the allegations that you've made in your statement?
Well, as I've explained, I didn't know that IDAC would. I didn't know that I could go to IDAC. I think I have sent it to some judicial bodies and got nowhere to ask, what do I do about this? But you see, what you are saying is, I can't do much until these cases proceed in court. But when there are common themes about abuse, about acting unlawfully, and when there's no need whatsoever for this team, the only people I can go to are the minister and the parliament. to try and take it further.
Isn't it a fact that by speaking publicly but not officially, you avoid any legal consequences for your words?
No, not at all. I mean,
but you said you make it public while you leave it for someone else to verify. So that means I can go on any platform and I can say what I like, and Honourable Ngola or Honourable Matthys, any one of them would need to go and verify it.
I do it because I've been doing it for 40 years and I've been proven right, including by charges against hitmen brought on my evidence.
But on 2018 with Voisin, you were found to be wrong. High Court overturned it. There was an interdict and the court made it very clear that what you had said was not accurate.
I'd said, I didn't make statements against Voisin, I challenged.
No, I've got the article in front of me, News 24, I'll send you the link. The next one, you will agree that such a possibility exists. Let me start with this one, maybe.
No, I'm confused now because I wrote to I believe that if you want to focus on Voisin, I believe the racketeering charges were wrong. There was no evidence, but I believe that in some of those cases, like the taxi driver, there was independent police.
Let me refresh your memory, Doctor. You said that the original report on the Cato Manor squad, you couldn't see why anything would be wrong in it. That's what you said, despite the fact that court later proved the relevant.
I did not approve of the charging. I never said that the racketeering charges. I did say that I realized that there were charges that should have been brought. In fact, Advocate Batoy sent the dockets back and told the advocate in KZN
so you
to
can see there was a mistake
in
what you said. There was a mistake in what you said.
Mistake. What was I talking about?
Well, I'm telling you now that regarding today and the questions we've asked or I've asked you regarding General Boyson, is that I would not go as far as even saying yes. I hear what some of my colleagues say. I would sue you for defamation. You just haphazardly say things about people. We don't have that luxury because if we do that, we get ethics complaints against us. And I can refresh your memory on that as well. Are you aware that General Boyson took your allegations to High Court? Are you aware of that?
Yeah, and have you?
And you're aware that the High Court ruled? Are you aware that the High Court ruled in his favour, finding the allegations to be baseless? Are you aware of that?
They found the allegations against racketeering were based. The cases dragged on. They were withdrawn. They were sent back to the provincial DPP for an individual assessment, which I think should have happened. They should have been.
But you are aware, the point is you are aware that High Court ruled in General Boyson's favour, finding that the allegations were baseless.
When was that? That they ruled that it was baseless?
2018. I'll send you that link as well. The court, after examining the actual evidence, disproved the very gossip you have been spreading. Your campaign against General Boyson, in fact, has been legally discredited by a judge. And you've previously justified your refusal to name names by citing a right to remain silent. Am I correct?
Hang on. Is this when the charges... I'm confused. Is this when the charges against all of them were withdrawn after years and years of the carrying on? Because the Boyson charges had been withdrawn before that, as I remember. And I think the Boyson charges were completely out of order. There was at that stage, no evidence for racketeering.
Dr. Dahas, let's clear the slate, because I think we're speaking past each other. In terms of what was said today, you have previously, or you said today, that the right to remain silent is a protection for an accused person facing criminal charges, isn't it?
Well, that is part of what's allowed.
You're not the accused here. You're a witness, or at least you are posing as one. Do you understand the difference?
Well, I was called because I'm a witness, I take it. Or no, I was called to give evidence. I'm not a witness to any... But what I don't understand is I don't know what this has all got to do with what is happening with the task team, because it's a very different situation.
Well, it's quite simple. You made certain allegations. You don't have evidence to back it up. We need to see the evidence in order for us to write a report, to make recommendations to Parliament. So you're not the accuser, you're a witness. A witness has a moral duty to come forward with evidence. not to hide behind the rights of the accused. So do you understand that?
The accused also have rights, you know.
But you're not the accused. That's my point. You're not the accused, though. You're the witness. So when you invoke the right to remain silent, you're either fundamentally confused about the law or you're using it as a shield to avoid accountability for your unsubstantiated claim. So which one is it?
Look, the only thing I have refused to divulge is the names of policemen who gave me information. The rest is public. And I wrote to Parliament hoping they would call people in and interrogate the matter. Right. You know, did you get orders? Tell us, show us the orders you got. Did you get this, that, the other? Now, I have a duty as a human rights defender to report abuses. I have got nowhere, I'm afraid, and I mean, that's another whole story, that IPID itself is not functioning properly. There's a whole story there.
But and let's pause. What you said.
What I could do is go to Parliament and say, will you just call the minister in and ask him these questions and see if...
You just said you have a duty to protect people's rights, correct?
Yes.
Don't you have the same duty to not defame people or to not make wild accusations without evidence?
Wild allegations. I'm making allegations.
So everything in your statement you've got evidence for.
Look,
and don't get me wrong. I know that sometimes we have to join the dots.
Evidence in the statement, I'm reporting very clearly what people told me and what appears to be credible information that I want investigated. That's why I wrote
what
this.
Appears to be.
How do you know? You can't say it.
You just said it. I'm just quoting you.
But I'm just saying, it seems very likely when different people say the same things quite independently, when they talk about the torture, when they talk about the seizures, when they talk about this, there's a parallel, different people who don't even know each other. I have a duty to say this is a pattern. It's a pattern that's that's emerging. And that's what I'm saying, and I want it investigated.
You are 100% correct that you need to report those things. What I'm saying to you is that if you make accusations, public statements and accusations, like earlier when you're saying certain people aren't legitimate, I can't remember the exact word that Honorable Skosana used, but I think he asked if certain people were credible. If you make a statement like that, you need to be able to back it up. You can't just make a statement because of what someone else said. I understand that sometimes you need to join the dots, 100%. Sometimes we don't know 100% of something. We know 80% of it. And I get that then we have to speak about context and openly say we're not sure about this or that. But to just go out with sweeping statements and to create the impression like everything is wrong or everything is fine creates a significant misrepresentation. I want to ask you, and just as a correction, maybe, you said earlier that Parliament didn't respond to your complaint from late last year. Parliament did. And in fact, Parliament even forwarded your complaints to the Minister of Police, to the National Commissioner as well. So just to let you know, that was done. And the response was sent to you. We did acknowledge receipt. In fact, Babalwa Mbengu was the one that...
Acknowledged receipt, but after that I didn't
but more. It mustn't create the impression that Parliament didn't respond.
Well, it was a receipt of something. I don't know what you did with it because you didn't tell me.
Well, I don't need to, but in January, we had that session about the political killing task team. We had the first round then. It was eventually postponed to another month, but we ended up doing it. So...
But I mean, I didn't get any notice of that, so I didn't know that you
But
had
then you
done
can't,
anything.
exactly. Then you can't just make the statement. Before you make the statement and you sign on the dotted line, you need to make sure that it's credible. We can't just make a sweeping statement about what we do and don't do because it creates a total and utter misperception of our work.
Well, look, I've had responses in the past to say thank you and we'll do this or do that, and I didn't, so I assumed nothing was being done, but thank you for correcting it. No, I hadn't been told that before.
Dr. Haas, I'm going to, in the chair's absence, I want to hand over to the Honourable Kola Barnard.
Yeah, no, as the acting chair, thank you, Honourable Cameron.
Honorable Barnett, it's your time now.
Thank you very much. Just to go back, because I was there during the whole business of the looted 45 million, or attempts to loot the 45 million, the notorious 45 million. It seems there were many careers destroyed by that revelation of that 45 million. The then Crime Intelligence Financial Officer, Brigadier Tiani Hlangwane, stopped the money and the purchase of the notorious grabbers, and was immediately facing disciplinary hearing and was eventually dismissed. Robert McBride, as head of the IPID, was very vocal about it, spoke very openly about it in the Police Portfolio Committee, and he was then promptly suspended and had to go to court. The courts cleared him, and the upshot of all of that was he was refused a second term. What confused me was when we were listening to Cedric Nkabinda, who I gather is coming back, that the decision to prevent Robert McBride, as then head of IPID, for standing for a second term was taken elsewhere, not in Parliament, before the committee even sat to take the decision, which it seems, and indeed seemed very obvious to me during the meeting, that it was all predetermined. It was a hatchet job of note. In fact, I think I walked out in utter horror at what was going on. And it seemed to me that at that stage, Parliament was just being treated as a rubber stamp organisation. The decision's already taken, there's the rubber stamp, just click it, tick the box, move on. Is this perhaps an example of the political interference that has been so much spoken about of late? I'm sure it was. I'm sure it was because, I mean, my feeling is, and it's not, it's peripheral to what you've said. I mean, I think, and your committee, if I remember rightly, was a good committee. Were you on the committee before Beckman or after, during Beckman? He was a very good chair, yes. And I mean, if you look back, going right back to after Zuma became president, there was a gradual, more and more interference in government institutions by ministers. And I mean, there's like, for example, yeah. And at that time, it must, I mean, as I said, I can't comment, but I would agree with you that it seems to have been all arranged beforehand, before the, you know, that McBride couldn't come back. But what I do know is that, I mean, an IPID itself became very polarized, very, very polarized. After that, I think it was, I got the most awful letter from them where they were all fighting among themselves. And the other thing was that the person that was appointed to head IPID, I don't think had the competence to do it, because I'd worked with the police reporting officer, which became something else and then IPID, from the beginning, and there were always prosecutors or advocates or prosecutors in charge of IPID, and I think this person lacked most of those qualifications. Be that as it may, but I think your point is very important, because I went to the Portfolio Committee in the last Parliament and gave evidence about why there had to be completely independent oversight of IPID. And I drew on a whole range of information from European countries where the ministers don't come near it, or if people have been in the police for a while. I remember saying to Beckman, we've got a head of IPID in KZN who was a police general. How can we have that? We've got policemen who were working in an area that are now in IPID. You've got to have independence. And that's in my submission. And I think the DA also agreed that the legislation, but the majority won the day, and I believe, and I'm saying this because I think, bear it in mind, I believe that new legislation does not give sufficient independence to IPID, because it still allows the minister to have a hand in it. That was what I think. And I think there was probably intervention by ministers then. Certainly, I know from people in KwaZulu-Natal, clearly was everywhere and doing everything himself instead, and of course he wanted Sithole out and, I mean, yeah, but I'm sure there's political interference all over the place. You can't get prosecutions of people like clearly.
You refer on page 100 of your additional documents to what you call malicious arrests. This in relation to the PKTT. Please expound on that claim.
They appear to be malicious. They certainly do. I mean, the fact that charges were completely withdrawn against him Zindley on fairly minor stuff for which he'd been refused bail, and against another man too, Vete, they were withdrawn. Dlamini, why on earth is he being charged and refused bail for allegedly defeating the ends of justice? And he told me that in the disciplinary case, the one witness they relied on had admitted that he'd been told to sign the statement. So that appears malicious. I can't speak about the Cato Manor people, but there is a consensus out there in the community, but hey, they didn't do it. And even a policeman told me that the other day. They're not the people who did it. And I've traced it back again to factual disparities in Tekwini that are likely. But my problem, with it's not just the task team doing this. In Glebelands, they went in and they kept charging people because they were opposing the councillor. And I went in, one of them was charged. He was badly tortured, limping. He'd been really abused. I went into his hearing and I was sitting there, and one after the other was getting up and charges were being withdrawn. And the charges were withdrawn against the abused guy. He'd lost his job in the meantime. And it became a common thing to deal with political enemies. They brought malicious charges in the 90s against Vilagazi, who was arresting IFP wards. They then brought malicious charges against the top investigator who was getting to the root of the intra-ANC violence in Richmond. And they were maliciously charged. So I've seen this happening, and I'm wondering if it's a way of kind of discouraging. Nothing's proof until you get everything out in the open in a court case, and people can go along and give their evidence. But what I am concerned about is this creeping culture of secrecy, and this is why I will defend myself about giving the only opinions I give to the media. It's sending people off to do their own work that I'm hoping to do when I go public. But I'm really concerned. I'd also given evidence about that secrecy bill. Very alarmed. There was a creeping culture of secrecy. The Mufamadi report said 6 years ago it is urgent to get civilian control back. And it hasn't happened yet because, as you know, the Honourable Kola Barnard, as you know, that report was driven through Parliament last year, the law was, and only enacted this year. So we've lost 6 years, and in the meantime, there's no real control over the intelligence agencies to speak of, even by Parliament, until we get the Inspector General's office sorted out. I think that's a priority.
You referred to move to page 102. You say, and I'm quoting, dead men tell no tales. You're referring to the political killing task team, and you claim that the PKTT kills rather than arrests. Now, do you have any figures, any stats? Do you have any proof that that is happening? I live in KZN, and I am of the opinion that police killings have increased, but I have no proof.
No, look, I don't know if it's linked. I mean, the killings that have increased, and these are reported in the media, and Your colleague, Honourable Breitenbach, sent a researcher to me to get information about it. Dozens of killings, no witnesses. In one case, I know that the man who, a member of one of the police teams, it wasn't the political killings team though, another team altogether, is apparently notorious for killing people, just shooting them dead. And I also know, because our mortuaries, you'll be hearing a lot more about that, or the Justice Portfolio Committee will. I'm a member of a medical rights group. Our mortuaries in KZN are dysfunctional, starting with when Glomo was MEC, when he also killed cancer patients with corruption. And that is in a report. I mean, it's not my hearsay. Right. Glomo also sided with criminal employees who went out on strike illegally and did everything, and they lost most of the good pathologists. The equipment doesn't work a lot of the time. To cut a long story short, our medical rights group that's got the former head of law, it's got one of our top pathologists and medical people, sent a report to the Law Commission requesting that the mortuaries be taken away from the Department of Health and put under an independent board. Because we don't know how many of these killings were deliberate and how many not, but we know in one private post-mortem that was done by the very same policeman allegedly killing other people, that the top pathologist said the 4 or 5 deceased could not have posed a threat to the police. But we can't get further. So Parliament is going to be getting more lobbying because we're going back to the Law Commission. They ignored us. We said, we want this taken away. Put on representatives of the police, justice, Department of Home Affairs, health. It's got to be an independent board. There's a trade in body parts going on in the Durban mortuary. Whole bodies disappear sometimes. So, I mean, this is the problem with any police killings right now. We don't know, but there's been a spate of them. I mean, I think for Glynis's researcher, the Honourable Breitenbach's researcher, I gave her a list of some of the names that I had, or some of the details, but we honestly don't know whether they were justified or not. But I don't know, they're not linked specifically to the political killings task team. It's linked more to the extraordinarily high numbers of people getting killed by
in KwaZulu-Natal.
Yeah, yeah.
Looking at much of what you've written in the reports, it seems you're putting the cost of the political killing task team in juxtaposition to the relatively small number of political killings versus the over 70 daily civilians killed nationally. I don't know what it is in KwaZulu-Natal specifically. Cost-wise, the political killing task team does appear to be incredibly well-resourced, but I don't want to use the phrase bang for the buck, but you understand what I'm saying. The money spent there in relation to perhaps boosting other of the specialized units may be more effective. I don't know if the study has been done.
No, I don't know either. All I know is that right now there's an area in Camperdown, which is near Maritzburg. Some of it is restitution land, some of it's more private owned. There are 3 court interdicts on that land to stop invasions. They're being ignored. Land, housing mafias are coming in with rifles and threatening and intimidating. People are desperate. And there's not an operational response person in sight. That's where they should be. Now, and yet we're spending the money running around with the task team. Women are telling me in townships, former townships around Durban, we know about the Cape Flats, but it's mayhem in townships. They say they can't sleep at night for the gunshots. That's why I'm making this thing about guns. They say kids are running around with drugs. and guns, and then nothing's being done about it. These are ordinary, decent people. We're talking about mothers who are so worried about their kids. Talking about on Saturday, the kids that were studying for the matric exams up in the Matuba area were robbed. They were studying for matric at night with their teacher, and along come the thugs, robbed them, terrorized them. No, please. Now, I mean, we've got to do something about police resources. We've got to balance them. I mean, the farmers are still saying they're attacked for political reasons. Well, we know that story. But, you know, I mean, it's been broadcast in America by Trump. But the point is it's rural safety. It's a symptom of lack of complete rural safety. You don't hear about all these black people that are getting killed all the time in those areas. Even people in another area, it's restitution land. The man who's leading the anti-mining movement and even one of the traditional leaders under threat of death. I mean, we've got to balance these resources properly. It's a sheer luxury to keep paying this political killings task team for what's not needed, because we must empower our detectives. We must train them well, and they can tackle everything then. I mean, these criminal cases.
Yeah. My final question. Were you surprised at all when the Inspector General of Intelligence was suddenly suspended by the President?
I was amazed because I'd had good dealings with him. I mean, I didn't know him, but I mean, we had sent him stuff confidentially because it was confidential information about all the front companies and things. And he actually wrote and thanked me for it. He was grateful for it. He seemed to be, from what I was seeing, a big improvement. But look, remember, the post had been vacant for years. But he did seem to be getting on with things, from what I've heard from other people and my own experience, that he was taking what we were sending him seriously.
Yeah, I'm done. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Thank you so much, Honorable Kola Barnett. Doctor, do you know Sibongiseni Dlomo, Dr. Sibongiseni Dlomo?
Oh, God.
Who was the MEC of Health in KwaZulu-Natal?
Very well. Bad news.
And then did I hear you saying that Dlomo killed a cancer patient?
Indirectly, because what happened was we had almost brand new, there's a 50-page report we sent to everybody, the Human Rights Commission, nobody did. And it was, what happened was that the new cancer machines weren't serviced.
Listen to me, doctor.
The new cancer machines were not serviced, and cancer patients who were treatable died.
Listen to me, doctor. Dlomo killed cancer patients with his corruption. Is that what the statement you want to put here?
No, okay. Sorry. There was a report from there was a very good investigative journalist who was following it up. I think it embarrassed people, and there was a very good DA MP, Dr. Kika, who was also involved. What happened was this, that the Office of the Treasury in KZN did a report that showed the corruption, that the money had been siphoned off irregularly, that was destined. There's also a letter I have from the head of the department saying, yes, we gave this report to Dr. Dlomo. So he did something, he did nothing, he had the report. Now that's corruption in terms of anti-corruption legislation, if you know something. Anyway, so the cancer patients died because the money to service the machines had just disappeared. Okay. We then write to the Human Rights Commission, they do nothing.
No, doctor.
What do you want me to say? You criticise that report.
I got that part. What I want to hear from you is that are you able to reiterate what you said, that Dr. Dlomo killed cancer patients with this corruption.
Can I put it more tactfully? When Dr. Dlomo was MEC for Health, there was gross corruption in the cancer, the oncology. They were almost new machines. They weren't serviced. There was no money. There was a Treasury report about corruption. Dlomo was responsible because he knew about it and did nothing. We don't have to say he killed people, but if you are told about corruption and cancer patients die, you're responsible.
You don't want to say he killed people.
No, I don't want to say that publicly. I was responding to...
You want to withdraw that statement?
I want to withdraw. Yeah, I want to withdraw.
Dr. Dlomo killed people with his... killed cancer patients.
Well, effectively.
Yes,
let's not say it though.
Doctor, I want to hear you saying it that I want to withdraw the
I want to withdraw the statement
that I made about Dr. Dlomo.
Yes.
Yes, thank you so much.
No, I just want to make a follow-up, Dr. Diaz. Now, in the light of, you might have noticed that I arrived when proceedings were already underway.
Okay, yeah, I saw that.
My own experience since after the lunch break has been that you have been withdrawing a lot of assertions we have made in this meeting. And some of these assertions, you would have made them as passionately as your written statement. Would I be correct to conclude that the level at which you become passionate about something and the vigorous nature of your approach in dealing with that issue should not mislead us to think that therefore because of that level of a vigorous nature to the issue is true?
I'm not asking you to do that. I'm asking you to look at what I've written and make an assessment on that. There's a lot of material I've sent to you. As I said to you, I'm sitting in a province where I'm dealing day in, day out with people who are under threat of attack or who want justice and they don't get it. So yes, I'm passionate about it. I don't want to do this. I do it reluctantly because people want me to. And you want to know how many messages I got supporting me? Well, you must do that today. Anyway, but at the same time, when I put something in writing, I can justify it with having at least interviewed, formed an assessment that I want taken forward in the finalization of court processes. And I also, because as I said, it goes even beyond the fact that we've spent all this money on what appear at this stage to be hardly any successes, given the number of political people died. We can't afford it, quite frankly. We need that money for policing for areas where people are not getting protection, where there aren't enough detectives, where there aren't enough vehicles. There's rural roads in KwaZulu-Natal where you're a long way from a police station.
Okay, sorry.
So that's what I'm arguing for, resources.
No, I understand that, Dr. Dehas. Maybe I must also, there's quite a few of us here who are from KwaZulu-Natal. So quite a few of us here. Maybe majority of the committee members here are from KZN. So you're talking to people who are familiar with, who were born there, grew up there, activists until you are in parliament now. So, but I don't get a definite answer to my question. Let me tell you why it's important we must understand you properly.
Please.
When you are engaging with us as members of parliament, and like I'm saying earlier on, you are demonstrating a very firm assertiveness on certain issues. And immediately when we interrogate those issues, you concede. And you say, no, I didn't mean that. No, then if you say that, I withdraw. It is the same level of passion and enthusiasm with the subject you are engaged on, that is reflected on your written statement, which you did alone without anybody challenging you on it. So my question was, and still is, would you agree with me that therefore it doesn't mean that everything as presented here and the level of authoritative assertiveness you have demonstrated in your written script doesn't necessarily mean all of it must be taken as it is?
I want you to take what I put in writing seriously.
And not...
You've got to distinguish between open responses, because I found some of them kind of quite provocative, I guess, because I don't see what Johan Boysen's got to do with this, and I don't see... But, I mean, I have agreed with you that anything is, for you, hearsay, because it's been told to me. I had very, very thorough training in interviewing people and assessing people. I ask questions, I ask other questions to try and find out more and try and for them to confirm. I mean, it doesn't help, if you can't sit down and face people. But when you interact with people, things get often more emotional. I'm sorry, this is Parliament. I'm used to these things in academic things where we're all shouting at each other and contradicting each other and things like that. But I want you to distinguish between what I think and write, because when I put things in writing, I'm more careful than when I speak.
Oh, no, then I'm fine. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Chief Whip. And thanks very much, honorable members, for this session. We are going to break and come back after 20 minutes. I have said that we will have a short meeting during break, but I am postponing the meeting when we conclude the session, I mean today's proceedings. Doctor?
Yes.
May we come back at 20 minutes to 7.
Okay. May I ask, Honourable Chair, how long it's likely to take? Because I was hoping to see a relative in Cape Town, but I don't think it's going to happen.
The relative is watching you here now.
No, I'm just saying, I'm only asking about time for that.
Our problems are many today. I have many problems.
Let me just say to you,
we have serious problems.
This is
Honorable Novalo, Honorable Mola, Honorable Scotland and Chief, where you were Zulwini.
Let me honestly respond to the question by Dr. De Haas. When we come back, Honorable Matthys is going to have a conversation with you, then followed by Honorable Sols at the back, and then Honorable James, Honorable Shongwe, and then the Chief Whip. So we are left with 5 speakers. So 20 minutes by 5 is how many minutes? It's about 1 hour, 40 minutes. And the SC, he says he does not have, maybe I can, 5 or 6 minutes, I can also have a conversation with you. Yeah, somewhere.
So a couple of hours.
Yeah, around, so it takes us around to between 8:20 and 8:30.
Okay, well, that's the end of that. Okay, sorry, that's all right. I just needed to know so I can let them know.
Yeah, no, we enjoyed the conversation with you. That's why I said to you, we are like your grandchildren, you see. We sit around the fire.
Indaba.
Yeah,
Indaba, my children.
Those stories of your youth. Yeah, thank you so much.
Yes, okay. So we're taking a break, okay.
Yeah.
All right then.
So what were you offering at the university? The University of...
Ngola, you. No heaven for you. Where is Kosan? No heaven for you. No Mvala. No heaven for you.
Bonani, Dr. De Haas is not here and it's now 20 minutes to 7. And Honorable Mattheis has started asking questions. And the witness is not here. She has not heard your first question. Yeah. Yeah, I remember.
I think let's apply for a warrant of arrest.
Prof, doctor, so you have deserted me here because the reason why you must sit here is because you must face the audience. Yeah. Yeah. Honorable Mattheis.
Thank you, Chair, and good evening, Dr. Diaz. I'm the next lot, and I'm the nicest one that you're going to have in this ad hoc committee today. Just to start off with, did you read the ad hoc terms of reference? Have you gone through the ad hoc committee, this committee that you're in now? Have you gone through our terms of reference?
Sorry, I did look at them very briefly when they came through, and as I've been explaining to people, it was not helped by the fact that I've had computer problems for the last week, and my home network has disappeared, so I'm having to work between a USB and a tethered data thing. So, but I did see them, and they came through just at the time I was grappling with that, and I read them quickly.
Okay. So I just wanted to, and this is just by the way, Dr. Mary, is that we do have our terms of reference does allow us to appoint a forensic investigator. Okay. So it is something that we can do if the need arises. So just tell us, where were you born?
I was born in England.
You were born in England, and you grew up in England as well, or?
No, I grew up here, actually.
Oh, you grew up here.
Yeah.
Okay. Just some clarifications on your qualifications. You said you've got a Master of Social Science degree.
I've got a research master for my research, a cum laude one. I have a social work qualification. I have an honours and masters, and then I've got this doctorate from Rhodes, an honorary doctorate in for my work in human rights. Yeah,
okay, I got you. And then you often
a lot of publications.
Okay, and is that how you got the title of professor through your publications?
People call me that, and I would say I'm not a professor. I should have been, because I was just too busy teaching and doing this to finish a degree. But I mean, it's quite not difficult to finish a PhD, and I've published most of it. So I mean, people call me that, and they use this term professor often in America if you're an academic at university. But I didn't get the official professorship because I hadn't finished the PhD that would have got me the professorship when I was teaching. Yeah.
Okay. You also indicated that you often assist SAPS officers who have either been illegally arrested or persecuted, as you indicated. Where do you get the funding from?
Okay. No, I haven't had it for years. We had it for 10 years. Professor Zulu and I had it. It was a joint project. It was Natal Monitor, became KZN Monitor, a research project. And we got the funding from Norwegian People's Aid for 10 years, between 1995 and 2005, all very proper, audited in our research codes. And it was given initially for research on the continuing violence, and then Shobi Shabane happened. And the funders agreed to give us money for legal work, and that's how we funded legal representation for victims, families of victims at Shobi Shabane. So haven't had funding. I mean, if I publish stuff in academic journals, which don't get nearly enough time to do as much as I want of, I get funding in my research account that I can use for academic purposes only.
So it was the Norwegian government. Did they approach you, or did you approach them, or did you apply for funding?
Well, somebody who'd been in exile approached us, actually, and they had representatives here at the time. And when they were running around with me some of the time to see what was happening, and then they offered us small funding. But as I said, the funding, they then offered us more after Shobi Shabane, and that allowed us to help people with legal problems if they didn't have legal help. But it stopped in 2005.
Okay, and who was the person that assisted you in facilitating the funding? You said there was someone?
What was his name? Yeah, there was it was networked. The person, Paul Zulu knew someone who'd been in exile who was very close to ANC leadership. She's deceased now. She was Doris Kosana. And she'd been fairly well up in it. And she knew the Norwegian People's Aid people. That's how it happened. And they got interested in what was happening during the years of the violence. And I took them around, actually. They had the shock of their lives one day when we got chased out of a shack area that was later on going to be the site of another massacre. we didn't know what all the soldiers would do anyway, and they sort of got the message that maybe there's something going on here.
Okay. So you've also indicated to us that you're an expert on policing and policy and the Constitution, particularly around policing. When you send information that you receive, how do you sift through that information to determine that this is the appropriate person or institution or agency to send whatever information that you get to? And do you think that you use the right information forms? For example, when you lodge a complaint to the public protector, they have a process on how and forms that need to be filled out. So just sending an email sometimes does not necessarily amount to it being a formal complaint because there's processes in place.
In the first years of democracy, I would go to the police and they would respond. And that just fell away gradually in the 2000s, and I'm lucky if I get any responses at all. I mean, there's some police that I've at stations that have been helpful. I will sometimes phone about patrols. Generally speaking, written answers are few and far between. You know, they used to be much more. Recently I just passed on the complaint. I wasn't able to evaluate. And it did get investigated, actually. And I was worried because it involved a supposed unregistered. So that I do it in different ways. We had no success whatsoever with either the Human Rights Commission or the Public Protector in KZN. But we got the investigation into Cleveland's hostel by just before, I think it was the last report that Advocate Madlanga wrote, because a lawyer with whom I work, who used to be the head of the law department, knew her well. And having the local office having turned us down, she did the investigation. So we've used different channels. And I've often sent stuff on to Parliament. I mean, at one stage, when I did complain to Parliament about torture and the fact IPID was doing nothing about it, it was, Advocate Birkman was the chair, and they followed up. They got an undertaking from the national office. They'd investigate. It was about our province. The guy came down here, he needed to see me urgently. I went out my way and he said, look, I quite agree, everything I've followed up looks right. And he got called back the very next day to head office because McBride had just arrived back and I think he wanted a meeting and that was the end of it. So we have had follow-ups in the course of the years to ask answers from, say, in that APID. So different. Yeah.
So why do you think the institutions or agencies that you, or SAPS in particular, where you normally had a relationship with and they would respond, why do you think they stopped responding to you?
Oh, because everything changed in 2009. I mean, clearly became the National Commissioner. And we had a return to military policing, which should never have happened. I mean, the ANC had taken a very firm decision in 1995 to demilitarize policing. And it was brought back immediately because clearly likes running around in a uniform. And I mean, it became shoot to kill. And not only that, but I mean, and I'm quoting media reports now, oh gosh, there's this man who was a bodyguard, now he's a brigadier, that we were getting all this, and I was getting reports from people about nepotism. So it started to go down, less and less responses. And I mean, we saw that with Cleveland's, for example. There was a crisis there, people were dying all the time. And I was writing to the provincial commissioner then, the woman that was suspended for the World Cup tender, which was signed off by clearly. He signed it off. He should have been charged, not her. Okay. And she never ever, she once said, oh, let's have a meeting, and then she withdrew them. She never replied to anything.
So you pretty much saying that it had more to do with who came into leadership. You don't think it had anything to do with the quality of the information that you were sending or asking about?
No, I don't think so, because I was doing what I've been doing since, I mean, in 1990, there was this big effort from people that we knew were not very nice security police, but it wasn't all this nice, you know, that we're having this change, and I knew they were lying, because at one stage before 1994, I think it was the Vryburg actually, there was a real theory that the police were far to the right of de Klerk and didn't like what he'd done. And there was a real, at one stage, there was even talk about, well, if there's a coup, it's not going to come from the army, who are largely behind de Klerk, but from the police. So there were those tensions, and I think they went out of their way to show, but nothing much changed, actually.
Okay. So I'm curious about how you did not know that you had an option of lodging a complaint with IDEC, given your vast experience.
No, IDEC, you mean?
Yeah, IDEC.
Oh, right. Well, I guess I guess that it didn't, I hadn't thought of looking. I'll be honest with you that I'd tried over and over again to get action from IPID and got absolutely nowhere with anything, even with cases where we produced the medical evidence about the severity of the torture. I mean, so I was kind of, there was IPID, there was, I could have gone to the civilian secretariat, but I've never ever seen much. I've seen a lot of bad laws coming out of that have had to be sent back from the civilian secretariat. One of the things I put in parting was this, in suggestions forward to think about basically is that there's far too much power in the hands of one person, of the Minister of Police, who, regardless of who the Minister of Police is, because it's the Minister of Police who decides on the head of I mean, now there's a bit of window dressing about, well, let's call for nominations in the new legislation. The Minister of Police is the one who appoints the head of IPID ultimately. Appoints the civilian secretariat, which is supposed to give it, and they've got civilian secretariats in the different provinces. Because I once said to one of the Director Generals, well, what are they doing if you want us to? Oh, he said, nobody knows what they do. I thought, what an admission. Anyway, we've got the civilian secretariat, and of course we've got, it's IPID, civilian secretariat, Minister of Police, of course. I mean, National Commission, no, well, that's the President. But there's got to be a recommendation somewhere. I think that there's a need, there's too much power over oversight bodies of the police with one pair of hands in the form of the minister. I think there should be more of a parliamentary role, quite honestly, in who becomes heading those particular institutions of IPID and the civilian secretariat.
Okay. So in terms of the IDEC, and you're not, so you weren't quite familiar with IDEC?
No, I mean, I thought that they had a more specialized agenda, quite honestly. I was thinking that they were into specific types of corruption. I mean, it gets quite confusing because we've got the SIU running around and we've got all sorts of people who are supposed to be doing it. But I mean, I'm glad of that suggestion.
Okay. Have you read the terms of reference for the PKTT?
The PKTT. Now, where are all I know is whatever was published about it. Yeah. And it was political killings in KZN. Yeah.
So you haven't, or you didn't, the IMC, have you read their terms of reference?
Sorry, the
IMC, which was the interim ministerial.
I've never seen a report by them. No, I mean, I don't know whether they ever report it to Parliament. I mean, that's something that I could.
Have you tried to access any of those documents?
Well, I looked to see what I looked at the time I wrote that conversation article. I looked to see whatever I could find about their operations, and all I could get, it was a decision and it was media reports, basically.
Okay. So when did you conclude that the PKTT was a rogue and unnecessary task team?
Well, it was starting to show that way a couple of years. They'd had 2 years when I read that Conversation article. They'd withdrawn charges in 3 high-profile cases. It was impossible. It was impossible to assess. And you see, someone asked me about how many convictions were there, and I mean, I've scoured media reports. I know that there are cases in court from people that tell me. I've scoured media reports, and there's not many high-profile cases. You know, the high-profile cases get reported in the media, and they used to be even better reported 5 years ago. So you do pick up, and I know, with people, I know more about the killings in the areas. I've never, ever heard about anyone having been convicted. Some of the cases that have happened recently, a couple of them, they said, you see, we're getting these convictions. They've been there for years. They've just dragged on. And I think in at least one of those cases, the work had been done by the provincial team. It was going back that far. In another case, it seemed that, and this may be a problem in other cases, that the man who pulled the trigger had been convicted, but he was telling everybody who would listen to him, apparently, that, but hang on, I told them who sent me, and they weren't interested in investigating. But again, this is what I want. These were the things that I was hoping that some investigation into them would look at. I mean, I'm talking about, forensic investigators looking at records and things like that.
So about 2 years ago, you'd say that you held the opinion that the PKTT was a rogue.
Yeah, I mean, 3 or 4 years, what was it now? 4 years ago, over that. There was very little to show for it at that stage. Yeah.
And largely your assessment on that and your conclusion on that, is it safe to say that it was based primarily on media reports and then the few people that you have engaged with?
No, it was more than that. I knew some of those cases. I knew the investigators.
So let's say at the moment there's 121 dockets.
Yeah.
So out of that, 1%, 2% on the cases, because you also don't know how many actual cases they have investigated over the years.
I can't make any assessment without a knowledge of what dockets they took. I mean, they took one docket I'm aware of. It's fairly high profile, but it's got nothing to do with politics as far as I know, and they made a copy of it. Okay. And they've taken other dockets that, as I said, are fraud or corruption. But, I mean, the early cases, I was able to make assessments in some of those cases because I knew the context. I knew what was happening in the area. I would hear from people if there had been arrests. So, but I mean, basically, there was no evidence. There was nothing much to go on.
Okay.
In terms of information to assess. And that was even up till the last one, which is in 2022, I think.
Okay. So without giving us the details of the cases, more or less how many of the PKTT cases did you have personal knowledge, or you engaged some of the victims personally?
Look, I can't tell you that now. I've only now pulled all those lists up because I didn't know about, the fact that I would come here, put it that way, after the establishment. And when and I dare not mention the name, that the commission that shall remain nameless was established, they reached out to me. They wanted information, and then when it was starting, I was told, look, we're never going to get to the task team part until at least the end of this year. I'd sent them the sort of stuff I've sent to you, and I then thought, right, I better go through all those lists, I better scour update them. Somebody wanted an updated one, I think, because I had the information, I just hadn't processed it. So that's what I was doing when you asked me to come here. And I mean, I put the lists aside. It's a very tedious business because the information is so scarce.
Okay, so we have reports since we had the press conference and the ad hoc committee has convened on reports on how many cases there have been, etc. So you haven't accessed any of that information.
They haven't given me a breakdown. The information I'm looking at,
yeah, we have that. So
is what the information I'm looking at is Minister Mkhulu's affidavit, where they are reporting to him, and they, and that's got case numbers. I'm able to make, in some cases, I'm able to link them because it's the area. It's the case is always opened at stations that they where they happened, and because my lists have got the names of people and where they were killed, I'm able to make rough assessments of whether that's a particular case. But I don't have the breakdown of all the dockets they took. And
yeah, we have that.
Do you have that? Well, I mean, I can work on that, but I mean, that will, as I said, it'll take a while. I've got to
have a more informed, it would provide a more informed characterization of the PKTT. So let's talk a little bit about destabilizing. It's not a foreign concept that, countries can be destabilized. And the justice system can also be a deliberate, program by forces that don't want to see South Africa advancing or making any developments. And one of the key methods of destabilizing a country, rather, is creating factions within departments and entities, spreading misinformation and disinformation, sort of what we see with AfriForum and what we see with the farm killings. So how do you approach when you get information before you go and you do media briefings and you write reports and you get that? How do you process your information outside of, doing your one-on-one interviews with people to ensure that you're not part of a team, consciously or unconsciously, that's part of destabilizing our justice system?
No, I actually understand the dynamics quite well. I mean, there's all sorts of ways of approaching this. Let's put it academically. I could say to you, what's coming out points to the fact that that team was set up to cover up the politicians. That's my hypothesis. Let's say hypothesis. You have to prove me wrong. So, I've got various theories in my mind. Now, KZN is volatile. We are the heart of probably the most powerful long-distance taxi. There's a lot of ones. I mean, what happens in KwaZulu-Natal is the hitmen linked to the taxis will commit a hit and the taxis will get them off to the hostels in Gauteng. And you tell me why we've still got hostels 30 years after democracy.
So, anyway,
but that's the way it operates. And of course, we're Harbour City.
So I'm just asking, so do you feel that you are confident enough to know that you're not part?
Yes, I do indeed. I do indeed. I've been in this a long time.
And that your activism is not being weaponized.
Well, anything can be weaponized, especially in the social media age.
Because when you make your decisions on whether you're going to go public and share information, that you are conscious that I'm not being weaponized to destabilize.
No, I am.
We have an entire minister who made a decision, and largely his decision, even his statement, he came here and it was based on a report that you gave to him. And whether it was intentional or not, I'm just saying. So that had a ripple effect across the entire country. We actually have a commission now and an ad hoc committee based on a report or a complaint that you have submitted. So I'm asking that at no point have you been approached to be part of a grouping or anything, to be part of something to push a particular agenda.
I want to clarify that I work completely independently. I mean, I still collaborate with Prof. Zulu, but he's teaching postgrad students and writing. We share information, but we don't work formally together. He's not doing violent stuff anymore, but we are very close friends. I am certainly not part of. There have been attempts to say I'm working for some foreign. I've heard all sorts of weird things. I'm very independent person.
We can
I
be
make my
very
own
independent.
decisions.
No, I understand that. That's why I said it could be unconsciously. And Chair,
you are on my discretionary 5 minutes.
oh, thank you, because I'm pretty much done. And this is
at 7:15, your time will expire.
okay. I'm actually was concluding now. I just think, Chair, as an ad hoc committee, because these PKTT reports is going to keep cropping up. We're also going to keep getting witnesses to say that this is not accurate, etc. And as a committee, I think we should make a decision or consider rather that we ask the Auditor General to audit the PKTT reports over the years. And I think it's going to be because so far we've got reports from the police themselves, and then we have witnesses come and say the information is incorrect, etc. And the most positive thing we can do is have an independent body who is mandated to do that. The AG auditors, SAPs, and the crime stats as well. So we can ask also for them to do an audit on this. And I think that will help us as we move forward to deal with information.
I would welcome that. That's what the sort of thing I was looking for, basically.
Okay,
Yeah.
I'm done. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Matthews. So thank you so much, Dr. De Haas. May we please move to Honorable Sols, but before we do that, let me take Honorable Nomvalo.
No, thanks, Chair. Doc, when you were responding to Honorable Matthews about the investigative methodology that you espoused to test the credibility of information that you receive. Well, I didn't hear precisely your response, but what I captured in your response is that you said before the arrival or before the change of leadership, it was easy for you to test information, but it became difficult, and I think you were specific that it became worse after the arrival of General Pegicele. May you give some brief clarity on that?
Yeah, what I was saying is that I was getting less and less feedback from the police. You know, I've been writing, and I believe in putting things on record. And if I write and I say, well, can you give me a progress report on this case you're investigating, for example, people are asking me to follow it up for you. That type of thing was decreasing. I was getting very few written responses. I mean, I'd carried on phoning police stations to get patrols and trying to get answers about cases. But what was happening after clearly there were two things. First of all, well, there were more because he remilitarized the police, and you've got this military ethos in the police. And pardon me, but I tend to, okay, no, I will leave that about the military, but never mind. That was one thing, but it was just getting less accountable from my point of view in getting responses and about what was happening. Look, it did go on. I mean, for example, the Honourable Chair of the police portfolio mentioned the Boyson, the organised crime. Now, this is what I did when people came to me and said, these people are seen running around with the rival taxi faction. So I write and I ask about it. I don't get much response, but I did get a bit of a response. It was Olivier. I mean, I have something about a background of Olivier I won't go into here, but he was acting in charge. I think Boyson was the overall command. That's what I said.
Okay.
Yeah. The point is, though, that the point is that he was in charge of the organised crime, and I did.
Doc.
Yeah.
No, I don't mean to be rude, man. I think I get the gist of your response. I have limited time. I still want.
Okay. Sorry. Carry on.
Yes, I still want to pursue this. Now, should I understand you to say that the investigative methodology that you used to apply you are not applying currently because of the circumstances?
Depends what you mean by it. I mean, I'm getting as much information as I can for anyone who knows anything, but I'm not getting it from the police most of the time. So what can I do?
Remember, Doc, the original question by Honorable Mateus was, how do you test the credibility of information after receiving it? That was the original question. And your reaction was that it was easy for you before the change happened in leadership. It became worse after General Pegitele came in. Now, the question is, does that mean you are no longer using the investigative methodology that you used to use under the then leadership before the arrival of General Pegitele? And if you can be very specific and brief so that the chair doesn't whip me.
Yeah, I'll be very brief. No, I haven't changed. I'm still trying to get information from the police, and I often don't get it. That's what's changed. That's all that's changed. I do my best to get, I mean, right now, police are refusing to open a case that a man wants opened against, he's under threat. It's illegal. What do I do? So I go to General...
Apologies, Doc. Really, I don't think you understand my question.
It's the same.
You are talking about getting an information. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about testing the credibility of the information that you have received. Those are two separate things. Yeah. Getting an information and testing it after receiving it are two separate things. The question was, how do you test the credibility of information that you receive from informants after receiving it?
I do my best. I still use the same methodology. I do my best. What I was doing before, asking answers from the police that don't give it to me, that's what's changed.
So if you receive an information from the police, then you ask for answers from them. From the same police. Is that the methodology that we should understand you to be using?
Look, what I'm saying is a lot of the information I supplied in those case studies were not the ones that are in the factual letters, the letters I sent to Parliament and the Minister. That information came not from the police, it came the people, apart from a few investigators who might have been involved at the cases, right. But that's first-hand information from people who are caught up in these investigations, who are ordinary people in communities. But this applies to everybody, not just the PKTT.
Yeah, no, the chair.
Also trying to do it for any victims.
The chair has indicated that I've actually run out of time. Lastly, did you subject this information to the same process, the one that is contained in your statement? That is my last question.
Well, if the same process is trying to get information, no, I didn't go to the police because I was not. I mean, I didn't go to police management because I wasn't even getting replies from Nkosazana when I was sending him letters, let alone Masemola. So I didn't bother because these were the police under their command. So what did I do? But now I know I can try the independent directorate as well, perhaps.
Thank you so much. Honorable Sols, it's 20 minutes past 7 now. Please be done by 20 minutes to 8. In the event you are not done, the chair will exercise his discretionary 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. Good evening once again, on Dr. Haas. I'm this side. Good evening.
Oh, right, okay. Oh, yes, I see now. Okay, yeah.
If you don't see me, just follow the teeth.
No, I was vaguely thinking of something else. Sorry, I was, but I mean, sorry. I knew you were there somewhere, and I couldn't remember. But now you mention it, I see you. Yes. Okay.
Dr. Haas, let me start off by being very frank with you.
Please.
The methodology, though your methodology comes with very good intentions, you must understand for the purposes of the committee, the methodology of stating things that you have obviously researched, heard from certain people, but if you haven't verified them and you put it to us, those are things that we cannot use for our investigation. So what I'm going to seek to do as I studied what you submitted to us, I'm only going to zoom into things that I think that you can authoritatively answer to based on experience and based on what you state here. Okay? So we're going to do it that way. So let's start off by dealing with your experience. You speak about in the 1980s, you joined PFP. What was so important about what the party stood for during apartheid? PFP.
Do you want me to answer that first?
Yes. What does it stand for?
Okay. I joined the party.
What does the party stand for?
It was providing the only opposition there was to the Nationalist Party, mainly through Helen Suzman, and we could then give her reports on abuses by the police that she would raise in Parliament. I'm not much interested in politics, but it was a strategic thing to do, especially as the regional director of the Progressive Federal Party. Actually was the director, he had come up and he'd reached out to townships and he was working there. So we were able to work together and he was working with lawyers and that's how this formed. Basically, it wasn't about the politics. It was about getting some sort of opposition to the Nationalist Party.
And you also exposed the wrongdoings of apartheid police at the time.
Absolutely. We took affidavits about the abuses and Ainsley was very involved in working with the lawyers who were, there was a lot of illegal detentions then, for example. We needed lawyers, so he was doing that. So it was a kind of increasing combination of contributions, and the Black Sash were also doing some things too.
And then also you worked closely with the Goldstone Commission. Who set up the commission?
President de Klerk set up the commission, but I know you're going to say apartheid judge, but some of the judges were okay. There were some that were very good.
Dr. Dahas, Solda, please do not assume what I'm...
Oh, somebody said it was an apartheid judge.
Just follow my line of questioning.
Okay.
Very good. All right. So... de Klerk did so. You are not very positive about police behavior even during that time. Tell us a little bit about that.
With the time in the early days of the Goldstone Commission, do you mean?
Yes.
Well, I mean, I think that's on record. The police were coming and saying, right, and I was kind of quite amiable towards them. They were welcome, and I just these were kind of white security police, put it that way, mainly. But the police, for example, the stability units that were in the townships had a very negative image in people's mind, because they went in and disarmed anything, even a few homemade meth before the killers came. And so there were negative stereotypes about the police. And of course, trust feed happened. And in the trust feed case, the police were shown to be working with the people that went in at the massacre. I mean, that was all. So when I say that, I'm saying that, they didn't necessarily change their behavior. Some tried to show that they had.
You also mentioned something about the complicity with warlords from the police at the time, and you also stood up against that.
Yeah, indeed I did, because this was later. This came out in trials. When this was after, the violence carried on for a few years after 94 in specific areas. And for example, if you take these cases that Velagazi was investigating up in the Mtubatuba area and Mandini area, we had affidavits from people about how the police were abusing them, and they were also getting abused by the police, by the warlords, under threat. But the very concrete evidence came out in a court case up at Mtubatuba, where the evidence was that, and there was a conviction, for the warlords, one had been taken out, I think. Some of them die when things are getting a bit hot. And the evidence was there, though, that the local police, that we had actually, the lawyer for John Wills, the lawyer for the ANC, had lodged a complaint about the local public order policing because they were also abusing people. And they apparently, according to the evidence at the trial, they'd gone in and shone the lights on the houses that had to be attacked. So this was the sort of reports we were getting then, and there were convictions in these cases I'm talking about.
So would I be correct then in saying that based on your history right from the 1980s, even during apartheid, fighting against wrongs by police, whether it be apartheid police post-apartheid, this drive that you have, it's not something that you just miraculously gained after 1994. You fought this very same thing that you're doing now since the 1980s, in apartheid and after apartheid.
Yes.
Your issue is wherever there is police corruption, wherever there is workings of police that is negatively affecting the poor, you stand up against it.
Yes, I do. I haven't stopped since. That's what's bugging me. I don't really want to do it, I can tell you, but I haven't stopped because people keep asking me.
And this is what you have tabled to us. So I'm taking this from your statements here. So you have experience in that. Which other commission were you part of? That there was one more. Was it Morana or?
Well, it was the Morani. It was my information about hit squad killings up in the North Coast in what is now isikaleni. I was often up in isikaleni. But my information about the hitmen who were killing people all over the place was given to the Goldstone Commission, who ensured that a credible team of detectives investigated, and there was a conviction. That was Romeo Mbambo and two others that also named, and that was my information that I passed on, that was followed up by the police, and there were convictions.
All right. So you can then, based on that background, your opinion can be considered authoritative and credible around my next question. You've just proven that. My next question would be, in the formulation of a political task team or a task team, is it important or imperative for it to be headed by a senior detective, and why?
It's always been the case because detectives have to inspect dockets and evaluate the evidence that the people under them have actually accumulated. And if you're not a detective, you can't do that. And the further control is exercised by the prosecutors, who then look at the dockets and say, well, this is good, or you need to go back and get more evidence. I mean, ever since I've worked with the police, this is the way it's been, put it that way. It makes sense. How can you, if you're not a detective, you know, if you're not experienced detective, you only get to be senior in most cases, although there's a bit of a not quite so simple now, but normally you get to be more senior when you've got experience, and you're in a position to do that because somebody has got to keep checking on the quality of the evidence, even before it goes for the prosecutor.
You raised that element as a concern with the current PKTT. What is your concern around that?
There's no senior people that are, I mean, there was supposed to be. As I said to you, the national deputy for detectives was in overall charge. He had to have the reports, but there was a brigadier who was the local provincial person, and that brigadier very soon left. And people say, well, no. And they all say the same thing. No, he couldn't take it anymore because he was getting instructions and he was in charge of investigations. He was the one that did the dockets then, I was told. So, and then it seemed, I have not come across another name that's there all the time. You know, if I would say to someone, well, who's doing the dockets now? Well, there was a captain who came in and there's a colonel. I mean, that's, you know, why? Why isn't there a fixed structure?
So who is running the PKTT now? And what is your information on whether or not he qualifies as a senior detective?
Well, I'm told, and this I don't know at this stage, I'm told that some of the people that were in the task team have gone back to their bases that they came from. You know, one might have been a stock theft sergeant somewhere, or, you know, it could have been, I mean, not all the people in the task team were detectives. But I'm not sure those that were carrying dockets that are in court, I'm not sure who is now overseeing them. I mean, in theory, it should be a senior person in the province.
All right, so...
I don't know, though. I can't answer that because I do know that in the case of the Umar police, there isn't one, there's just the prosecutor.
So what we're going to do is, like I told you at the beginning, because you don't know, we're not going to accept that as authoritative. You said earlier that the current coordinator of the PKTT, General Kumalo, is not a senior detective. Are you...
He's not a detective. He's never been, from what everybody tells me. He's been operational response.
Now, once again, are you saying that based on you are sure, or are you saying that based on what you've heard?
What I've heard is consistent across various reports, independently, that he was definitely operational response for most of the time. There's no record anyone has of his having been a detective. And I'm talking now not just people in crime intelligence, but people who were in the police for a long time, who know, you know, like a senior retired person, who had never come across him as a detective.
So your submission is confidently that currently the PKTT is not coordinated by a senior detective?
As far as I know, because I don't know whether or not those members, you see, that's the other foggy thing in all this, because some of those cases are still in court. And the investigating officers were allowed to keep those dockets that are still in court. Now, when they've gone to court, the investigation is over because it's in the hands of the prosecutor. So I don't know whether, I mean, you know, once the investigation gets to a prosecution.
So what we'll do is, we will take your response to be you don't know, but we will keep for the record that we must ask and interrogate the question whether or not the current PKTT coordinator is a senior detective or has detective experience, okay? So we'll take it like that. Let's jump into your Volume 1, Annexure Bundle, Volume 1. I want us to go to the letter, page 23 to 26, MDH 5.1. There's a section in section 4. This is a letter you wrote to General Mkhwanazi. So I want us to spend my remaining time on this. So you must be very concise here, Doctor.
This was in 2021. Is that the letter you're referring to?
That's correct.
I think it's the only one that's in here.
Yes. So let's go to paragraph 4. The reason why I'm zooming into that is because once again, I'm going to test the authority of your evidence or what you are supplying as backup of your position, because you use the words you can confirm. So if you can confirm, then that means it is something that we can use. So I ignored everything else where I see that you can't really say for sure. So we're just going to zoom into where you specifically state to us you can confirm. So let's go to paragraph 4, number 4.
Sorry, could you just tell me exactly which bundle it's in here? I'm getting myself muddled as I always do. Which page is it in the? Is it in the?
It's MD, item MDH5,
okay.
1, volume 1 of Annexure Bundle.
Okay.
Annexure Bundle, volume 1. Are you there?
Okay. Yeah. Okay. I've got it now. The
number 4.
Commission SAPS, 11th of October. Yep.
You wrote this letter to General Mkhwanazi.
Yeah.
Did you get a response?
No.
Let's read 4. Would you please? I will stop you where I would want to question you. So let's read yesterday afternoon from there.
Okay, yes. General Khumalo, yes. Members of General Khumalo's team, seizure of the phones, and I think...
Point number 4, it starts with yesterday afternoon.
Yes.
Sunday, 10th October.
Yeah.
Continue.
Okay.
It's your statement.
I received a report.
Yes.
Right. And he'd been arrested at Loop Street. I wasn't able to confirm after speaking briefly to him that members of the ministerial task team after...
See what you're saying there. You said...
This was...
Yesterday afternoon, Sunday, 10th October, I received a report that Zulu had been arrested and detained at Loop Street. I was subsequently able to confirm, after speaking briefly with him, that members of the ministerial task team had arrested him. Now, you are saying that the PKTT has arrested him, and you are able to confirm that, right?
That's what he told me, and it was I think, from the people he described, and that was when I first heard about National Intervention Unit.
Are you able to confirm, are you sure or not? That
sure as one can be about it, because, I mean, Tabiso Zulu is very intelligent, and he's been doing his own research on these matters for many years.
You see, Doctor, you must not say as sure as one can be. You must say, I'm sure, as one can be, that this was the PKTT who has arrested this gentleman, because what you are claiming is that the PKTT, it was basically overreach. So if you are sure, you must say you are sure. I'm just using it because you use the words you can confirm, okay?
Yeah, I spoke to Khumalo, I think, yeah.
All right. Let's continue. The name of a certain Ramadi was mentioned. Conversation, the arresting officers had seized 2 cell phones in the possession and told him that they were going to download the content of the telephones. These telephones should have been stored securely at Loop Street Station, but a duty officer confirmed that the arresting officers had made an entry that they had removed the phones, but no contact details were available for me to follow up. I did speak to General Khumalo about this, And I also sent him messages complaining about it. How did you speak to General Khumalo about this?
On the telephone.
So you have telephonic records that you have spoken to him about this?
Yes, yes. I mean, I don't know if I've got the records anymore. It's 4 years ago, but I did speak to him.
Okay. That you can say for sure.
Yes, yes.
I requested that he send his email address so that he could follow up via email. But since you have not received anything back.
No, I never received anything. I think the phones were reported. There was a report, though, to the Inspector General of Intelligence by Tabiso himself.
Okay. So what you are telling us by this statement, because this is the only thing closest to what I can use as something with authority. With this, are you saying that the PKTT has arrested people, taken possession of phones on cases that was not falling within their ambit? Is that what you're saying to us?
In this case, it wasn't, because they'd arrested him. I can't remember what they arrested him for, because he had opened a case of assault, and they claimed they were coming to investigate it. Then they arrested him on another charge, and that's in further correspondence I don't have with me, but it wasn't political that they were dealing with.
All right. Dr. Haas, you also said that earlier you wanted to shed light on the fact that at one political killing, provincial police did a good job with this particular political killing, and then when the PKTT started, they took over and then withdrew the charges of that.
Not immediately.
Talk about that to us.
Okay. What happened is, and if you look, I think I made a copy of quite an interesting media report where clearly is going into figures and things like that. And what had what had happened, he gives the figures for the people that had been taken that were handing dockets. He said so many members and so many had been transferred from their units because we took the dockets, right? So that's how that happened. And then initially, in the first, and I haven't yet pieced together the whole timeline, because initially there was supervision of the task team. There was a brigadier in Ngwenya who was there, and he looked at the dockets. This would have been, I think he was still there. I think it would have probably been around 2020. Maybe he was, but I'm not sure. He wasn't there for more than a year or two. And one would need to say, well, but it wasn't the immediate takeover, but it was soon after the takeover that those charges, by 2020, the charges had been withdrawn in those 3 cases that had been handled by provincial people against the politicians. Because in the Mogotsi case, they didn't withdraw the charges against any of the hitmen. They didn't give them bail either, but then a new prosecutor came in and he gave them bail, apart from the one that was Ngwengwe, because I think he had another conviction.
But you are saying that the PKTT withdrew those cases?
Yeah, they did, because they were in charge then.
Thank you, Chair.
Are you done, Honorable Source?
Yes, sir.
We don't want even a minute, a discretionary minute from the chair.
If I would take a minute,
okay,
then it is something that I would want to say to Dr. Haas.
You are allowed.
Frankly. Dr. Haas, there is a scripture that says, knowledge puffs up. Knowledge puffs up. And oftentimes, I want to share with you honestly I've never understood that scripture until today. Your vast knowledge and experience, in your wisdom, strike a balance when how you come across to people based on that. I can suspect when I look at the way you speak in your writing, even if you use the words please and I request, but you said to General Mkwanazi, please also either ascertain from General Komalo or request the email or request he emails me directly whether the police who arrested Tabiso Zulu had obtained a warrant. It's like you are speaking to a provincial police commissioner who has people under his command. And when you, from outside, almost speaks as if you are commanding him rather than you are seeking to join hands with him, you come across as puffed up. And mine to you would be very humbly, respectfully, caution against what scripture tells us. Don't allow your knowledge to puff up. Thank you.
Well, I didn't know I was rude to General Mkwanazi. General, sorry.
You must start by saying hallelujah before you respond.
Oh, sorry.
Hallelujah.
Okay, right. Well, thank you. I mean, I appreciate, even if you're, I've dealt with this sort of criticism for 40. Look, it's like déjà vu for me. People were saying this about me in the 80s. So, okay, right. But I do try to be polite when I communicate with the police. But look, they are civil servants. They should be accountable to the public. It's as simple as that. You shouldn't have to beg them to be accountable. That's what they should be doing, and most of them aren't. So, and I also learned years ago, and this sounds bad, I try to be polite when I communicate with them, but sometimes I see that they're just basically bullies, and the only way you deal with bullies is to bully them back. And then they get the message. So, but it depends. I'm not saying I do this universally with police, but you actually have to stand up to them and say, but these are people's rights. Can you just, inform them or help them or whatever they need to do?
But maybe you should consider that's perhaps the reason why you didn't get a response.
Okay.
I'm joking
Thank
about it, actually.
Thank you so much, Honorable Sauls. Follow up, Honorable Matthews.
Thank you, Chair. Dr. Diaz, in your opinion, was it a sound decision for the Minister of Police to largely disband the political killings task team based on the complaint that you sent and with your evidence that you've just given us that was largely based on media reports because you didn't have access to verifying information? And then, of course, you did mention that you had direct contact. You can't tell us exactly with how many of the people who were, or the cases or dockets that were part of it. Do you think it was sound decision for the minister to make that without even engaging you or even engaging the complaint that you sent? Because you and him both said you did not talk to each other. So we had a minister whose entire statement, okay, not entire, but largely his statement was based on your complaint.
Look,
so was it sound? I think you must just tell us whether you think it was sound, given what you sent to him, Doc. Was it a sound decision for a minister of police to use your complaint without investigating or engaging you? to disband the political killings task team?
I wasn't the only one who made a complaint. When I skimmed
That's
through,
not the question.
I mean, so we can't say he based it solely on.
No, he did. That's what he told us. He gave us your whole complaint.
Oh, did he? Well, I didn't. Yeah.
So,
but I mean,
I'm
other
asking, do you
people
think
had
it was?
complained.
No, I'm not asking about that.
Yeah.
I'm saying he didn't even call you to ask you anything about that. No one in his office tried to investigate the complaint that you made. Do you think it was sound?
I don't
It
know
wasn't
if
your
anybody
only.
did.
It wasn't. No, but I'm telling. That's what he said. So I'm asking for your opinion. Given your experience in the police, would you expect a minister of police to make a decision largely based on a complaint that you made without even engaging you or investigating what you've reported to him?
I referred to a brief discussion with Advocate Pacoli, who wanted to just verify what I was saying. For all I know, he went and did his. I have no idea, because I didn't speak to him about what happened and how, the minister got to that decision. So I don't know if anybody else did anything about it. But when I read that affidavit briefly of the ministers, it was like he'd been getting reports and wondering if it, including about finances and it could just be the last. It could be.
I'm telling you, but his statement said that, and he gave us your complaint.
Yeah.
And you were one of. So leave the other complaints aside. I'm asking, was it a sound decision based on your research and your experience in the space for the minister without investigating what you have said to base the disbandment of the PKTT?
Well, it's a difficult question to ask simply because I don't know what else he may have said. Well, my letter was a catalyst, but I can't say that he did that. I mean, I think it was a good decision to disband the team. I think it was overdue.
Yeah, that wasn't the question, but okay.
I mean, as a minister, I'm not really in a position to evaluate it because I've never, ever spoken to him about all the reasons. Maybe he should have called me and asked about it. I don't know. But I've never spoken to him about, well, what else led you to disband it? We've never had that conversation. So how can I make a proper assessment, I think? But I was happy to see the team was disbanded. I would have been quite happy with an inquiry into it even. Like we're having now. Yeah.
Honorable Mathis, are you satisfied? You say it was a good decision to disband.
Absolutely.
Okay. Yeah. Honorable Nwala.
Thank you very much, Chair. Doc, it looks like your evidence is based largely on one aspect of the PKTT, which is SAPS.
Which is?
SAPS. Are you aware that the PKTT is a multidisciplinary team?
Yeah. Well, yes, but I haven't seen evidence of it. I've seen the intelligence aspect, and that's all I know.
You haven't seen evidence of what?
Oh, of course, the multidisciplinary, the justice is in it too. Yeah. But I've never seen public pronouncements. I've only seen a minister saying that we've got this team, and I know that they've spoken, I think in the Madlanga Commission, about how they're working with justice people, and that came in when one of them arrived. They weren't initially. There were no dedicated prosecutors.
Are you aware that the PKTT comprised SAPS, NPA, Crime Intelligence, State Security, Correctional Services?
Yes, they have different roles. Crime Intelligence.
Are you aware that it was comprised by a multidisciplinary team?
According to the announcement, I don't know how it worked in practice, apart from the fact that they did get a dedicated prosecutor when Gaba moved here. And the point is, intelligence is part and parcel of all investigations. You don't have to be a multidisciplinary team to access information from crime intelligence. It's a separate component.
Okay.
So it's not new to access intelligence for it, but you should at least note your things to different prosecutors.
Lastly, Doc, you wrote a letter to the minister that he must instruct the National Commissioner to dissolve the PKTT. Two big issues. Is it a concession that the person who bears power to dissolve the task team was the National Commissioner, not the minister?
No. The National Commissioner did not set up a task team. It was set up
you say
at
in your
ministerial level.
Did you not say in your letter the minister must instruct the National Commissioner to immediately dissolve the task team?
Yes.
Isn't that a confession or a concession that the person who's supposed to dissolve is the National Commissioner?
Yes.
If you're saying, so we are saying the National Commissioner was supposed to dissolve.
But he had
not
to have
the
ministerial approval.
Beg your pardon?
He had to have ministerial approval. It was set up.
It's fine. It's fine.
So, and look, the role of the minister.
No.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, may you take a deep breath, all of you.
Okay, over
Yeah. Don't breathe heavily on each other's neck. You can imagine a younger South African and a senior citizen in a comrades marathon trying to run the race at the same pace. It's not possible. There must be different categories of entries. No? Yeah. Let's continue. Honorable Ngola.
Thanks, Chair. I'm saying, is it your concession that the person who was supposed to dissolve the political killing task team is the National Commissioner, not the minister? Because you wrote a letter to the minister and said he must instruct the National Commissioner to dissolve.
This minister was not acting in the same operational manner as the former minister. And I know that because I've been told, for example, by another very good detective.
Doctor, let's go straight to the...
All right. Okay.
Do you concede that the police commissioner was the relevant person to dissolve the PKTT?
If he was instructed by the national minister to do it. The national minister works through the national commissioner.
So you are saying that the minister makes a policy pronouncement and the commissioner implements that policy?
Yes.
So your interpretation is that the decision is like a policy pronouncement?
Yes, it is. We don't need this anymore. I mean, he's entitled to do that, I think, especially if it's costing a fortune.
When you say we don't need this anymore, who else do you include in that way?
Well, no. It's sorry. That was just a throwaway comment. I'm just guessing on. He came to the conclusion because I see that he is looking at finances as well.
No, it's fine.
Yeah.
Thank you. I'm taking the Chief Whip, Honorable Nomvana, and Honorable Skosan. We will come to you, Honorable James.
No, thanks, Chair. No, I wanted to do a follow-up on two issues, or maybe three issues. The first one, Dr. Diaz, it has to do with what Honorable was asking. You wrote a letter to the minister to instruct. Why didn't you just ask the minister to decide? Because why didn't you just ask the minister to dissolve? Why should the minister still go to somebody else? Because by implication, when you recognize, even as you are preparing for your letter, that the minister must confer to somebody else, you are recognizing automatically that that person might have the authority to take a decision otherwise.
The role of a minister, and I think people have lost sight of this because they're used to seeing ministers running around doing things themselves. This minister, even when he was the premier, he worked through his office. He wasn't running around like some of the others that we have. I don't know enough about him, but he was always fairly low-key administrative person in my own knowledge of what I read about him in the paper and my own very, as I said, hardly any interaction with him. But if you look, the ministers of this country should be setting the policy and should be instructing the head of department about, well, this is the new policy. Will you please implement it? And this maybe, so what I am saying is that as minister, that was his way of, that he's supposed to do it. Because when the team was set up, it was the minister who went to General Sithole, it was then, and said, we've decided to set this team up, and that it was agreed in principle that Sithole would do it. He, through the minister was giving instruction, and Sithole did it in the structure that he thought would be best to deal with the political team, but still reporting. So it's exactly the same thing in a sense. Clearly is saying, well, we're setting this team up. And I'm trying to now say to myself, because as I said, I just skimmed through Mkhulu's affidavit because I was more interested in what he could tell me about all the cases they spoke about. But he did seem to be taking into account things like what it was costing, and he probably may have heard that because, as I said, the Deputy National Commissioner tried to, according to a media report, the Deputy National Minister had brought it up with the National Commissioner. So I don't see it I see it as a perfectly rational decision by a minister who's got the power to do it in terms of the Constitution.
Okay,
just operate through the head of department.
Okay, just one last follow-up so that I don't take a lot of time for my colleagues. Now, flowing from what Honorable Matthias was saying, the one sitting next to me, about the sources that the minister relied on to take a decision. Now, let me say to you, because you, judging by your own experience, you are a very seasoned academic. You understand the value of research and the significance of decisions based on research. You don't comment on it now. I would suggest you deal with it together. Now that we have seen you saw the affidavit of the minister, you were quoted extensively there. Would you not conclude, or would it be unreasonable for a South African who has been following these developments, would it be unreasonable for them to come to the conclusion that part of the leading information at the disposal of the minister when he was taking a decision was the extensive submission made by you? And therefore, that submission made by you, as we have been dealing with it in the discussion here, is not necessarily a complete, in a sense that is a one-sided view without verification on the other side. How do you think South Africans will read and interpret that kind of a situation? Or what is your comment on that with a benefit of hindsight?
Look, it would not be, I can tell you that you can do research and it gets ignored too. I mean, I thought that if I used my research to tell the apartheid government that it was ruining black family life, that might help, and it didn't. So I'm just saying research is one thing, policy is another. Okay. But, I mean, it would not be unreasonable, I suppose, if I'm quoted extensively, and I wasn't even aware of that because I really skimmed it. I was looking for specifics in it. And It would not be unreasonable, I suppose. But of course, it's also, there's different ways of interpreting this, because it depends how critically minded you are, but it could be quite reasonable to say, right, why is he twirting her? You know, who else did he work with? I don't know if he sent his legal advisor off to find more information, for all I know. I have no idea. I don't know what happened after I sent that letter. I really don't. I know that, I think I did see a quote from those two lawyers in Cape Town who are, I'm sure, raring to give their impression, tell you what happened to them. But I honestly don't know why he would have quoted me so extensively. Look, I mean, I am well known since the 1990s as doing all this stuff on violence. I think I've got a reputation in the province because I'd done all this research, and in the early days, until things started falling apart when all the infighting, you know, with Richmond, the ANC set great store on the information I was giving them. They were coming to me, they wanted it. And as I said, right from the beginning, from Mbeki and Zuma downwards, they were soliciting this information all the time. So perhaps on and they were phoning me during elections and saying there's a problem at the station, at that station, Nadia Mtetwa, for example. You know, they were coming to me. So I don't know if that was what informed his decision that I was the one who would know what was happening. I honestly don't. I can't answer.
Thank you so much, Doctor. Honorable Nombal.
Yeah, no, thanks, Chair, once again. My follow-up relates to a response that has been given by Dr. Meriti Haas to a question of Honorable Ngola, who was asking if she is aware of the fact that the PKTT was multidisciplinary by its design. And the response was that you were not sure if practically it was, because you never received any report confirming such. Now, somewhere in your statement, and in particular on paragraph 10, page 5, you are saying that many cases were withdrawn by the PKTT. That is what you are saying. Now, do you agree with me that when a docket is in possession, or when the docket is in the hands of the NPA, it's only prosecutors who can withdraw cases?
Yeah.
So when you say here on paragraph 10, page 5, cases were withdrawn by the PKTT, what do you mean?
We'd have to look back then at exactly when they were withdrawn.
No, I can help you. I can help you. Some were withdrawn in 2017. No, 2017. If my memory serves me well.
I think it was more likely.
Some 2018.
In 2018.
Yes, 2018.
And it was a while after the formation it was withdrawn.
For instance, let me help you, Doc. Let me help you. Because we have also highlighted this case here, the Sindiso Makaka case, which was withdrawn in 2018, between 2018 and 2019. And it was withdrawn by prosecutors, not by the police, because it was in court already. It was enrolled in court. Now, what do you mean by this statement when you say the PKTT was withdrawing cases?
Well, why did it happen?
May you please speak through the mic? I can't hear you.
Sorry. Well, I would ask myself a question. Why did it happen then? Because were the cases, was there in effect, I mean, people had been charged. Now, why suddenly wasn't there enough evidence to charge them? I don't know. I mean, we can dig that out quite easily for the Mogotsi case, I think. But I'm not sure who the prosecutor was at that stage, but initially, you see, again, this would be something, one would look at the prosecutor, but the initial prosecutor was actually quite a good prosecutor. So one would have more faith in his judgment than one would do in the one that came afterwards.
Chair, I'm afraid.
I mean, I can't,
The doctor is not answering my question, and my time is very limited.
Yeah, sorry, but I can't.
She is peripheral, Doc. What do you mean here on paragraph 10, page 5, when you say cases were withdrawn by the PKTT?
Well, they were withdrawn after the PKTT came.
So we must remove the statement.
Yeah.
Withdraw it.
Oh, right, yeah.
No, I'm asking, should we remove it?
Well, it was badly phrased. I did this in a huge hurry, I must tell you. I had to do a lot of work that I didn't have time for, and that's why I'm tired. Right.
Yeah,
I didn't have much time to do all this, and in places I agree the wording is not quite right. They were withdrawn after the PKTT took over, and not immediately after.
Doc, I think you are giving a topsy-turvy response. You are not responding directly to my question and precisely.
Well, yeah.
The question is, what do you mean by this statement when you say cases were withdrawn by the PKTT?
They did not, that was what was, the PKTT came in, the cases were withdrawn after they took the dockets.
By who?
Well, they would be withdrawn by the prosecutor, but the prosecutor was working on what evidence he had from the investigators. So for all I know, the investigators came in with evidence that contradicted the arrest. I don't know, but it happened after the PKTT.
You wrote something that you are not sure about. When you say you don't know.
It happened, but I don't know the processes that led to it.
The witness has conceded to that point.
So we must remove it.
Yeah.
Okay. No, thank you very much.
Well, they were withdrawn after the task team took over investigations.
Yeah.
And that can be open. It can be their fault, it can be the prosecutors.
The point, Doctor, is that the PKTT, by law and practice, does not have the authority to do what you say they did.
No.
So you agree with what Honorable Nomvalo is saying?
No. I agree in the sense that I don't know how the decision was taken, but it was after the PKTT took over, because they were working with the prosecutors.
The bottom of it is that it is not the decision of the PKTT.
No,
and that is why you say you also do not know how the decision was arrived at. Thank you. Honorable Skosan, you are the last, and then we go to Honorable James.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to make a follow-up question. I think Honorable Matthijs, when he started, she started by asking the academic credentials of Mary Haas. Am I right?
The academic? Sorry.
Your academic credentials.
Yes.
Yes. Now, you studied at the University of Natal, am I right?
Pardon?
You studied at the University of Natal.
University of Natal?
Yes.
Yes.
That's where you got your anthropology.
Yeah, those were anthropology degrees.
So you had your master's on social science, am I right?
Yes, research masters.
And then Rhodes University conferred you with LLD honoris causa, am I right?
Yeah, that was Rhodes afterwards.
Now, because you are given a frequent public commentary on specialized policing, intelligence, and criminal justice matters, it's very important for us here in Parliament that we must distinguish between your own academic qualifications and the honorary recognition you received then. Now, as from now, as you know, Rhodes University can call you, inverted commas, a doctor. But in Parliament, it must be very clear that you must be referred as Mr. Haas here. Am I right?
You can do either. Some people do use that honorary term.
No, Doc.
But yeah.
I said we were calling you Doc before, but I want the public and Parliament to capture that in Parliament here, we are not a doctor, we are Miss Haas.
Whatever. I don't care what you call me.
No, it can't be whatever. I can't be called a professor as well.
No.
I just want us to capture that.
Let's not argue about titles, Jali. Just go straight to the point.
No. My point is that I'm making a follow-up question on that. Nothing else. Hence, I can't call the chairperson a professor. I know he's got an academic qualifications in law, but I can't call you a professor. So I want us to capture this, because remember, we were told initially that Mr. Haas is Professor De Haas. Well, he cleared it us to today here. To say she's a doctor.
But what I'm trying to say to you, so that we don't waste time, and I'm going to patiently give you time to drive your point. But
my point is simple.
I want to say to you, get to our terms of reference, because we are not about the title that she uses.
No, Che, I'm saying for the record.
Yeah.
For the record, because you can't say to me, next time we are calling somebody a minister who's not a minister, and say, no, we should not worry about that.
So what you are saying is that the university that conferred her the honorary doctorate
and call her a doctor, yes, is fine.
Can address her as doctor.
Yes, it Rhodes, yes.
But as
in Parliament,
outside the premises of the university, we are not bound to address an honorary, a recipient of honorary doctorate as doctor.
Especially here in Parliament. Outside, Chair, I don't mind. But I'm saying when we capture facts here, it must be reflected that Ms. De Haas was here, not Dr. De Haas was here, please.
So you are trying to say that the university just decorated her?
No, Chair, you don't understand me. Rhodes, they can call her a doctor. There's no problem with that. But in Parliament here, when we are capturing our records, it must be clearly that we had Ms. De Haas appearing before us.
It's fine.
Thank you, Chair.
Let's give her a chance. So, Dr. De Haas, I'm not even saying doctor in quotes, because you were sitting there, you said you are Dr. De Haas. What is your understanding of that statement, that Honorable Scosa? If a university confers an honorary doctorate to you, when you get outside the university, is it appropriate for you to be addressed as Dr. De Haas?
Well, some people are and some aren't. It seems to vary as far as I'm concerned.
Okay.
As from what I've seen, I don't usually use it, and I'm so sick of saying to people I'm not a professor. I mean, I probably have to go and get all my publications and get a doctorate for them, because I've got enough publications there that I can take them and say, can I just convert it to another doctorate?
Yeah, no, it's
but I mean, it's just such a trivial thing. Yeah. It's meaningless. I don't know. It's just a digression from more important things.
Yeah.
No, Chair, please, Chair, protect me. No. I said because she doesn't possess a doctorate.
That point, Jali, is driven. I just want to check.
She never had a research on doctorate.
Yes, please, I want to check what is the practice in the profession. If there is any South African who knows, who can help us.
Well, may I just explain what happened to my doctorate? I started it in the 1980s. I was diverted because I got an offer from the Human Sciences Researcher to get money to research. Yeah. So I put it aside. I then wrote a chapter I wrote chapters on the theory of the time. And you have to, then I got caught up in all this violent stuff.
No, it's fine.
And it went on and on. I did 4 different theoretical
Let's stop it here. It's something
Thank you, Chair.
will come to at the end of the proceedings.
Thank you, Chair.
Maybe we can be assisted on that one. It must not.
There's nothing silly,
It must
Chair,
not
please.
derail our meeting. Look, you have not completed your doctoral degree.
You know, for good reasons, I may tell you,
Yeah.
very good reasons.
That is acceptable. It's fairly reasonable. Honorable James, it's now 20 minutes past 20 hours. Your time will expire at 20 minutes before 9 with a discretionary 5 minutes from the chairperson.
Thank you, Chair. I don't think I'm going to need those 5 minutes today. All the questions has been asked, everything that I've written down, everyone has asked my questions. Dr. Mary, your complaint, your instruction to the minister, I need you to focus. Dr. Mary?
Yes, I'm listening. Sorry.
okay.
Wasn't listening in my microphone.
Okay. Your instruction, your complaint to the minister has caused great havoc in our country. Do you realize this? We are now having to pay 4 ministers.
Well, how was I to anticipate that? I didn't think anybody would do anything about it. I just wanted to put on record what they were doing. How do I know? How can I preempt this? Am I getting blamed now for this mess? I mean, I wasn't responsible for Nkunati going out
Is that
public.
not your instruction? What do you mean? How can you be blamed for all of this? Your instruction, you instructed the minister instructed the National Commissioner. You should be rejoicing. You should be happy because that's exactly what you wanted. Is that not so?
I didn't instruct him. I asked
You instructed him.
I can't instruct him.
You did not ask him. You instructed him. Paragraph 1 of your letter clearly instructs. You instruct. You did not give him a view. You instructed him. You have no right to instruct a minister. And the minister in turn instructed the National Commissioner. Let's not get it wrong.
What is the wording of my letter there? I mean,
Okay, Doc. Honorable James, as the acting chair, can you calm down? Don't breathe onto each other's neck. You can proceed on, James. I'm the
No,
acting
ma'am.
chair.
Doctor, you instructed. It is late. I want you to go meet your hookup. You instructed the minister to instruct the National Commissioner. It is in your letter.
To a request?
No, you did not request. We need to move on. 1.1 of your letter, instruct the National Commissioner, SAPS, to immediately disband the irregularly constituted, unnecessary and wasteful political killing stars team. Is this not your letter? Whose letter is this?
That's not quite right, because if you read the whole paragraph, may I just read the last sentence?
No, it's 1.1.
Can I just point out, I start the sentence by saying this letter,
no,
blah, blah.
1.1.
Request,
Dr. Mary, it's late. 1.1.
I set out to take urgent and appropriate action. I requested the minister. And
1.1.
I'm going to that now, if you will just bear with me. Okay, I refer to here under, wait a moment, the task team. In this regard, the action that I'd asked him to take, requested. In this regard, I request that you, number 1.
Do we have the same letter in front of us?
It's 1,1.
000132. Annexure. Do we have this in front of us? 1.1.
But this is the letter.
I needed to read 1.1, nothing else.
1.1 flows from 1.
What does 1.1 say?
1.1, the end of 1.1.
Not the end, the beginning.
But it's part of the... But no, I'm sorry, we're maybe not talking the same language. This is... May I just read this? Okay, the last sentence. I ask... and its appendices to request for reasons, blah, blah, blah. I set the reasons I set up below. Right. I carry on and I say, and the last 2 lines.
Tell her to read that.
Please just look at the last 2 lines of number 1.
Okay, Doc.
I refer
Doc, can you pause a little bit?
in this regard,
Doc,
in regard to what I've just asked him,
Doc,
I request that you.
Doc, can you pause there? Can you please pause there?
Yeah, I request that you.
Doc, can you
instruct the National Commission.
Doc, calm down. Please pause there. We are intervening because we see that you are not getting each other. Honorable James is referring to the letter you wrote to the minister on the 31st of October. Now she's referring you to a paragraph in the letter, which is 1.1. Can you read it yourself out loud?
I can read it, but it's a 1.1 which follows directly from 1, the things I am requesting the minister to do. That is the meaning of...
You can read 1 and read 1.1. Doc, you can read 1 and read 1.1, both of them.
All right. Let me read the whole thing. This letter and its three appendices is to request that for reasons that I set out fully below, you take request that you take urgent and appropriate action to deal with the abuses and gross wastage of personal and financial resources by the irregularly constituted political killings task team. In this regard, I have in brackets, I refer to here under as the task team. Right. New sentence. In this regard, I request, I don't obstruct him, I request that you, 1.1, instruct the National Commissioner, SAPS, to immediately disband the irregularly constituted, unnecessary...
Okay, stop there. Thank you.
So
thank you.
That's the sentence.
That's the sentence, yes.
Yeah.
You requested him to instruct.
Yeah, I'm requesting...
It's an instruction. You are saying that the minister must instruct the National Commissioner.
I'm asking him to. I'm not instructing him to. I'm asking him to instruct the National Commission.
Professor, when one reads your letter alongside the minister's directive, right, it becomes evident that your letter formed the foundation of the minister's decision.
Right.
It becomes evident that your letter formed the foundation of the minister's decision to disband the PKTT. You give 3 reasons in your letter, written the end of October. The minister writes end of December. You give 3 instructions. You give 3 instructions. Your first paragraph says immediately. The minister gives 3 instructions. In his letter, it also says immediately. Is that a coincidence?
Look,
you both give 3 instructions, both as immediately.
Say to the minister,
you need to allow me to finish so that you can go for your hookup this evening. You need to allow me to finish.
Sure.
You give 3 instructions.
Yeah.
The minister gave 3.
Let me help Honorable James. Yeah.
How do I know what the minister's going to do? I can ask. I'm asking. I don't instruct him, I'm asking him.
Look at me. Yeah. Look at me.
Yeah.
Honorable James is talking to you.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Okay. I'm trying to reply.
We can proceed
and clarify. That's what I'm trying to do. I can't answer your question about why the minister did it. I honestly can't, because I've never spoken to him about why he did it. And I'm getting the blame for it. I mean, it's just, I'd never have done it if I'd known. Quite frankly, I think it's... But it has precipitated some investigations. Look at it that way.
Let me get back to my question. When one reads your letter alongside the minister's directive, it becomes evident that your letter formed the foundation of the minister's decision. Am I right? You both had 3 instructions. You both said immediately in there. It was 8 weeks apart. You should be rejoicing that your activism has finally paid off. Because this is what you wanted. You said it was wasteful. You said it didn't add value.
Yeah.
You said it was unnecessary. You said dockets were going missing. So yes.
Look, As I said, I never anticipated this. I never thought a minister would act. I'm trying to guess why he did act, and I'm sure he wouldn't have only acted on what I said. I mean, it may have been the last straw that broke the proverbial camel's back. Well, we've been thinking about it, and yeah, if she's saying it, maybe I have to take it. I'm guessing.
This is not a place, Doctor, this is not a place where you come and guess. Let me move on. General Kwanazi testified that there may have been a third force behind your letter. That there may have been a third force. How do you respond to that allegation?
Well, he must define what he means by a third force, to start with.
Do you think it's the fact that there are so many similarities between your letter and the minister's?
Well, that's not a third force. What it's doing is suggesting I'm being motivated by something sinister. I mean, it's like saying we use the third force for all the covert apartheid agents. Are you trying to link me to that now? Is Mkhwanazi? Well, he might do, because he was trained by quite a notorious public order policing. In fact, so notorious that he got taken out when he attempted a coup in Botswana.
I mean, maybe to come back now.
On the brain.
You need to come back. You need to come back now.
No,
I mean, that's insulting.
No, Doctor. Wait. May we just simply respond to the question that Honorable James is asking? Botswana is not one of our provinces or our districts, and as Parliament, we wish to pursue cooperation and harmonious relation with Botswana as one of the countries or our neighbors in SADC. So, yeah.
Okay, Chair. I want to take you to paragraph 4 of the same letter that you wrote, right? Where you assert that General Khumalo was holding 2 positions, and that was a conflict of interest. Am I correct?
This is in my statement, right?
You actually also mentioned it earlier on, that he was holding 2 positions, it was conflict of interest, and it just wasn't right. It's never been done, it's never been heard of. That's what you said in your letter.
I mean, I have complained about his holding 2 positions, because at that stage, when I wrote this letter initially, he was believed to have been running the task team, but although he wasn't running it physically, he was in operational response. He was managing it. He was managing it in terms of a project manager, but he was also then holding the position of head of crime intelligence. And that isn't, I've tried to explain why it's a conflict of interest, because both of them involve financial disbursements. And it has to be very clear to people that they're separated and there's no overlap between one lot of disbursements going to another.
Dr. Mary, what would you say if I put it to you that that assertion was factually incorrect? He was not holding 2 positions. He had his position and he was deployed to head up the political killing stars team. He was not holding 2 positions. You were misleading this House and you were misleading the public, saying that General Khumalo was holding 2 positions. He was not holding 2 positions.
I was told that he was in operational response.
There was a special task team set up to deal with the political killings, and he was deployed there as a result of his skill set.
He was
to go and assist.
He was deployed as a project manager, which
that doesn't mean he's holding 2 positions, ma'am. That does not mean he's holding 2 positions.
De facto it is, because in both was handing money.
Both he has involved on his letter of employment. He has 1 position. You cannot employ someone twice.
What was he in his?
No, you must tell me, because you said that it was unethical. You said it there was conflict of interest. So you must tell us.
I've told you that
And I'm putting it to you that you are factually incorrect.
I was told initially that.
Told by who?
By investigators in the task unit.
That was misleading
and
you.
By actually, I think the other person who told me, well, the person who told me initially that they were going to move Khumalo out of operational